No. Hey, we're live. Okay, we've done enough. Let's do this game of the year. We met together. We're live in the same room. It's hot because the body heat and many laptops turned on.
The annual event of the...
This is the whole reason why we started yelling at each other.
The reason for the season, ladies and gentlemen.
The season, really.
So, this list has 59 eligible games.
Damn.
I'm not going to list them. We should probably list them out.
Why? They're all right there.
But in case anyone's listening strictly through audio, I am going to list them out.
People got to know what's on the menu.
Okay. We'll take turns here. Guardians of the Galaxy, Mario 3D World, Dyson Sphere Project, Knockout City, Resident Evil Village, Returnal, Bravely Default 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift in Time, Deathloop, Scott Pilgrim, Beat 'em Up, Disgaea 6, Metroid Dread, Genshin Impact 2.0 in particular, Guilty Gear, Hitman 3, It Takes Two, Lost Judgment, Mario Golf, Super Rush, Super Mario Party. No, wait.
Mario Party
Superstar.
Yeah, there you go.
Mass Effect 3.
Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Legendary Edition. Sorry, Joe.
Monster Hunter Rise, The World Ends With You 2.
Yeah.
Neo, yeah.
Neo, New World, Pokemon Snap, Inscription, Great Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
Battlefield 2042, Persona 5 Strikers, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Redux, Pokemon Unite, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Tales of Arise, Honey Pop 2, Idle Manager, Humankind, Yakuza Like a Dragon, Factorio, Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Pokemon Alpha Ruby and Omega Sapphire,
Surprise.
Resident Evil 7,
And then-
Resident Evil 3,
Remake.
we got too many Resident Evils.
Demon
in this game.
Souls, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Pokemon Black and White 2, Monster Rancher 1-2 Switch Edition, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Abomination, Mads Game Tycoon 2, Yakuza 3, Scarlet Nexus, Deltarune Chapter 2, Animal Crossing New Horizon, Devil May Cry Special Edition, GTFO 1.0 release, Evil Genius 2, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, Eternal Return, Valheim, and Halo Infinite.
Multiplayer.
What's up? Usual rules. Almost all of these did come out in 2021. Some of them may have come out a year or two ago, but we played them for the first time.
Like
Yeah.
Black and White 2.
So,
Yeah, we did some Nuzlocke this year.
so here's the thing, right? Most of, we don't do strictly game that released this year, like Bradley said. It's whatever we played for the first time this year, or big updates to a game.
Exactly.
All are eligible as long as one of us played it for the first time this year, and it hasn't been on a tier list prior, unless like Persona 5 Royal, for example. Tyler is playing it right now, but it got so high in the last tier list where it's like we can't possibly consider it.
After last year's tier list, I bought it immediately, and I have been playing it over the last year.
And that's why we do what we do. That's why we do what we do.
It's true.
I'm very bad.
On the other hand, I played 13 Sentinels this year at the beginning of 2021 is when I
But
played
I got
it.
top 3 last
Yeah.
year, so...
And I'm already playing it right now with Willer, and I'm into it.
there is one exception to this list. Like, Pokemon Black and White 2 is a 2011 game.
Yeah.
So, we could make it ineligible. There's some other games down here that are ineligible, and I think I'm cool with doing that if
That
you
might
change that
be-
to a
that might
58
be
for me,
possible.
Bradley.
Yeah. Hiya.
Nuzlocks are fun though. Give them
They
a
are.
try.
The thing that I considered it because I had a lot of fun with this. It's one of the best Pokemon games. That's
Yeah.
all I'll say. Some of the other games, these are all
Honorable
games.
mentions.
Yeah, these are games that I didn't play quite enough to, I think, fairly put on this list compared to everything else I played. So, Nausea, Fuga, Monster Hunter Stories 2. The Great Ace Attorney is in 1, so forget that this is here. Both of the games
We're
are
keeping them
under
as
one
one
category
game
right
together.
here. And then Black and White 2 just got cut.
I think that's
Fuga is that game where you throw your little furry children into a cannon to shoot a super shot that will kill.
Oh yeah, you talked about this.
I did talk about this. Basically, you can sacrifice your playable characters to clear a mission, but they're dead for the rest of the game, and they're cute little furry children that are in World War II.
Now,
Tyler's making a. It's cool seeing Tyler's face as I say my.
here's
dumb
the
shit.
difficulty with me this year, because I feel like previously I'll be able to look at the list, and there's a lot of games that I played that either I know, okay, I didn't like that game, it was kind of shit, or I know a game like, oh, Joe said he played that and he didn't like it that much. The problem is, there's only a few games like that this year. I can look at most of these, and I know the person who played it enjoyed it.
A little lower, please.
We're gonna have some background music for our.
I don't know. These are a lot of very liked games, so it's going to be hard for me to pick one in the lower.
Our general sentiment this year is that there is no big standout like a Persona or a Monster Hunter or like a 13 Sentinels.
Death
But
Stranding.
there's a ton of good 8 to 9 and like low 10s.
I think that makes the fight a little bit more deadly.
That's gonna make. And the last wrinkle before we make our first cut, all of us have predicted what we think the top 5 is gonna play out like, and the winner will receive a prize. Tentatively, it's the rest of the people will buy them a game, but the prize is fluid. We just want someone to win. We want whoever paid most attention to what everyone likes this year to win something.
Yeah.
The order will be Bradley, Joe, Tyler, Willer.
Man.
The Breath of the Wild order, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
I think I've finally been able to pick out a game I can throw up for first because I'm like,
First cut.
I know that it's like maybe one of the only games on here that I can look at it and know the person who played it didn't like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, are we just hitting the green light?
Yeah. Fucking
Yeah.
go.
I would
go
like
time.
to propose Bravely Default 2.
No, that's way too early.
I thought you hated it. I thought
No,
you
he
hated it.
has mixed feelings. in this
Mixed
thing.
feeling. Okay, I thought you just straight up hated it.
I'm not gonna say points on it either.
I think there's stuff that I could sacrifice something before that.
I was like, I didn't even know you had
I
mixed
think there's a
feelings. I
few
thought you
things
just
on here
hated the
too
game.
that I would sacrifice.
Because I don't know that much.
Because I know other people like that game. The way this works is someone is leading the cut, but there is deliberations. There is a little pushback. I can sacrifice one of my games to save one of my games. You can be an asshole and just say no, I don't agree with your cut. But that might come back later because someone might bring that up and be like, "Hey, you were an asshole earlier. Now it's my turn to get my way."
Oh no! If y'all don't want this out right now, y'all gotta say something because I just remember hours of this game talking about how shit it was.
Yeah. Go with Yakuza 3.
Ooh.
I'll give you that. I mean, because like if it does feel wrong for Bravely Default 2 to be so low, just because it's such a big release.
Yeah,
but
I feel like Tyler has so many personal connections to the Bravely Default series that I think he'll let us know when it's time for it to go.
You know what? I'm gonna put that in
I-
Tyler's shoes.
Yeah, and I
We're not
trust.
cutting it now, so don't
Here's
do
the
it
real
next
thing.
way.
Like, is despite how much I disliked the game, it
Yeah.
isn't a bad RPG. Like that really is. It is terrible to look at. Yes,
Especially compared to the first game.
but we'll
which is
talk about that
beautiful.
when we come to it.
Yeah.
Because the first game aesthetically was like so good.
So the reason why I'm cutting Yakuza 3, the remaster for these Yakuza games came out in 2018. So older games do get a little bit of a point off, even if they're
Yeah.
good. I'm not gonna push them as hard as games that came out this year.
I feel that.
And Yakuza 3 is one of the... It's a very interesting Yakuza game where, like, it's a lot more low-key. Kiryu's running an orphanage, and he's brought in back into the Yakuza world because they're trying to take over his land. And there's some slow parts of the game where you're kind of, like, hanging out with the orphanage kids. So, like, it's a weird game. It's got it's a remaster, so they didn't remake it like they did Yakuza 1 and 2. It's got still the old combat. It just looks better.
Yeah.
And the old combat's a little jank. So there's a lot of side stories, and they're not all good.
okay.
So that's why Yakuza 3 goes now. But that's Joe's cut.
But by Yakuza.
Yo, that's Bradley's
That was
cut.
my cut.
Well, that's Bradley's cut, so it's your
Yeah.
cut now, is what I mean.
Is it Bradley's cut or is it Willer's cut? Because you just threw it on.
I'm
That's
down-
it.
I'm
You
down
threw it
for
in front of the
whatever.
bus.
I'm sorry, Bradley, do you want to cut one of your 8 games you played this
No,
year?
I
okay, you're
legitimately.
I have 33 games I
You're
played
right.
this year. I gotta give y'all some cuts.
It was
okay?
so hard for me to pick a first one because I feel like most of these games are liked by
Decent,
somebody.
yeah. Even that's not a bad game.
This is a weird, like, kind of meta game because it's like I can think in my head, it's like I have games I know I would want to cut early, but the question is, do I want to use all my ammunition up right
know.
now and not save it for later?
This is like a board game.
yeah.
It is, a little bit.
We play Monopoly rules here.
Do not.
I actually want to cut. I think this game is like probably the worst game on our list. Actually,
Damn.
Okay.
I'm gonna cut Battlefield 2042.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what?
And we do this every year. There's always one game that I look at this like this is the worst game we have on the list.
There's not many bad games because we don't search out a lot of bad games.
Yeah. But this was a huge disappointment. Like I was getting excited to it because I saw like that great E3 trailer, and then everyone, I think, some of our friends bought on our Discord bought it and started playing it, and like it has terrible buggy. It's buggy in general. Like it's just terrible.
Gameplay, lobbies, every facet of it has bugs.
Yeah. And then like from like just a gameplay perspective, and this was the issue that we talked about Cyberpunk, is that even if you take away the technical issues, like the gameplay of it hasn't been satisfying for a lot of people. So I think that's another big cut against it too.
I mean, I watched a video about this yesterday. Young Yao was like talking about like the player base numbers and everything, and they've actually removed one of the core game modes. They removed Rush.
What?
Entirely?
Yeah.
No, didn't they replace it with Breakthrough?
I think they but they removed like the
there's no
64
bomb.
by 64 or something Rush from what. It's just an entire mess. Like
And-
the main thing that was supposed to keep it alive was the portals, and there's just not even it relies on the old school server based system where you go and like look up the server you want to play on. But that's not something console players do. First of all, which Battlefield is a console shooter more than anything. It's very much catered towards that audience. But there is no audience to support like going out and hunting for those servers.
Yeah, I think also like this game got really pushed out the door like really quickly for that next
It's
generation.
not the issue.
You
No,
don't think
not
so?
at all. No. It's because the game was entirely designed as like a battle royale and then completely changed over.
I could get some feelings about that with the specialist.
Oh, really?
A big thing about me for this game is that they made the class system in a way that I actively dislike. And people will say that, well, the Portals mode will just let you make this, like, you can play Bad Company
But
2.
that's-
It's not true. I've played the remade versions of the old games. It's not the same. They don't have all the exact same tools. You can't literally remake the old Battlefields in this, like I've seen people say.
I also don't think it's on the onus of the community to remake a game they want to play.
That's true, too.
Like I think if you're going to give that option to your community, it's for your community to discover different ways to play, and not for them to redo what they want to make the game they actually want to play.
In other words, get it out.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler, what you got?
Oh shit, it's me?
It's
Yeah.
you. You say this every time he rotates to you.
Yeah, I always hate that.
Yo,
I'm gonna
Go the other one.
let's see. I'm not gonna do a game I've played.
Yeah, see that's why.
Again, I have so many games that I'm willing to get bullied early, but look, I'm gonna get my due late. Okay,
Was Abomination any good?
so we can cut Abomination just because I haven't played it that much, and I also haven't told y'all anything about this
Yeah.
game, which is why I kind of wanted to add it.
But do I want to place it next to Battlefield 2042? Because I feel like it may not deserve that.
I don't.
No. I got one.
Okay,
I got one. We'll place it right there next to it. It's the perfect
I'll
game.
cut Abomination on my
Nope.
go.
It's the perfect game to place right next to 2042. New World.
Really, this feels really early.
Nope.
I know it shit the
don't
bed
think so.
though.
This game is being poorly managed. Every update has made the game significantly worse to longer grind times, less rewards. It's just turned off the player base with every single update that's come out for the game.
that's the thing.
And
'cause
I don't see anybody say anything positive about it anymore.
That's
at all.
true, that's
I
true.
only see people complain more and more. They got rid of like a really unique market system where each town had a different
That-
market.
That when they got rid of that sucks because that would made New World actually really
Was it,
appeasing.
like,
to,
whenever-
appealing to get into.
when it came out, I just heard you guys keep saying all these things it does totally different than other MMOs. I'm like, that's actually really cool. But then it sounds like they changed a lot of those systems to be like other MMOs after they already had a player base.
Yeah, I really like the Crosshair battle system. It had a lot of things going for it, and then they kind of just threw them all away.
Yeah.
I didn't really know why they decided to do that.
Yeah.
They came out like one of the big things is right a few months after launch, maybe a month or two. They came out with some new weapons and stuff and like a balance update. The balance update like added a new weapon, which was a new magic weapon, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
But I did a good handful of PvP like battles and stuff, and from my perspective, it seemed like one of the major or like strongest weapons in the game at the time was like two-handed melee weapons. And I may have been crazy thinking that, but it's like they had really good like across map jumps. They could get in really close. Like and just were really aggressive. They had crowd control attached onto them, and like with the crosshair system, you have Twitch-based like magic.
Yeah.
To even basic attack with magic, it costs mana. Doing like one set of combo like spell rotations consumed almost all your mana. It was ridiculous. And in that first update, they nerfed all the things that were Magic and like skill dependent, such as aiming. Like rifles got nerfed, like bow and arrows kind of got nerfed, I think. Magic got heavily nerfed, such as fire and ice. And then they buffed the things that were problems. Like, which two-handed melee weapons, you don't have to aim. You just get to kind of be near the vicinity. I was just like, this is supposed to be a PvP-ish game. Like, who is balancing this?
I'm gonna be interested to see where this game is in like 6 months.
Dead, maybe.
Dead.
They're already merging servers, and on server merges, like, it's entirely one faction, like, just overtaking all of it.
They're not balancing how they merge the servers.
They can't. It's impossible.
Holy
crazy. Yeah, that's an interesting
That is
dilemma, actually.
Man, that's crazy.
I will give this game some credit. I had fun playing MMO this year, and it was New World, but I also didn't have the inspiration to kind of keep going as hard as the others, so I did drop
I
off.
feel like this game like would have done better if it stuck to its guns and been more niche style. I think like if you're doing an MMO like this, you need to make sure you're niche so you have that player base that you want to
It
have.
looked beautiful. It was really fun to play PvE. Like, I really started enjoying the dungeons. I thought it was a pretty unique-ish environment. It was like...
Colonial
colonial
fantasy.
magic.
I love that setting. I thought that was super cool.
Oh, it's unique.
Yeah.
I really like it.
But a lot of the gameplay systems, they are just all throwing away to the side for their core gameplay loops. And it's just really turning people off, which your main thing when you want a MMO is retention.
Yeah.
And they're literally throwing all of their retention to the side. Like, another thing I really enjoyed doing was crafting and, like, magic and shit.
Yeah.
So they made it to a point to where not only do you get less XP for crafting, which already was kind of took a long time, they made it so, like, there was 3 different ways to get the highest end-tier loot, and they nerfed 2 of them and made only one of them viable, and the one they made the most viable was literally the grindiest, most boring way to get in-game loot. And they were just like, no, we want you...
like a player we need player retention loops and all that.
No, it was like, we're starving. We want to force you to play this way because we know the other 2 ways are too good.
Exactly, yeah. They want to keep you going for longer.
Yeah, and
make
it's
it
like,
grindier.
everybody, like, making the design decisions very much wants you to play the game they want you to play. And that it's just, their way is not fun.
All right, I'm going to talk about Abomination. That'll be my cut.
Okay.
Abomination's actually a really cool game. It's only getting cut because I didn't play enough of it.
What is it about?
Abomination is a roguelike Nuzlocke.
Wait, what?
No way!
It has little monsters that you have to gather, and they perma-die if you're fighting a real enemy.
Dude.
And the enemies are pretty cute. They're a little more memey than Pokemon designs, but they also don't, like... When you look at something like Temtem, I think it fails at making some designs.
Yeah.
While I feel like Abomination, because it's a little memeier, makes it cuter. As a result, I think it's really interesting, but I didn't play enough of it. And I didn't tell y'all about it, because it's kind of like a weird mix. Because the other day I was talking about how cool it would be to have like a procedurally generated Nuzlocke kind of thing.
That's what I've been thinking too.
And the way that they, like... design the game is they were pretty unabashedly Pokemon.
Yeah.
They have like percent chance stuff. You can see the exact damage your thing's gonna do, so that's a little different.
That is
That's
kinda
good.
cool.
So there's no variance there. And the way, like, it has not as many types, but you do have dual types. It's got that going on. It's because it's built around Nuzlocks. Like switching has like you have the set mechanic that you turn on in your game where you don't get prompted to switch and stuff like that. It's really well designed, and the only difference is instead of PP, there's an MP system. But aside from that, they like pretty unabashedly copy Pokemon, which is what these things need to do because like. Pokemon has such a good combat where, like, if you try to make a Pokemon game, but you're like, well, we gotta vary up the combat, I think it ends up being less good. So just be unashamed and make it better than Game Freak.
Yeah.
I'm excited to play a little more of this game in 2022.
I'm very upset that you didn't tell about this earlier.
It happened very late in the year,
Okay.
and I didn't want to bring it up last podcast, but I played it before last podcast.
This sounds like one of those ideas where, like, you know, if I just had my own studio and infinite money, what games would I pay people to make
This
for
would
me?
be on the list of, like, we need to get to
Yeah,
this.
like a roguelite Pokemon game. That sounds so cool.
All right.
That's awesome.
That's a Bradley
Bradley is you.
All right, now, hear me out. What if...
Deltarune.
Yeah,
No,
what if
hell no.
What if we cut out,
What's wrong with you?
I'm thinking... And don't trip with me on this. I'm gonna get crucified.
Bradley.
Resident Evil 7.
No,
A little early.
that's too early.
But you know, I will, when it's time, I will fight alongside you, Bradley. Okay? But not yet.
Mm-hmm.
This is how we game this. This is our loose gameplay mechanics
Alright,
of our game of the year.
I think it's too low to be in this area because like this is the first time I played this game, and like that game is great. I think there are 2 other Resident Evil games that are better than it, but I think this game is still like a pure like masterpiece of the game in my opinion.
All right. Well, in that case, I'll throw out Mad Games Tycoon 2. What do we
I'll be
think
fine
of
with that.
Yo, what are we thinking?
This.
Is it good?
Okay.
Is it good?
All right, y'all. So here's the thing. I'm on a quest for filling a hole in my heart that is the movies.
Okay.
The movies.
Right,
is,
you talked about the
you always
movies.
love
The movies is the greatest management game I've ever played. I have never played a management game that has fulfilled the sensation of me playing the movies. So this year I kind of went out and was just like, I'm going to try to grab every like new management game out there, and try to play as many
Trying
as
to
I
fill
can.
the void in your heart.
Yes, because like I love the movies. I really want movies to like come out.
Didn't they add Sonic to the movies recently?
No.
No, that was 2 Point Hospital.
Yeah. But anyways, so like I played a lot of management games this year. So Mad's Games Tycoon 2 is basically you run a game studio. It's actually a very good. Management game. I think graphically it's a little bit bad, and I think graphically it's a little bit bad. I think also you figure out a way to really game the system in this game to where you can just easily like
It's
make a game.
too easy to trivialize.
Yes, and so like I got it, and like once I figured out like, oh, this is what I need to do, it was just very easy to win at the game. And I think when you have a management game, you need to be able to like keep the player on your like have set standards that your player needs to like adapt to, but at the same time keep them on their toes just a little bit of variance. And I felt like this game was a little bit too static in that. I really did like the game a lot. But yeah, that's kind of all I have to
When
say.
this come out?
I think either this year or 2021 or the year before.
I remember watching you play a little.
I really like the systems in this game. I think it has a really good foundational base, but it's being updated all the time, so like it could become more and more later.
Joe, what is your next cut?
My next cut, to stick to the theme, is Evil Genius 2.
That's this guy. That's Wilson Fisk.
Yes.
Over here.
So Evil Genius 2 is another management game that I played this year. But the theme of this one is you're a super villain, James Bond villain kind of thing. Kind of upset because I'd rather have this below Mad's Game Tycoon 2, because this game's a huge disappointment for me.
I think Bradley would be fine either way. Both of them get out of the way.
Yeah.
you know
If you
what?
want to swap them,
Yeah, just for my own petty desire.
that's not too much BP.
Yeah,
Fine.
Yeah.
but like the thing is so like this was such a cool concept to me, and like people really like the original Evil Genius 2 because it's like the idea of you're basically running a secret base that like a James Bond would come and infiltrate and whatever. The problem I have with it is that none of the decisions you make in this game feel like they matter. So it's like you try to set up all these traps, you try to set up these decoys, and it just feels like all the enemies go through it and just kind of avoid what you're doing. And I'm like, well, and there's no feedback to tell you what's not working.
Is this straightforward way just better?
It's like I didn't even get that far into the game. It was just so frustrating and tedious to like I have to constantly go back and forth.
That's
to
the
try
thing. Like with the role you're playing in this game,
Yeah.
you would want the design of the game to make it feel like every move you take is a masterstroke rather than feeling meaningless.
Yeah, and the thing is too is like they have this weird UI system where like the way you make money is you send like your henchmen to do like these secret tasks, and it's just so tedious because it's like a clicker game where you go and you click it and then like after 5 minutes that henchman completes the task and it comes back with a bunch of gold. There's no like kind of like narrative resolution where you're like clicking through like do this option or do this option. It just was like I don't know. It felt like a very passive game.
Okay.
And like in a genre that's a very passive genre, which is the management game simulator, like if you're more passive than it needs to be, it sucks a lot. Because I do want to be doing things. At least Mad's Game Tycoon had me looking at like what games are working, what games aren't working on like the marketplace. This was just like I don't fucking know what.
Not enough feedback of what's working. Or
Yeah, and that's like the big killer there for those
right.
type of games.
We're gonna give Tyler a cut.
Yeah.
Let's see. I had one in mind a little bit.
Okay.
Do we just cut all the manager games at once?
No,
no.
There's one more.
There's one more not worth cutting.
No, absolutely.
I think Joe really likes that one.
All right, here's mine. I'm gonna say tabs.
Ooh.
I'd be willing to give you something before tabs, Bradley. I will
Do
sacrifice.
that.
Okay. I'll give you.
Okay. No. I can keep going. Let me think.
Well, you don't want me to get some favors with Bradley?
No, I don't want you to get that. No, I think I can get something else. Maybe. Yo, we played a lot of decent games this year, I think.
It's gonna get really hard around 30 to 40.
I got it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do another one of mine. Knockout
sure?
City.
Ooh.
You know what? This is a good place for Knockout City to go.
This game.
It's cute. It's fun.
This game had really good UX. This game, I think, is overall actually a complete game.
Yeah.
The only problem is, it's like you play an hour of it, and it's like, yeah, that's
the
Knockout
the
City.
game.
There is death, but like, there's just not much substance at the end of the day.
If you really like competitive games and like that's what you go for all the time, Knockout City is pretty fun. It has a lot of strategy to it.
We had
for
a
3
great
players.
time when the three of us played, and
Yeah.
we were just strategizing. Like, we turned into a ball and threw it at each other.
Yeah, it's got really good mechanics. I realized very quickly I was the weak link, and I was having a blast. And around the end of the night, I was like, I'm so worthless.
I think you were also drinking. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, but
That's also a thing that was happening. But it's just like, I hope this game does well. It's just not for me, because it's a creative game that
It's a
is
lot more than
that
I
is
thought
not
it
like
would
a
be.
boring genre that there's too many of. It's the game that you're in college and you're doing your video game programs and you're studying either game design or computer science. And you're like, oh, this is a game that would be a big hit, and you make a studio and you call it South of Six and you make this kind of game.
But
This is the kind of game that if South of Six lived on, we would make. So that's fun.
this game is really high quality. If
Yeah,
it's your
yeah,
game,
yeah.
it's your game.
But
We didn't get to play it. All
right.
We didn't have the passion to keep playing
Yeah.
this after only like more longer
the
than a week.
passion burns out pretty quick
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
this one.
I had a great time, though.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
great time.
I'm gonna suggest a cut.
All right.
Deathloop.
What do you think, Joe?
That's spicy.
What do you think?
Spicy. Fuck Deathloop, dude.
But, like, at the same time, I can't argue against it.
Oh, this is one of the bigger disappointments this year for me.
Dude,
Not
it-
the biggest, but
Because this is wow. I don't know anything. I don't know
So-
a whole lot about it, but I
so
know y'all were hyped for it.
Deathloop
yeah, we were.
has a really great premise, has a really cool gimmick. I think, though, so this is also the same studio that did Dishonored 2
Yeah.
and Dishonored. Both of those games are one of my favorite games I've ever played. I don't know if you've ever played a Dishonored. Or,
I know about them. I've seen some.
But what's great about them is they're an emergent gameplay game. So like they kind of basically set the stage of what your level is, and they go like, all right, go do it. And you have to kind of like feel your way out. There's a lot of trial and error, and then there's a lot of replayability because there's a lot of options you can do. The big problem with Deathloop is the only way to beat the game is there is only one route you can do, which goes against the whole idea of this whole emergent sim of like it's your
That's not
decision.
true.
That's to me the big killer of this game.
Is that right? There's
Yes,
only one way to
one
win.
route to kill all of your dudes. And
Are you positive about that?
100% positive.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's a bigger sin. My sin's that it got boring and I stopped playing.
Damn.
But that's why it got boring.
And I paid $70 for a game I stopped
That's why
playing.
it get boring. Is
So-
'cause he wasn't finding the one round.
Here's my only thing about Deathloop, and I haven't played it, but I have a really respectful YouTuber, Skill Up. He's got a background in game design.
Yeah.
He just talks about games as a YouTube living.
He doesn't like Lost Judgment, so whatever.
Yeah, that's debatable. But Prey Moon Crash is apparently a precursor to all the systems and mechanics in Deathloop.
Yeah.
And nobody played it,
But it was
but
better.
it was better than Deathloop.
I
and did
wouldn't be
I
surprised.
feel like Deathloop got so big that other studio involvement, or their plan for it was so big that they had to scale back because
Yeah.
the studio was like, "Hey, it needs to be out.
Yeah.
We need an early PS5 exclusive."
I don't
And-
trust mass advertising, man.
Yeah.
Like, if I see anything just bombarded as much as a game is, I'm like,
The thing is, this was advertised to the point of negativity. Like,
Yeah.
people were tired of seeing this game. So it wasn't even. It
I
didn't
do
even
want
work
to say some
out.
positives about it.
Yeah.
The two main actors of this game are some of the best voice acting in video game.
Yeah.
It's so good. The chemistry between Juliana
Juliana.
and oh god, what's the name of the other
Colt.
guy? Colt is great. They have a great relationship with each other. I think like story wise, it's very interesting. I love hearing everyone talk all the time. It's just when I was playing the game, like when I was playing the game and like I realized like, oh, you have number one, there's only one route to beat the game completely. Number two, the game tells you what that route is.
Yeah.
Which is another kind of like loss of discovery of what you need to do. Like it's like I like a game when it gives me notes and I can go back and reread my notes. But I like it when I can put the notes together, not when it tells you exactly how those notes connect.
All right, we have cut 8 games. Bradley,
All
what
right,
is your
now
cut?
hear me out. My past 2 choices have been rejected, and I want to put my foot down on this one because I really do think it deserves to be the slow. I'm honest. I think Resident Evil 7.
He's come around again.
Wow.
Dude, like I really. I still haven't had one of my choices be accepted yet, but I think this game goes down here.
You know what? All right, I'll give it to you.
Because
you've also played it. I think so. Me and Joe have done this to completion. You haven't, but also I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
We got like the person I was playing it with. I've played 6 other horror games with them.
Yeah.
And so we were excited to play Resident Evil because neither of us had ever played one before, and like we've been playing so many horror games, and this is supposed to be like. I don't know, this is a really big franchise of horror games. We did not like it, man. We just did not like this game.
Was it just the first person? Was it the gameplay? Was
That's
the
the thing.
No,
With
no.
every first-person Resident Evil game, the combat's jank.
Well, that was part of it. Like, the controls were really clunky, and it's like...
I regret my top 5.
You know, you can make the argument that, like, you want the controls to feel clunky because it's a horror game. You don't want to feel powerful.
Yeah.
But even aside from that, we didn't think the game was that scary. Like, most of the time when we were getting scared, it's because, like, in a gameplay section or a boss fight we were about to die. But, like, the actual, like, stuff that was happening in the plot of the game didn't feel that scary to us. I don't know.
Yeah, the plot of Resident Evils aren't going to be as deep as an Amnesia or anything.
They're definitely they're B horror genre. That's the thing. They're B horror genres with a AAA budget.
But
and they're action horror.
Yes.
The thing is, like, did you get to the dollhouse where you have to like crawl around and like?
We got just past the like wasp vagina lady.
I don't remember the part where like you're in that dark house with Evelyn's ghost haunting you. That's like one of the scarier parts.
Right after
But I don't know.
you beat that boss.
They're action horror games, and we did not like the action or the horror.
I think Resident Evil 2 remake might be up y'all's
Maybe.
alleys more.
Maybe.
So I love this fucking game. This game. So Willard went on a tirade saying Resident Evil 8 was great. I had played a Resident Evil game in a long time.
Because I think you like 7 more, he likes 8 more.
I think 7 is scarier than 8.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. That's what it was. Well,
What about in VR?
In some ways, yes.
I think the thing about 7 is that 7 is such a grounded setting compared to 8, where it's like it's in the backwoods of Louisiana. It's just a ho-dunk like redneck family that just you wandered into our yard, we're gonna fucking adopt you and torch you. Like
that's the thing. Like everything seems like, as weird as it is, things seem plausible / real life until about 2 or 3 hours in.
That's the thing with every Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And like and I went on and when we talked about this with 8.
Every Resident Evil.
Every Resident Evil gets to a point where it's just like, this is getting a little bit absurd.
I think 8 starts insane.
No.
But that's good because it sets that bar.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But the thing is, 7 I really like the setting. A lot of Resident Evil games I play, I get to the end of the game and I feel very, very tired of the game. Resident Evil 7 was the first game of this series where I did not feel that.
They had good execution there.
It had
That's a hot take on Joe's part, by the way. That is not the consensus.
Damn.
At the end of most Resident Evil games is you end up inside this secret laboratory base.
Yeah, they're always a lab.
Where like where they're doing the experiments for. And I think the setting, and they kind of do that in this. I think the fucking freighter is so good.
So a lot of people don't disagree with Joe. So I want to say that the gaming community would be against
I think they're insane because to me it seems like a very good
I like
transition.
the freighter's fine.
Because it goes so like when can I spoil Resident Evil 7?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
It's been out for a few years.
So here's what happens at the end of 7. Do you care, Tyler?
What?
Resident Evil 7's ending?
No.
Okay. So what happens is that you leave the family
Yes.
estate on like a pontoon only to find out that there's actually like a big like wrecked freighter like just down the coast. And this is where like
gigantic.
Yeah. This is where like the origin like Area 0 happens. And when you get there, remember the girlfriend or the wife?
Yes.
Mia.
You take over Mia.
Oh.
And so now you're like, oh god, I don't have a weapon, and like you go through this thing. It's like, fuck, Mia hasn't done this before. Mia's never like fought a bunch of zombies.
She doesn't have the experience.
Yeah, you go through it and then you do a videotape. Mia's a secret agent that basically started this whole
So
thing.
this part where you're playing as Mia
Yeah.
is her there and like living where the freighter crashes.
Yeah,
And she does know how to, like, you're more powerful as Mia than you are as Ethan.
yeah,
Damn. So
and
she wasn't just over there babysitting. She's probably there investigating.
She's into it. No, she's like
she's
in
the-
the conspiracy.
yeah, she's because basically this girl you're transporting is a bioweapon that she's trying to get to the Americas
Damn.
and do research on, but it breaks out.
The best plot twist is you find out that the ghost child Evelyn is the grandma
yeah,
of the family who's always there.
yeah, but doesn't do it.
And then you fight the
Yeah.
grandma in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought that twist, that ending, that setting was so good. It kept me hooked until the very end. And I don't
Jesus.
know. I really,
All
really
right,
like
we're
it.
36 minutes in and we cut 9 games. So
And
we're gonna
here's the thing,
speed
you
it
know,
up.
Yeah.
if this game had come out this year, I would defer to y'all, let y'all put it 2 or 3 tiers higher. But it's been a few years out, so I'm like, look,
That's fine.
That's also a negative against it. It's a
yeah, that's-
2017
that's
I'm
game.
like, I'm the one who played it this year. This is where I would rank
I
it
also
for this
played
year.
it this year.
Yeah, Joe did
Oh
too.
shit! Oh, well,
Yeah.
you know what?
All right, that was Joe. That was
That
Bradley's
was me.
bad.
That was me.
No,
And
Joe.
I spent a hella BP there, and I recognize it.
No, you know what? I'm with you.
Not as much as you think you did.
Yeah.
How many are we at right here? 1, 2, 3.
We cut out
dude, this
9.
wine is
We're
so
at
good,
9.
Tyler. What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah.
We
gotta
not,
get the
not
17
brought to
back.
you by Porch Swing.
Yeah, this
It's very good.
17 is this room.
Mm.
17.
this is 17 games in this room.
Yeah, that's where we need to get to.
Okay.
So I think here
It's getting harder.
it's getting really hard. There's a lot of personal games on here that like I really don't like.
Then
But if I say them, I'm immediately gonna get pushed back on.
do it.
Um,
Do it, pussy.
Do it. No balls.
No balls. No ball. Joe strikes again.
Pokemon Unite.
No.
Whoa!
Oh.
Yeah.
Try again.
You just tried to go against the
Eternal
number one
Return.
mobile game of the year.
Eternal Return?
Yeah.
No,
I don't like that one,
no.
man.
You know what? Maybe this was a bad idea.
There's another-
Joe was right.
There's other stuff I could give you before that even.
Yeah.
You tried to put that lower than Halo Infinite.
Oh yeah, Halo Infinite.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, there
what
we
about
go.
it? What I don't know.
Halo
what-
Infinite multiplayer.
What about it?
Yeah, this is only the multiplayer. I haven't got to play the
Oh,
campaign
okay.
yet.
I played 4 hours of the multiplayer.
And from what I hear, the campaign isn't blowing socks.
Well,
I hear the campaign is a lot better than the multiplayer, and that's where they really
the
spent a lot
story's
of their
bad,
time in.
but like the
Gameplay is good.
Well, yeah, the story's bad. It's like a
John
the
Halo
sto-
fights
like,
the Flood.
Like 343 has built up the Halo story like so much, and then they just went back to like step 0.
Yeah.
With this one, they're
They've
like
been built up.
they're like the elites and the brutes are the bad guys again. It's like we fought the gods last time.
Yeah.
Like what? Like why is this a
I
problem?
talked to our friend of ours who's like a really big Halo fan, and he's just like, I don't trust 343 to make a fucking Halo story that's
Promising.
Halo series should have died with Bungie.
Grapple hook
Yeah.
good. Let's move
No,
on.
no,
No.
no.
Grapple hook bad.
Like
good. Grapple hook good in campaign, grapple hook bad in
So here's the
multiplayer.
thing.
oh shit.
Everybody since Titanfall's creation has tried to replicate what Titanfall has done, and no studio has done it successfully.
Yeah.
Like not even Respawn could reduplicate Titanfall's great gunplay in what is that game that's
Apex Legends.
yeah, they couldn't even recreate it perfectly in Apex Legends.
They I feel like they didn't even try though, because they knew they couldn't.
No, yeah. It's the grapple hook in Apex is really good. Like it is a Titanfall grapple hook, but no, I've used the grapple hook a handful of times. Multiplayer, it's Halo and it's updated, which makes it a little bit nicer, but it's
We've said
just
too
as
much.
boring as I remember on Xbox.
Yeah, it's just Halo, and I don't think it brings anything interesting to the table.
All right, Tyler, make a cut.
Okay, I think I got one in mind.
Okay.
Pokemon Snap.
Yes.
Really? This low?
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got problem. I want to talk about
Holy
this.
shit. Okay.
Cool.
Look, I'm gonna say. So here's the thing. I've been waiting for a new Pokemon Snap since the first Pokemon Snap, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That was such a good game. And here's the thing. This is a fun game, and this is why it's gonna be. I do believe it deserves to be this low. I had fun playing it.
That was a good time.
The problem with this game is like what it was supposed to do but didn't do. I think the biggest problem with this game is like how many fucking times you have to replay the same
Oh,
level.
so many.
Because here's the thing: the first Pokemon Snap game,
A couple times, like two to three times in
Like,
the first one.
No.
way more.
Way more.
So that's
more.
what I'm saying. This would
Oh,
be
in
way
the first
more.
one, you maybe play like
Oh,
2
dude.
or 3 times.
As I recall.
Here's how the first Pokemon Snap game goes. You play the first level, which gives you the second level, which gives you the third level. After that, you have to replay each of those 1 or 2 times to unlock the rest. This game, though, it's not like you unlock level 1, 2, and 3. It's like you have level 1, you do level 1 like 5 or 6 times, and then you get
You have
level
to
2.
grind out.
Now, is there enough content where those 5 or 6 times are more
Yeah, so
than the other
here's
game?
the thing. Each time you do a level, it might be a little bit different, but I also kind of hate that because in Pokemon Snap 1,
Yeah.
the level was
It's consistent,
The level
yeah.
was exactly the same, and if it's different, it's because you figured out a secret, not because it's like, oh, I got lucky that the Pidgey flew from here to
That's
here.
the thing that I think is that like if you're going to do a game like this, is that you need to put the onus on the player to make the changes in the environment than the environment changing around the player.
A really probably good thing they could have done was to create a new generation game open world environment where it's a really large instance of a level with multiple paths, and then use things like going through one direction and then going through another. So if they have like, say, just even a tic-tac-toe board, that's like a large
you
number
choose
of
your
paths
routes.
that they can take and different routes they
Yes.
can take,
Yeah.
just to even mix things up slightly more.
Yeah, I think you're right there. But I think they want to stick with the rail mechanic because that's still really good because it's simple.
It can be the rail mechanic, but every time you go back, you get to choose a different starting point, and it takes you down an entirely
yeah.
different path.
And you know what's interesting about that? It could be where it's like the paths are close enough to where like just being a different perspective of an area you've already
Yeah.
visited, you can get that secret that you could only barely see the
You know,
first
be
time.
also sticking to the tic-tac-toe path is that instead of like you pick an area and then you have to plan your route, like you get like 3 pins where you have to pop down, so that way you have like your route.
And that could also give you different perspectives.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Pokemon
anyways,
Snap gone.
Here's the last thing that I probably hate more than anything else is like, I forgot what they're called, like luminescent Pokemon
Yeah.
or whatever. Because here's the
Yeah.
thing. You'll get to a level where it's like, oh, this level's gonna have a luminescent Pokemon. You're gonna get to be in the level for 2 or 3 minutes taking pictures of this exact same luminescent Pokemon to try to get the highest score you want. That is boring and I hate that. What I like
That's
better,
a long time.
It's
what
a
I like
long
better in
time.
Pokemon Snap is like, oh, I went through this level a couple times, so I finally figured out how to make the egg that has Zapdos in it spawn, and my reward for that is a 3-second window where maybe I can go to get a good picture of Zapdos, not like, here's a whole level where you can take a million pictures
Yeah.
of this Pokemon.
I feel like the balance of that would be like a really intense 1 minute where like they're doing a lot of shit, like say the Lapras or the Milotic
Maybe,
are making
like,
a
20,
lot of
30
waves that you have to
seconds.
like.
It needs to be real short.
just-
But
Like-
I'll go back to say this. I'll end on a positive note.
Okay.
Since this is a new Pokemon Snap, this is somebody else's first time playing the
True.
game.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good
The
experience.
variety seemed good. If this ever
Yeah.
goes on sale, this would be my first
I
snap.
think like the environments. I don't want
It's
to
a
be
really
all negative.
pretty game.
Its environments are crazy. There's a hell of a lot of variety.
There's
in
like
this
4
Pokemon
water
game.
levels.
Yeah.
Yay.
No, like
With all 20 water Pokemon.
this game.
Yay.
This game is pretty to look at, and it does have a lot of those secrets.
20, that's the
that
most
There's a
go in.
great amount of
Numerous
I
type
just,
of all.
I just got real tired of going through the same.
All right, I'm a
level like
Thanos
this.
snap, Pokemon snap.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
move on because we're you know what? Let's roll into a
I was gonna
Pokemon
do that one
train.
next anyway.
Diamond and Pearl remake is my
Yeah.
cut.
Earl,
Yeah.
tell us about it.
This is, as you can see, the worst core Pokemon game on this list.
Man.
It's newest too.
It's the newest too, so that's pretty damning. It's a 2021 game that I'm valuing less than the older games, which is not my
Damn.
general modus operandi here. This is, first of all, I think this game's ugly.
Man, yeah. I don't know.
No,
man.
use the Cynthia theme I sent you, fool. You're not even going to the playlist that we did together.
They're hard to find.
You know that.
Control F Pokemon.
Anyways,
Okay, Gen 4 is the worst gen. I can confidently say that now. This
No
is a
way.
very faithful remake of the worst gen.
No.
there's too many Geo fucking dudes.
The Pokemon variety in Diamond and Pearl is
So bad.
Nuzlocking this was a nightmare. I had to skip routes because I just could not.
Are
like,
these based on Platinum or Diamond and
not
Pearl?
even Platinum. All the Pokemon that are in Platinum are now in the Underground. The Underground's dope.
What the
This is
fuck?
this was still fun. I'm
Why
putting
would
this low, but I had fun because
Man.
I like Pokemon gameplay. This is known.
It looks so good too.
It doesn't. I actually.
Like I'm talking about like in battles. It
in
looks
battles,
really
it looks
good.
better. In the
Man.
overworld, I think this is an awful art style.
I just It sucks that there's so much a focus on nostalgia now that there can't be any room for innovation when
We're
it
gonna
comes
talk
to
about a
higher-ups.
remake that innovated well, okay?
Okay.
But we'll get there when we get there. The thing with this, it is still the definitive way to play Gen 4 because it's pretty freaking hard. EV trained leaders with items,
Fuck
with
Skuntank.
with better moves than they used to
Fuck
have.
Skuntank.
Still a very fun Nuzlocke for me, but just genuinely the worst Pokemon game they put out since the original Gen 4. So, that's that. That's Bradley's cut now.
You know, Pokemon Pearl was my favorite one for a really long time.
I really like Pearl.
I think if you
But-
revisit this, I don't know, you might
It
like
was.
it.
I like the Underground. That's what I spent most of my time
You
doing.
might actually like this. I like the Underground. It was also a very good grinding spot.
I walked in the underground.
enjoy
I wonder
playing
what this
it.
is like, and then I ran to like a level 50.
Is it a me?
But Champ went, nope.
It's Bradley, and he's
Back?
looking.
Now, I'm gonna.
You can feel out some opinions.
How? Damn it! What was I just gonna? I know it was a game I think Tyler has the authority on. Maybe I don't know. We've all played it. But Tyler, how strongly do you feel about Mario Golf?
See.
That does need to go soon.
Okay, here's the thing. Let me take a look at like what we have left.
Yeah, that's the
Because
thing. Yeah.
I wanted to talk to y'all about this. It was a game I wanted to have replayed because we haven't played it since it came out.
I really
They
like
did a lot of
Pearl.
updates. They added some really fun courses that are like only par 3s. Like New Donk City is a really fun course
That's
to
a
play
course,
on.
New Donk
That's a
City?
course.
Also, there's mechanics we didn't know existed, like unlocking star clubs and superstar clubs, which give you even more control over your golf swings and let you hit the balls further with everybody.
All right, not yet. Not
But
yet. Fine, fine.
no.
Oh,
Let me-
yes, yes. Now.
Let me see what we
I was
got.
about to back you up, and not yet.
What do we got left? I mean, is this lower than Idle Manager or Tabs
Bradley seemed to have a lot of fun with tabs.
So,
or
and
Monster Rancher 1 and 2?
Hey, like we do have to
I-
talk about Monster Rancher.
Here's the deal I'll strike with you.
So fucking hot.
It can go above tabs, but that's gonna have to boost up Monster Rancher 1 and 2.
Okay, is that a fair deal?
I can abide by that Monopoly
Okay.
trade deal.
That's
We're trading
it's all
properties.
about.
That's
I'm glad we're doing deals.
So-
like, there's not enough of those.
We'll throw in tabs right now.
Okay.
Tabs is really cool. I think I'll give myself like 3 minutes tops, but tabs is really cool. There's a lot of so this game's been out for a little while, but
lot
they've
of
been
feat-
continually updating it. There's some really cool features that weren't in this game a year or two ago. Like, not only is there a shitload of units,
Yeah.
they have a really cool tool in there for creating your own units. Where you can control like the size, strength, speed, dodging abilities, the shape, the stuff they have equipped, which like there's hundreds of different armor and hairstyles and weapons to choose from, but there's also dozens of abilities. So like for example, I was reading Stormlight Archives, and I was like, oh my god, I can make a spearman and I can give him the levitate ability and make it so he can make gusts of wind and like zoom to people, and I was like, oh man, that's so fun. And I finally got it. So I wanted to play this game a long time ago on my laptop that sucked a dick. But now I have a really strong computer.
laptop.
So I can make like these battles with armies that have like 300 units on each side, and it's so fun to watch them play out. And you can do slow-mo, and you can zoom in on the field and watch each individual unit fighting each other. I think the place where this game suffers is there is a campaign mode where basically it'll show you an enemy army, and you have a set amount of points, and you spend that limited amount of points on troops to kill the enemy army.
Yeah.
I think the balance of units in this game is kind of terrible because there are units that are objectively better than the others. Like
Point-wise and...
point-wise, it's like if you have enough points to buy the Reaper, just buy the Reaper because he's never gonna lose. Like I was playing this with Austin and Kyle for the first time, and we first found out about the Reaper unit. We're like, oh my god, he's insane. I wonder how many peasants it takes to beat a Reaper. So they put like 50 peasants against the Reaper. He beat all of them. They put like 100 peasants against the Reaper, but they beat all of them. I'm like, guys, I don't think peasants can beat a Reaper. And like, if you put enough, he'll beat the Reaper. They put down like 350 peasants. The Reaper did not take a point.
I like how peasants. I like how the peasants is the numerical.
Then
like,
why even
comparative.
summon them? They seem so
That's the thing, is I think every unit with a sufficient number hopefully would be able to beat every other unit. I don't know. I don't know if that's actually
All
good
right,
design.
here's the thing.
I don't know if that's good design or not.
You kind of sold me, but I would have this be lower than Mario Golf, but right next to each other.
Okay,
Okay.
so that means your cut is tabs. No, my
Or
My
no,
count was
this
gonna
is
be tabs.
Tyler's.
who's
I was
cutting?
This is Tyler.
No, who's
I
cutting right now?
It's
Bradley
Bradley
cut-
cutting right now.
Joe,
Wait, I was trying to cut
Joe,
golf.
would you make your cuts tab? Tabs.
No. I'll
Because
do
then there's
tabs.
something going to be in the middle of tabs.
No, I
Brad,
cut tabs.
it's gonna go Bradley,
Just
Joe, and
cut
then skip to
tabs.
you.
Okay, my cut.
He's saying that put tabs now. Tyler will skip his turn, and then Mario Golf will go right.
There's no skipping turns.
But-
Someone's going to be cutting Mario Golf. I'm saying it
I'll
should
cut
be
Mario
you.
Golf.
Okay, then something's going to go in the middle.
Yeah, you and Joe. Wait, no, Joe's goes in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mine
all
goes
right.
in there. That's what.
All right.
Here.
Deal. They
No,
shook on it.
flip him. Tabs goes in front of Mario.
Really?
That's what he's saying.
Tyler.
I will yield that.
So talk about Mario Golf.
Yeah, see, now we're gonna skip me because
Okay.
I'm gonna skip Mario. I'm gonna do Mario.
Bradley's
Golf.
cutting Mario Golf.
And he's cutting
Technically.
tabs.
Okay, whatever.
Same shit.
Whatever. So
This is Crystal Shards?
yeah,
Yeah.
it was, but I gotta change to the Mario Golf soundtrack now.
Yeah, let's
So
go.
Mario Golf on launch, like
Yeah.
I've played a lot of the Mario Golfs. I didn't play the 3DS one, which apparently was the best.
On God?
Apparently, like
On golf?
according to the GameFAQs Mario Golf forums, where is the only information you can find out about this game.
I love that. GameFAQs is quaint and cute.
It, like nobody else talks about this game. There's no Reddit for it. I don't think
Damn.
that I could find.
Mario Golf?
GameFAQs
GameFAQs
will always have a community. That's
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
GameFAQs was much more prominent for Mario Golf than Reddit was.
Holy shit.
Shoutouts.
Let's go.
So I was really looking forward to this. I am an old school Mario golfer. I like power shots to just be a standard super strong shot that you only get like 3 or 4 uses of. And I just like to play regular golf. I like to do like the hoop challenges and all that, or the ring challenges and stuff, and unlock people. I don't know what really to say about this other than it just felt lacking in innovation as a new Mario Golf title.
The Super Rush mode, I think people were pretty mixed on, right?
Super Rush is bad.
I'll be yeah, it was bad.
Mixed to bad.
Super Rush is very bad, and that's what they put their time in on, and
Yeah.
it's not good.
Yeah.
Just
But you know what is
At
good?
all.
Daisy in this game.
But here's the thing. They've added more characters since launch. They've added new courses since launch, which New Donk City was a lot of fun. It's a little frustrating the first time you play it if you don't know what things are, but like once you kind of get what the mechanics are about it, it is fun. And once you start getting to the point to where you utilize those special effects in the courses, they can be pretty entertaining. Like a lot of the new characters are cool. Like Wriggler is a new character that you can play. You can play as
Regular Wednesday, boys.
yeah, you can play as Wriggler the worm is like a golfer, and I'm like, that's hilarious. But it's just one of those Mario titles where it's like you removed stuff and didn't replace it with anything better. It's one of those it's one of those things where it's like, why'd you take things out and replace it at all? Because people liked it. It's just a classic Nintendo move.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I have fear for Mario Strikers 3.
But that being said, I played it for about like 4 or
wish.
5 hours the other day. Me and my dad sat down, had some good like 18 holes. They're fun, they're quick.
Y'all cut
It's very-
Oh, fuck.
Bradley!
like a motherfucker.
Bradley's bleeding. We gotta take a break after this one.
Yeah, Mario Golf, all right. Cut for Bradley bleeding break.
The Bradley cut. Bradley's all right. Let's
We'll
keep
be
going.
back, boy.
Bradley's alive.
So
That would be Joe's. We just
were
did
on Joe's-
Super
No,
Golf.
we just did my Super Golf.
That's Bradley's Super Golf.
And you cut tabs.
You're gonna cut cat tabs in the future.
Yeah.
Joe's cutting something because he doesn't want to play ball because he's being mean.
That's
This
right.
guy is 6.
got a cut.
Okay.
This guy is 6. So right. There you go.
Because there's a lot of good, but I know there's things
Between tabs
also
and Mario.
you kind of
Tabs and Mario.
liked better about the one before.
Between tabs.
Or
Fine. This guy is 6. I took notes on all these games that I'm gonna talk about.
let's fucking
This
go.
is probably my biggest disappointment this year.
Damn.
That's what I thought. See, I cut it for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I shouldn't have said anything. I said something during the break that
I was
led-
eyeing that when he was making his decision.
I was gonna cut it on my next one.
Visually, it looks awful. It runs terrible on the Switch. It dumbified a lot of the game and simplified it. But it's got some of the most charming writing. It's got some of the most fun characters in the series. Some of the quality of life features are really nice, particularly you get EXP share in this game, which is the first time they've done that, where everyone who participated in a battle gets a good chunk of the EXP. This makes it a lot easier to level up your lower guys.
Yeah.
But there's just, you can customize your characters less. You can't break the game as much. Like, this guy is all about breaking limits and getting ridiculous with your characters, and the gameplay is figuring out how to do that. In this game, the autoplay feature becomes a hindrance and a boon, because you can run you can autoplay it like a mobile game, but also makes you be complacent and just stop even trying on the story missions. It just makes you stop trying because you set up your AI and you let it run through and grind for you, and it's like, so there's less depth, and now you're asking me, like, now you're giving me the option to barely play the game, and like, again, I can't stress how bad this runs. So yeah, it's really disappointing. I still had a good chunk of fun. I'm still gonna play some more of it, but the best thing this game did was make me play more Disgaea 5. So
All right. Well,
all right, that would be Willer's cut. Well, you took the cut I was gonna cut. You want to talk about Idol Manager yet, or do you want to talk about what is this one with the V? Valheim? No, that's too early.
No,
for
no,
mine.
we
no,
can't
no,
cut that
I'm
right
not
now.
an idiot. Do we want to talk about the Dyson Sphere project?
I don't even know what that is.
Do we want to talk about it?
all right, that's up to you. Whatever you want to try to do.
All right, let's talk about the Dyson Sphere project. Would you rather us talk about the Dyson Sphere project or
The Dyson Sphere project.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Tell me about it.
try to
It's
cut
both-
that.
It's both
Yeah.
tabs.
Tell me about it.
Or it's both tabs. Dyson Sphere Project is a game where you are a robot sent from Earth to a distant solar system or galaxy. I honestly can't remember. I think it's a solar system. And the goal is basically you want to make a Dyson Sphere, which is like this huge like solar
Ball.
panel thing, a big ball that will absorb all the solar energy from a sun and transfer it to Earth. It's a game about factory management, and you have this 3D space. You're moving around planets to planets, get this materials, and like create shipping lines. I think this game lacks any sort of God, what's the word? Like urgency in the player. I think there's also a mechanic where like your suit can power down, and I think that's a terrible mechanic. I think it's the dumbest mechanic you could have in this type of game, because you should be focused on like making your shipping and your like farming efficient, not that like, oh, I'm about to run out of power on my energy pack. Oh no, now I'm slow, and now I can't get back to Earth or back to the planet where my home base is. It's a very pretty game. It's still I think in early access, but like I don't think they're going to add the things I think will put it to like to level
A higher
1
tier.
to be.
Okay. That makes it.
Me?
Why did I? Yeah, I skipped Tyler
Yeah.
because he picked tabs, right?
So
It's
this is
Bradley
the
Cut.
last game in this tier.
The last game in this tier?
That doesn't mean anything.
It
Really.
doesn't mean anything.
It
but
means
for-
we're
It
cut-
means it's the top of this tier.
It means we're about to cut the 41 best game of the year.
It's the best of the worst. Hear me out. And I did play these Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire.
Not yet.
But they're also an older game.
They are another.
And to be the top one in this tier, I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna have to conserve. I have so many games. I'm gonna have to play really smart. I'll give you Ores.
And I will remember
I
that.
vibe with Bradley on that though, so it takes less away.
He
No!
has a second, he has a second to the
No,
motion.
fuck you, man. You just don't want me to have points.
Exactly, it's a second to his motion.
I'll remember.
We
I'll remember this.
split the difference.
Yeah.
The thing here, I think this is a much more impressive remake. Visually, it looks better than the original. That's one thing I can't say about the Diamond and
dude.
Pearl remakes, is that they objectively look better.
Because I think the DS Diamond and Pearl kind of looks better, but as a remake, I think this is really good.
It's using like the 3D style they use for XY, Sun and Moon, and this one are actually pretty good and a better art style than Sword and Shield, for example.
Oh, no, I agree.
Just because they don't try like to make the textures as realistic, everything looks a little more cartoony, and it looks way better as a result.
They know their limitations. And
That's
they,
the thing. I played this, and I liked it. I think the only reason I would put it this low is because
It is older.
it is both old and a remake.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? That's a great point.
It also had a pretty good post game.
I haven't done it yet, but I know that at Delta, like the way they introduced episode Delta,
That's right.
It's
Yeah.
like genuinely cool. It's like they're like
Yeah.
the production values in this are really cool. One moment that really stuck out with me, I played this game over the entire year very slowly in a Nuzlocke that I just kept to myself. And I remember when I updated y'all early on about what I was doing, and I beat it after I beat like Black and White 2, and I was doing Ultra Sun and Moon. I was like, I was on like the Elite Four. I might as well go finish that.
Yeah.
One thing that's really cool is like they make certain moments really pop. I remember when you're going to go do Kyogre or Groudon, they make that seem really epic in this game. Ooh. And that stood out to me. Like when you're fighting Wally, you're fighting him in this field of flowers. That seems really like a big finale between the kind of bond that you've built with Wally throughout the journey, and then you just stomp his ass.
Yeah.
And his Mega
As
Gallade.
is tradition.
Yeah. And then, like, the Elite Four was good. It is a little easier because you got the TMs, the EXP share, all of that going on. But, yeah. That's a fair point. That's a fair place for it. I do like this game.
No,
It
it's
is
good.
good.
It's a good remake.
It's good. It's just old.
Yeah.
It's a great remake.
Good old remake.
Yeah, it's good, it's old, and it still stands up. If you want a more advanced Pokemon game to play than Let's Go, Sword and Shield or anything,
yeah,
go,
I'd say
go pick up.
that's accurate.
Yeah.
Joe, make a cut.
It's gonna be. And this is the first one in the next year.
This is the 40th best game that we played this year.
This is actually really hard because
It's getting harder.
There's still a select few that are like, these need to be cut.
Thank you, Bradley. I was thinking about what I wanted.
No, I know.
I was thinking about my needs.
I was like, well, it's my turn next. I need to think about this.
I don't know.
I'm gonna push some envelopes here.
Okay.
You shouldn't.
Animal Crossing expansion.
There's no way that's going to go this early.
I'm thinking.
Really?
It is just an expansion.
Okay, but it's doubling the game. That's basically a sequel.
That's where I'm torn up. One, this
is the Iceborne tier.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like, on one hand, it's just an expansion, but on the other hand, this is like a Terraria level expansion where it's like they double the amount of content in the game.
Okay, but here's the thing. With doubling the content, did they fix some of the major glaring UX issues with the game?
Okay,
They
but
did
here's another
actually
thing.
fix a lot, though.
And did they just make the other stuff even better? Because that's a
That's the
positive
thing.
point. We're talking about this too early. We're not talking about that.
Okay.
Fine.
Try again, Joe. How about Scott Pilgrim's still here, and that's a remake.
That is a good.
Tyler barely played this. I almost didn't.
I've almost beat it.
Okay.
Almost.
I'm on the last boss, actually.
Scott Pilgrim is also a very good game.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you play this one, but you have. Okay.
I'm on the last... Have you beat it?
No.
Okay, I'm on the last boss.
But he's played it before, so I think that counts.
Yeah.
Game is hard as fuck.
Dude. Jesus fucking Christ. This game is so fucking hard. Look at there.
Dude.
Oh my... No. Okay. Hold on. Sorry.
I'll give you one if it's tough.
No.
Okay. No one wants to give Willer any points. Y'all, I'm still swimming in games.
I know.
The thing is that I'm gonna push the envelope twice every tier, but I'm not gonna push it again until my next rotation. I think.
Me giving you a game is not pushing the envelope.
Bravely Default 2.
I'll give you some.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon
It's
DX.
close. It's close.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon DX is the next cut.
It is close. It is almost time for Bravely Default. Just not yet.
Just give him his time.
It will be in this tier.
I'm gonna go with an original thought. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Such a shitter!
Joe, you're so original.
I know, right?
I'm getting so
Who
many
would've fucking
points.
thought about that?
I'm swimming in points, boys.
Up.
Right. I'm the only one who played this. It actually came out last year. This is a really good remake of Mystery Dungeon Red and Blue. Have y'all played any Mystery Dungeon games?
I played the original.
I played the demo.
This is a remake of the original.
I played the demo at Walmart back in like 2006.
These games take the Pokemon combat and very accurately transition pretty much every single ability and move into a dungeon crawler. It's actually impressive how well they adapt every single aspect of the Pokemon combat. It is easier than the original because there's unique abilities now that Pokemon are equipped with that'll help. It also lets you gather Pokemon in your party and walk around with a bunch of them, and then at the end of the mission you will get them permanently for your crew as long as you bought the right habitat for them to live in. And it's just good gameplay. The art style is really cool, but at the end of the day, it is a remake, and I haven't beaten it or anything. But I'm definitely gonna play more of this game. It also has a nice feature where you could set it to where they auto explore a floor of the dungeon and stop when they hit an enemy.
Ooh.
And that's really good. I played
good
some of this
UX.
during work while I was doing compiling and stuff, and I would just let them autoplay and then do my work and look over. It's like, okay, let me do this battle, and then I like features like that.
Dude, That's a better version of an auto system compared to this Gaia, where
Compared
it's
to
like,
this Gaia,
where it's like,
it'll do like you can set the AI and it'll literally do
like
the
this
entire
Gaia would
battle.
be good, like move everyone until someone's in range of something.
That would
But-
if it was just that, I would be forced to actually play the game, and
Yeah.
I would prefer it much more.
Oh.
Okay.
These are the kind of games that make me wish Pokemon would just slap their IP on more genres.
Every genre I think Pokemon slaps their IP on turns out pretty solid.
Like I wish
So,
like I feel like
Conquest.
I feel like Final Fantasy does more spin-offs than Pokemon does, and I wish Pokemon would just like
yeah, it does.
They're starting to now.
they're starting to, yeah.
With, like this, like last year we got Cafe Mix and Unite, and
Yeah,
announced,
you know
like,
what?
Well, one of those flopped, but I
Yeah.
digress.
Rip mix. I don't know though. Who cares?
That was Joe's cut, so
Think so.
Tyler.
Am I on an actual cut?
You're on an actual
Here we
You're
go,
an
the
actual
usual
cut.
Tyler.
Usual Tyler.
Doesn't think ahead. Doesn't look at his options.
He's gonna cut fucking
Manages the music like
He's
a
gonna cut
chode.
Ready Pup.
He's gonna need some.
Hell no.
assistance.
I've thought about it.
Hell no.
I knew you were
thought
thinking.
about
I knew you were thinking about it.
I've been thinking about it for a while. So here I am. I am gonna do Scott Pilgrim now.
Okay.
Oh.
I think that's fair.
Dude, this game is so fucking hard.
This game is a fuck you in the ass hard on the easiest
for
difficulty.
no reason. For no reason.
So there is a good reason. I think this game was actually built for arcade cabinets.
Yeah.
Like this is a arcade cabinet difficulty game.
So
Damn.
I played the remake, but I completed 100% the original version of this game.
So you have full.
It's like you're gonna be
opinion
dying
here.
a lot.
yeah.
they want you to
I
put in
ran through the
quarters.
first level about 15 times before I actually beat the game.
That is like arcade cabinet.
And
Yeah.
the soundtrack of this game is
Great.
baller.
Amiguchi. Shu Amaguchi from
Yeah.
13 Sentinels made this soundtrack.
It has a great set of combos and moves. I think every character is very unique. Did they add additional characters to the?
Yes, there's two new characters. There's
Yeah.
Wallace and
Wallace.
Wallace is one of them.
Yeah. But this game is a great, very Castle Crashers type game where you get 4 players going, you're all running around, you're beating things up. But man, is it hard. And,
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of a small setback from it because we have multiple people going around. Like, the bosses in this game, really require you to know what that boss's mechanics are.
I can't imagine playing this game without 4 people, to be honest.
I played this by myself. all
And
the
it sounds
time.
like a terrible time.
Oh, I had a great time.
The duality of man.
It's
ladies
an
and
older
gentlemen.
game.
It is
It
an older
goes
game.
right here.
It is a remaster.
It's a
of an older
remaster
game.
of a game that was taken off of the
So that's a
PlayStation
plus.
Store, which is a huge
Yeah.
plus.
Yeah.
I think.
I played it on Switch just recently, and we made it to all the way to the final boss, and it was 3 a.m. or something. It's very beginner friendly. Like, people can just pick it up and start to play it. It doesn't have a lot of depth to it, and it's nowhere near as stylistic as Castle Crashers is, and it doesn't have that same charm or uniqueness in combat.
I think it's pretty stylistic. It's going for that retro arcade
I've yet to
style.
find a beat 'em up that I actually love. I don't think that genre's for me.
I don't think
Weirdly
that-
enough,
No, I don't
They
think
can feel tedious sometimes.
this one though. I feel
like that's a fighting game
have
for
you
people
played
that
this?
can't play
You've played
fighting
this,
games.
right?
No,
you haven't. I think I recommend.
I
you-
like this song though. I hear this song. All the
Yeah,
time.
the music is. It's a good game. It's just it's old,
I
and
think you
I
should
would
check
say
this game out.
in the terms
If
of
I was gonna try a beat 'em up, I would try River City Girls because that actually
Oh.
seems really cool.
I haven't tried that one or even heard of it, but I was like, there's only 2 beat 'em up games that I know, or there's 2 contemporary beat 'em ups that you should play.
Castle
if any,
Crasher.
Oh.
Castle Crashers and Scott Pilgrim, and then if you play any old beat 'em up, it's
Turtles
the
in
Simpsons
Time.
game or
Oh,
Teenage Mutant Ninja
Simpsons,
Turtles.
yeah.
Turtles
Castle
in Time.
Crashers is a piece of history, man.
River
Yeah.
City Girls is the artwork's really pretty for
The
it.
girls are
and-
very cute.
and
I think
the
this
combat's
game-
cool.
I really like the combat in this game.
Anyways,
But yeah.
that was Tyler's cut, so it's a Weaver cut.
Willer. What's it gonna be? This is a good song.
Yo, yeah, the soundtrack to this game is fire.
I feel like I can't cut anything now without stepping on toes.
I know, we're getting to some dangerous territory right here.
So I'm gonna try out either Hitman 3 or Mass Effect Legendary.
So I didn't play Hitman. Who did?
Joe did.
Joe, you play. So this is Joe's ball. in
I think I
court.
played 2, but not 3.
I play 2. They all play the
What's
same.
it gonna be?
That's the thing. They all kind of play the same. It's just different maps. No, you can say no.
No, I don't think so. I think there are other games on
Okay.
here that I'd rather cut. I really liked Hitman 3.
Such
I
as?
think
Hitman's
it's a
cool.
great
Should we talk about Idol Manager?
cumulative.
If not, I can.
Let's do Scarlet Nexus.
Okay, that's a Joe game.
Alright.
Let's do that.
That's this guy.
Below Humankind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Humankind is an actual good game.
Is it? You didn't seem too
Scarlet
impressed.
Nexus seems cool, but it's got
Scarlet
flaws.
Nexus has a really solid base game design. I think it has a very simple it's kind of like Guardians, where it's got a simple idea for its like powers and like what
Really? The combat seemed pretty hectic, but I might be thinking of Code Vein more than this.
I think you're thinking Code Vein. Because like the idea is like you have two partners that you can switch between their two powers as well as your own powers. Playing the game was really fun. Like when I was in combat and actually fighting things was really fun.
Playing the story.
Literally doing anything else in the game I hate. Watching a cutscene, trying to get to the next mission, trying to figure out where I need to go, trying to even do side missions.
The thing about not liking the story of a game is you feel guilty skipping the cutscene, so you're still gonna go through
You're talking
it.
about Joe. Joe never feels guilty
But, like,
skipping cutscenes.
Really? 'Cause, I mean, if that was the thing, then
usually
Joe
don't-
would have skipped
it's
them.
not
and-
something that I care about, but it's like it's hard to describe where it's like this is supposed to be like an action RPG, so I want to do the side content, but like doing the side content like doing the side content, like I get very confused
like
how far I'm supposed
When
to
you
go
like
with
the
it.
gameplay of a game, but not the story, you feel like you're missing context to the gameplay, so
Yeah.
you don't know how serious this encounter is
You know
because you
how
didn't pay attention.
in Persona, there's the mementos, like kind of side quests that you get,
Yeah.
and you can kind of like do them whenever, but like there's a time
We don't
where
care
each-
much about them.
Yeah. In this game, all your side quests are gated, where if you don't finish it between certain missions, they're
Shit.
gone forever.
Yeah, that's right.
And like, but then some of them continue on until other arcs.
Fair enough.
So it's just like, is this a mission that will be available next in the next arc, or is this the mission that I have to go take care of now? How far do I need to try to get to this mission? Is this a mission might be like get this item? You don't get this item until like arc 3, but we're gonna introduce it in arc 1. So it's like I don't know like what I should be prioritizing, what I should be going after.
So that's my cut,
Yes,
which makes it a Bradley cut.
Brad.
Now, I just want to say, I'm not going to say it needs to go now, but is Monster Rancher getting past this block of 10?
It's probably not
Yeah.
gonna get. I'm not gonna cut it here, but it could be somewhere in this tier.
Okay, keeping that in mind.
If
Okay.
not
Okay,
the
that's
bottom
fine,
of the
that's
next
fine.
one.
I've got eyes on some shit.
Now,
By the way, there's supposed
I'm
to be
not
9.
letting you take certain things
There's
off.
No.
9 in this tier.
I'm not. Oh, there's 9 in this tier.
I'm bad, yeah.
Yeah,
Should be
I'm,
10.
Okay.
I'm keeping track of everything.
Now, I'm not necessarily proposing this for the cut yet. I'm asking a question because I have this game on my wish list on Steam, but only one of us has played it. Joe, how is Humankind? Is it good? Does it go here or does it go higher?
Did Factorio come out last year?
Factorio came out.
A few years ago, I think.
Factorio came out at the beginning of last year, like the 1.0
okay.
came out.
I don't know. How's Humankind? Does that go here? Because I've had my eyes on it, but I'm not sure.
I think for everything that I have here, Humankind goes here.
Okay. Let's
Humankind is a Sid Meier's Civilization competitor game. I played this game. I think I put at least 12 hours into this game.
I've been wanting the Joe review proper. I think.
I think there's a lot here in this game. The problem I have in this game is a problem I have with this developer's. This developer does a lot of other 4X games, but
Okay.
and the problem I have with this game is the same thing I have with all their other games, and that's the combat, which is weird because people like the combat because the way the combat works in this game is you make a stack of troops, and we run into a different stack of troops. It kind of like your troops
Auto battler against
No.
each other? No.
you
Ooh.
expand out and it becomes a turn-based tactical thing where you're moving things like a chessboard kind
Oh.
of. Rather in Civ, where it's like you just right-click and do that unit attack.
That's
I
like
could see,
more
I
interesting
could,
to
I
me.
could see that
Yeah.
being cool at first, but after a while, I might feel like it takes too long.
That's the big issue I have because when you go to war at Civ, it's pretty instant and you can
Yeah.
kind of flow through the combat very quickly. But when this game, every combat requires you to like go in and there's
And do
an
the
auto.
It needs to be where like it goes into chess mode, but they're quick little mini chess games.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
But that's not the way it is.
And the
is
thing
it?
is that like it's not like it gets quicker. You get more units and more stacks, and so like the battles get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just becomes overwhelming. It just becomes overwhelming, and it just really bogs down the game, especially when you get into a war that you didn't even want to be in for the first place. So you're just like, great, I have to deal with this shit now. And whereas in Civ, you would be like, oh god, I'm in a war now, and you reorientate some things and like but it's not going to cut into what you've
Okay.
already been doing.
See, I'm glad I got to hear this before I bought it.
I still think Humankind's a good game. I think, though, if you're looking for a Civ-like game, I don't think people that really like Civ would really like
There's
Humankind.
better substitutes.
Yeah, but I think if you're not getting a lot of, if there's a few things from Civ depth-wise that you're not getting from there, I think go to Humankind, because I think a lot of their other, macro, civilization building systems are really interesting and really cool. The combat, to me, is just what really drags it down.
Very good.
Yeah.
Still on my wish list, but we'll see. But that was mine, I
Make this
think.
40.
Is it Joe?
Make that 40. I
No,
don't like how
why?
I did this.
No,
I want to make
no.
it. I want to.
Don't change it.
I want to be 10 in each tier.
Don't change it. Don't change it. Put the shit back.
Oh, it is 9 in each tier, isn't it?
It needs to be 10.
That's because you did this shit.
No, I did that shit.
No, that was
I
Willer.
did
We
this
did it 4 to 10.
Oh,
asses.
yeah.
It'll look bad.
What did
It'll
I
be
change
bad.
then?
You changed. We had this as.
Put that there.
Okay.
Stop. This is going to be fine.
So this is 40, 39. That's the 36
Yeah.
best game. Joe, what's your cut?
Oh, this is my cut.
Yeah, you loud asshole.
Monster Rancher.
Yeah, fuck it.
Alright.
And,
Probably-
Pro quo.
I won't go too long on it because we had an episode on the podcast about it.
Recently.
I did not see this DX port of these games coming to the Switch.
Until it was out.
Kind of came out of nowhere. Like, they announced it and a couple weeks later it was out. It was kind of insane. I really, really loved the Monster Rancher games growing up, though I mostly played 3 and 4 on the PS2. So it was kind of my first time with these two, actually. And for the most part, still the same. Though the art style of the entire kind of franchise took a overhaul in Monster Rancher 3. So these are a little more realistic looking, and Monster Rancher 3 is like very cute and cartoony. These games are really, really fun. Like I said, we talked about it on the episode where we talked about it. Within monster raising games, it feels a really fun niche. These two games in particular, I feel like there's just too many things they kept hidden from the player.
Yeah, that was your main complaint.
To where, like, if you were playing these before the internet came out, you would probably be missing out on, like, half the content of the game.
That's a lot of content.
And they couldn't perfectly replicate the unique system of getting monsters.
But I
That's the
still
thing.
like what
Yeah.
they did, though.
Because, like, part of the fun of Monster Rancher 3 was me saying, like, oh my god, I read online that the Spider-Man 2 DVD gives you this rare monster, but I don't have it. But I know my friend Tyler across the street has it, so I'll ask him for Spider-Man 2 DVD and get the monster. And this you can just...
Tyler traded it to Willer.
Yeah.
So you gotta go hunt him down.
So in
also a pain
you
in the
know,
ass.
in the remake, since you can't put discs in your Switch, you just type in the name of a song.
But being a pain in the ass is kind of the charm.
It's
Yeah.
a bit of a charm when you're a child and you have no
Yeah.
money. When you are an adult and have money and no
That's the
time.
thing.
Unless you're a weird
I have
adult.
virtually no discs anymore.
Yeah.
So
All right.
I think that's where it goes. This is
Monster
perfect.
Rancher. It's Tyler cut. Oh, it's
It-
my cut?
It's time. I'll let it go. Bravely Default 2.
Damn.
Really?
That was my next go for, I think.
Yeah. So,
I heard a lot of complaints about this game throughout the year. Not just on the podcast, but like
Yeah, we had to hear about this one in personal life.
Disney.
I just, I don't know what it is.
Combat seems solid.
No. That's actually the worst part about it. So they do a real-time system. What's it called?
ATB.
They do an ATB system. And the previous Bravely Defaults were all a...
Turn rate?
it was all you input all of your commands and then everybody goes at once. With the new ATB system, you can't tell the turn order on anything, which it's reminiscent of Final Fantasy IV, but you can't see the enemy's ATB bar.
That's how the Final Fantasies are, yeah.
But it's like when we have new games like Octopath, I would rate Octopath higher than this, and I did not like Octopath.
Yeah.
But Octopath is a very nice battle system with weaknesses, turn orders,
Yeah,
like
it's more controlled.
combos. It's just like, why would it? It just feels like such.
I think I would like this combat system, but I also think these games are so fucking grindy. Like, cause like technically you don't need levels to beat something, but you do need job levels because that's where the strategy comes in.
I feel like this one's I've never really had to grind too much. In
this
the
one had
other ones.
XP items.
Yes, this one has XP items, but I still feel like it's grindier.
Shit.
Getting the job levels up is a lot easier. in this
Okay,
one.
that's what used to be
Yeah.
a blocker for me.
But my god, so the music's good. The classes, I didn't even get to the interesting ones. Like, I started to get to ones like Gambler, which in order to unlock this class in a side quest, you had to actually play this entirely separate card game. And I was like, yo, this is so cool. And I did it, and then I had to go back to the real game, and I was like, I fucking hate this. I don't want to do it anymore.
The old Final Fantasy VIII.
And just to top it all off, my god, is this game fucking ugly.
Oh my god.
This game is so ugly. I would rather look at Nintendo 64 graphics.
No, hold on. Keep going.
That's it. Like, I don't want to end this on a good note about this game. This game is just fugly as shit.
Yeah.
Fuggy.
You know,
Our main blank slate character is even worse than our other blank slate characters in the other game. Like, this guy sucks compared to Tiz.
man, Tiz is cool. I haven't finished. Like, I played a lot of Bravely
I think I'm
Default
just
1.
older now. Like, I played the first games when I was like a teenager.
No, that game had good writing. I played that game 2 years
glad
ago.
I'm not crazy, but
No.
yeah, I hate these
Bravely
characters.
Default 1 has good writing, even though it relies on the pervert Sanji trope.
That's
But-
not.
Yeah, I hate these characters.
Down here.
I find really nothing interesting about them at all.
Oh, like I was trying to do.
That's it. That's it. It's Willer's cut now.
32, 33, 34, 35.
And we're gonna count first. We're gonna figure out Willer.
Wheeler.
One apple.
All right, my cut. I feel like I should cut one of mine.
Joe, we should have put that wine in the fucking fridge beforehand.
Yeah.
You should go do that
This
now.
one's pretty bad.
Yeah.
How are we feeling? I know it's my cut, but
It's a cab. That's why.
I don't
It's
know.
an entirely
my
different
games are just
flavor.
so
I don't know
good. I'm
about
sorry. I played good games and y'all didn't.
GTFO.
Okay, yeah. How we feel about GTFO? It doesn't have to go. I'm just asking how do we feel about it. Because I feel like Hitman 3, Miles Morales, these are games that people aren't that
I
passionate
present
for.
you with an alternative.
Okay.
Mario Party Superstar.
Not yet.
No.
What about Idol Manager?
Joe, don't tell me it goes this slow. I want to have hope.
No, I still believe in Island.
I want that to be a good. I want that to be a good game.
I guess I have to yield. I'll talk about
You don't
GTFO.
have to yield. I'll
No,
figure
I'll yield to
something
you.
out.
I'll yield. It's
I just play such good games. I don't know what to
The
say.
other thing is that like you played this for a little bit and then you kind of dropped it. and
So
then
what
you
is
go back to it.
GTFO again?
So GTFO is a highly cooperative first-person
Zombie game.
horror shooter.
Yeah,
No,
horde.
not zombie. It is a horror shooter. So in this game, you go around tactically, and you are prisoners in this. You're in this fucked up prison system, and you're sent into this derelict spaceship in order to like either find some information that's needed by the higher ups. They need some resources like batteries or something, and the objectives are always different. And then as you go through the mission, you can obtain new side objectives that will like give you that you can make it more challenging, and you'll get better rewards and stuff. It's cooperative in the sense that to a point, like a lot of the way you're going to be crawling through, the audio design is done really well and it's very creepy vibe. Flashlights are actually very important and lighting is too, to the point where like flashlights disturb the enemies. Like every enemy in this game is like a Left 4 Dead witch, where it will fuck you up like really bad. But they're all like huddling on the ground until you disturb them. Flashlights disturb them, but there's like glow sticks you can find, and you can go into a pitch black room and you can throw glow sticks around to like light up the room to help you see them better, and you can like mark enemies that way. And then like you and like 3 of your friends, like there's one guy who's like got a radar and he's like holding it up and he's like, okay, there's 4 enemies in this room. One of them is really far away. We can take out the other 3. So your other 3 friends get out their melee weapons, and then you go 1, 2, 3, and then you bonk them all on the head and kill them. And like you have to be that synced up in order to like progress in
That's
this game.
cool. That seems really fun.
It is very fun. 1.0 just came out. The devs for this team have done a really good job at updating the game. And like on top of all that, they're gonna keep continuing to add on to it. Like this is just like this is what we think the game is at a good point. The guns are really fun to play. There's long range, short range, and the resource scavenging in this game is a lot of fun. Like you have to go find these batteries at some point, and then you're like, okay, Bradley needs a shit ton of health. So then you have to hack into a terminal and use like terminal code. Like you have to basically use like command prompt.
Yeah, command prompt.
To like find items in the game, and you can't even look at the UI. Like back and forth, you have to
like
like
a nice hardcore game. Like it's not
Yes.
for baby.
and you mentioned horde mode. If you get to a point to where there's a horde in this
fucked up.
game, You fucked up.
Cool.
You are going to die. It is very hard.
Cool.
Like you're supposed to, you play the game to thin out hordes before they become hordes and stuff like that.
It's not even that. Like,
Yeah.
there's some points
don't wanna
like
make hordes.
to like
exactly.
get the last battery or something or progress through a locked door. It's like, oh, you're gonna unlock this door and the alarm's gonna go off. And then not only does it make it like, and it's like, oh, okay, so you're gonna fight a horde here. But here's the thing about the hordes: to turn the alarms off, there are certain spots around you have to like go. I'm gonna call it the conquer mechanic, where you stand in a circle zone to like take control of it, and they are like scattered around the room, so it makes you split up your group so you don't all just huddle in one corner, and then you have to go back again. And it's like it may only show one point, and then it'll show the next point, and then the next point, and you have to move as a group in unison together. It is a lot of fun.
A lot of teamwork. Cool.
Yeah, a lot of teamwork.
Cool
Good
game. It is our 35th-ish, 4th-ish game of the
And
year.
it's Willer?
It is your cut now.
Me?
My friend. It is your. I just cut GTFO.
Man.
It's. I could see 2 games that get cut before we start upsetting people.
I know. Hear me out. Are we playing the fucking
Here we
Street Fighter
go.
I'm using now?
That's the 35th game.
Thank you. I'm already bracing for
There
it.
was a Street Fighter
Now-
game at the place we went to.
Don't do it, bro.
This is my same kind of philosophy as before.
Those Bradley, come on, man.
Good game,
Bradley, come on, man.
but it's old. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
No!
Which, like, you could sway me, possibly, but you gotta, like, really mean it.
Okay, you can cut Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
But give us a good eulogy.
This-
I want you. I know how much you enjoyed this.
This game lit a
game
fire.
fucked.
This in Black and White 2 really made me think that Pokemon still has it.
You were going nuts on these.
We're
first
just
few
kind
years.
of missing it a little bit in these recent entries, but I have faith that we will get this quality again. This is let's get the negative out of the way. This game in the start has so many fucking cutscenes, but that's not all. In the middle, you get a lot of gameplay, but at the end, there's also a shit ton of cutscenes.
But those are the good cutscenes.
But I will say, like, the story's cool in this game.
Yeah.
And there's my Guzma theme. Guzma's my fucking boy.
Guzma's cool.
The Pokemon variety.
Oh, it's so
in
good.
That means
Ultra
so
Sun
much
and
to me.
Ultra Moon.
The first island you're on
amazing.
has more variety in it than the
Than
entirety
all of Diamond and Pearl,
Yeah.
I feel
Yes.
like. Like, you're getting Pokemon from each region, you're running into the new ones from that region, you're like, what the fuck is this? That region's got great types.
That's so
And then
cool.
even the trainers you go against
You're
have.
Willer and I started nuzlocking this earlier. If you follow,
I
us.
also nuzlocked and,
Joe.
and I was
Joe
the scout.
lost.
but he had fun.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
I was just the scout, which was the. bad move on my
Some of the
part.
trainers in this game are fucking hard
Yeah.
using Nuzlocke mechanics.
Don't fight old people.
Do not fight old people in Alola. That's the takeaway of this. Like, this is the hardest Pokemon game, and even if you're playing this normally, you're still gonna, like, sweat a little bit in the battles, which is about as much as you can expect. And, you know, I'm a little harsh on Pokemon when I think about it, because, like, I'm playing other JRPGs, it's like, it's not like I'm taking over 3 tries to beat any boss in a JRPG. I just have to, like, rethink a little bit or grind.
Yeah.
So, like, it's kind of fucked up that I expect Pokemon to be harder than a normal JRPG,
True.
but they're also usually way easier. I think this is on level. This feels like more like a JRPG than it does a generic Pokemon game.
So don't feel wrong.
Yeah.
I do feel bad with it being here because even not just among us online, this game has an amazing reputation.
It's like people who play this game, they'll talk about the cutscenes, but they don't really have much bad to say about the difficulty or the
Yeah.
variety or the trainers. Like, this is the best designed trainers. Like, they all look amazing. The totem battles are fantastic. 2v1 against you is a fun way to spice up Pokemon.
I remember when the original Sun and Moon came out, like. I was one of the people who was pissed at first. I'm like, what do you mean no gym battles? But after my first totem battle, I was like, I'm over it.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I was the same way.
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to, like, you have 6, they have 2 against your 1 at a time. You will win, but you could also feasibly lose these.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So it's fine. It's a 2018
All
game.
I'm
I'm not
saying-
going to get too into it. But also the environments in this game are so well lived in. Like, they do a lot of set dressing that they didn't even do in Sword and Shield that much. Sword and Shield has its areas that look pretty, but, like, there's an area in this Pokemon game called Po Town. It's a poor ghetto town where Team Skull lives, and it's perpetually raining there when you're playing through it. and you're going through their mansion, and just the way the mansion's designed, their Poké Center is run by Team Skull, and they charge you for heals.
What the fuck?
Because they're that poor. It's so really, like, I was blown away. And then you fight Ultra Necrozma, and it's a genuine boss-ass Pokemon. All fucked up my team. I had so much fun.
Man, how cool.
Yeah. Alright, that's a Joe cut next.
Oh, I'm
Damn.
next.
What's it gonna be?
I'm getting my yelly self. I'm
Y'all.
sorry I'm so loud.
All right,
No,
time to
y'all,
push
we're-
the envelope again. Like I
We're,
usually
we're
do.
getting some nasty here.
No, not yet, Joe.
Eternal Returns. I want to point out that y'all mainly do not play this anymore.
You know
That
what?
doesn't mean I don't like it. I put, like...
It has
If I-
extremely long wait times.
Just because you play League of Legends every day and I don't play Eternal Return every day doesn't mean I don't like Eternal Return.
No, I think it's a good place.
Yeah.
I-
I think this game is very unique.
It's not impossible, man, and I'm the one who plays it the most.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, I'm not spending points. I was doing this for you,
I know.
bitch.
I think
Whatever.
this game is very
No,
unique.
I appreciate it.
I think we've all touched this game out once. I realized
This
this
game
was,
came in hot.
Yeah.
This was the game I realized I do not like the Battle Royale genre in general. So I think that was the final submit, where it was just like, I want to try
Yeah.
a game that, like, is an FPS, do a Battle Royale. Really don't like it. I think the only closest thing is
The right
TFT,
one go down.
and even then, that's like whatever.
Man, so I'm probably the one who has the most hours on this, and I still do play it like maybe once a week with whenever there's people online who want to play it.
Yeah.
Obviously, and this isn't something I want. This isn't where most of my points are coming off the game for. The wait times are terrible, but here's the thing: this game has not officially released yet. This is an open beta. So
Also, there's so much content. We're
Yeah.
like, let's be real. This is a game.
next year, when it's out properly, I might propose it go back on this.
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
If you guys want to fight to put something back on, I could allow it.
And dude, I really do love this game. I think it's fucking awesome. Honestly, the only reason I don't play it more is because the queue times are so low, because so few people play the beta. Like, whenever queue times are low, I will play this every day of the week, but once they start getting bad again, I'm like, I'll just play something else. Now, there's two things I can knock against this game. One thing that I originally was praising the game for is that, like, the roster started out small, but they still have a character coming out, like, every 2 weeks, which is really fun and exciting, because
Yeah.
you're constantly getting to go, like, oh man, like, a new character. I can't wait to see what new... I can't wait to see what new, like, character design visually, but also gameplay-wise they've come out. And they have been doing pretty good, and I feel like every character is very distinguishable to a point. Now, a character coming out every 2 weeks compared to League's, like, maybe 5 a year, I think it actually might be the case I like League strategy more now.
I disagree.
I liked the rapid fire of Eternal Return at first when there was way less characters. But League, for each character, they try to figure out, like, what is the power fantasy for playing this character.
a different corner to push the envelope in.
Yeah, and this, like, because in League, like, every character has a different power fantasy, and I've gone on rants about this before, maybe even on the podcast, where, like, the Mordekaiser power fantasy is bringing someone into your realm. The Zoe power fantasy is one-shotting someone from 2 screens away. You know, the Jin power fantasy is, like, someone's trapped in your zone while you're shooting, kind of, and you
Yeah.
can't get away. In this game, new characters will come out, and to a degree, they have different play styles, but I don't feel like that big of a distinction between some of the ADCs, and like that big of a distinction between some of the mages.
It's actually interesting you say that, because we play 3 MOBAs among all of us.
Yeah.
I would put League at 3rd and Eternal Return at 1st as far as making movesets. I think the characters in this game have such fun movesets, and, like, League functions a lot on the competitive aspect
Yeah.
of what their moveset has, to where sometimes you'll have less flashy attacks, and it's more like about their numbers and, like, their scaling and their side effects. In this game, I feel like every character has, like, very flashy moves, and that's something that Pokemon Unite also has for it. And I kind of like, I much prefer these character designs to League. And the thing is, they go for generic anime, but at least they stick to that theme to where
Yeah.
it doesn't ever upset me. I feel like they're making good generic anime.
And you know what? I should note that complaint I just had about, like, the movesets for new characters. That's how I felt for most of the duration this beta has been out. But the past few characters, I will admit, I think have gotten better. They've gotten more creative with the
Like,
moveset.
I don't know. There's a character like, for example, I bet you're sleeping on William. William was a baseball guy. I think he has super fun moves.
I thought you were sleeping on the guy who takes photos. This is auto attacks.
That's
pretty
fun.
cool.
Like,
Yeah.
dude.
And that's the thing. He scales with how much vision you have.
That's so cool. That's so fucking cool. My problem with this game is that I do think there's a random element that does get to me. You can minimize it by knowing things, but you spawn in an area, and it just so happened that everyone else that spawned with you took all the rubies in that area.
I'm gonna add
What are
on
you
to
gonna
that.
do?
So like, everybody has always complained since the dawn of time. League of Legends the biggest problem you can have in a MOBA is random chance.
Yeah.
Which like, before crit chance has never been too big of an issue, but it's always like Tryndamyre's #1 problem that it's like it's passive. But like when you add random chance on top of random chance,
Like evasion.
yeah, like
Jesus.
when you
Yeah.
add these percents onto percents, it becomes a little bit iffy. And like some games can be really bummer because like you're just like, I didn't get to finish my main weapon this entire game.
And like
which
I
is,
even
your
checked the
main
sub
item.
areas and like.
Yeah, even if you
It's
have
rough.
backup routes, like
And like you have to be really knowledgeable like Bradley to be able to manage those situations. But I've
Yeah.
watched games where even knowledgeable Bradley
That's
runs
the
into
thing.
the
Like,
problem.
I'll usually push back against what they're saying. Oh, you can minimize the random chance, but even I'll admit, like, sometimes you do just kind of get fucked.
there is a
And-
really high skill cap,
And the
like
thing
skill ceiling.
And
to
because this
game.
is such a heavy, if you're playing in 2 or 3, if there's a stinker on your team, it's pretty heavily bringing the team
Yeah.
down. And it feels pretty bad when I'm stinker and I'm often stinker boy.
I think also like with the random chance, the way you kind of minimize that to like force everyone to spread out is you randomize everything, but then you lower the skill of like what you're
Of
doing.
knowing the area, like what's the point of an area
Yeah.
if like I guess the
it,
layout's
it
different.
ties
but-
into the battle royale mechanic of
Yeah.
first to find the loot. Like that becomes like a
But
how
the thing
quick can
is,
you loot
in a
thing.
shooter, you can jump someone who found the good loot and maybe win. In
You
Eternal
don't-
Return,
you don't really
fights
skill
are
in a shooter.
fights are really skill based
Yeah.
in Eternal Return, and if you don't have the items, you will eventually come
No.
out
They
on top.
do find almost a good balance in it. Eternal Return is unique and fun, but it is
There's a side
Dude,
mode
it
in the
has rough
future.
modes.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're making it, but I believe that somewhere along the line they're gonna make a mode that's gonna make me obsessed with this game.
Now, here's
because
the
I think
thing.
the base movesets are so good.
Here's my main complaint with the game, and honestly, this complaint's the only reason I'm letting it get this low. If it wasn't for this complaint, even with the other stuff, I'd probably push for it to be in the 11
Yeah.
to 20. This complaint, I've even talked with this about Ryan before. I feel like in this game, the item diff is way bigger than the skill diff. I feel like if I was playing League, even if I was like an item up, even if I was an item or two up on Faker, I feel like he would destroy me.
Yeah.
But in this game, even if you're an item up on a pro player, you will annihilate them. And I'm saying that because we've done it.
Yeah.
The pool of players that play this is so small that me and Ryan will play against people who are in like the top ranks or top level streamers. And if you're an item up,
That's
the fights
thing.
are not even
You
close.
just happen to get your item faster, and like now you're in, like. I would love this game. I would keep it the same way, but make items a little less like not even like a moderate amount less impactful. Make them more like it's not about the stats they give, but the utility they give, and that's a
Yeah.
much more interesting
I feel like
game.
the item diff is just too big.
Okay, let's move
So
on.
yeah, we talked a lot about that. But
that
you
was
know,
Joe's cut.
That was my cut.
yeah.
That makes the Tyler cut.
It's a Tyler cut. I know what I'm cutting.
What are you cutting?
No.
I know what I'm cutting.
No.
Monster Hunter Rise.
Okay.
Oh. Tell me about
I'm
it.
saying okay.
Damn, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think the only reason why
Damn though, yeah, but it's such a good game.
it's a
but
very
also like
good game, but world exists.
let's
But
hurt.
it's not a good. But it's not
Look,
better.
we all have things we want to fight for more.
Yeah.
Let's just cut our loss here.
I played the least amount of Monster Hunter Rise. I didn't even beat it.
I played the second amount. Joe played the most.
yeah.
Yeah.
Joe beat it literally the weekend we bought it.
I beat the solo campaign.
Yeah.
but
I
not, yeah,
just-
but that's not the Fly
Yeah.
Boy. That takes
Yeah.
a while.
Y'all, I fucking hated playing this on the Switch.
This
I hated playing this on the Switch
I didn't have any
so
issue.
much.
now that Bradley's out of the room, I can say you just shouldn't put 3D games on the Switch unless they're made by Nintendo.
Yeah,
The
like,
Switch should be made for 2D games or 3DS style.
It should
3D.
just be a Game Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's good at being that, but it just cannot handle like It runs fine, but I need it to run and look better.
It's coming out on the
Because-
PC. Rumor has it.
Maybe
No, it's already announced.
if we can get
Okay.
like Trevor or Austin to play with us, maybe we should play on the PC.
Kelsey will play. Yeah, she'll try.
I'd rather her play World with us. She has a PS4.
Yeah, like she already started the tutorial for World. We just need to play it.
If-
Why play anything else when we could just be playing
I
Monster
feel like
Hunter World?
Trevor would love Monster Hunter if we play this one with
Yeah.
him. Is what I'm
I
saying.
I will say, like, I think a big point against this for us, the three of us, the Monster Hunters, is
That's
the,
us.
is the fact that World exists, and because I recently went back and played World just for like I was up playing, I was like,
Yeah.
fuck it, I want to play.
And now he's got a PS5, so World runs
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
And it's just like playing that game. It's like fuck, man, it's good.
Yeah.
Period. Like there's but like it's
I feel bad for the studio because they literally can't make a Monster Hunter World better.
In fact,
Monster
like
Hunter game better than World.
the fact that
yeah.
it runs so well on the Switch is actually still insane.
Yeah.
But there's also design decisions that I don't like. The mounting system makes a monster showing up a boon instead of a nightmare. The weapon arts are very imbalanced and make you a little too
cool,
strong.
but
The
they're-
wire bug it makes you
Wire
too
bug.
safe.
Yeah.
The lance sucks in this game, so that is a personal knock against me. I fucking hate playing
Speaking of the
Lance.
Wirebug, because like I played Rise and then I didn't go back to World for a while, and then went back to World, and like in World you can't do the Wirebug trick of just immediately jumping out again.
You have to make the read of like, do I stay on the ground or do I get up and potentially die?
In
That's a
addition
good
to
read.
with the clutch claw and like the wounding aspect, there's a gambling in a skill mechanic to that too. Of like, this monster does not move this monster part during this attack. I can go in and weaken it and be able to attack it. So
Yeah.
there's still like a skill and decision making that's happening there. Whereas I feel like the arts that you get in World with your Wirebug, like
They're just safe. You're invincible for most of them. Like,
Yeah.
And here's the thing: we like the clutch claw more than most Monster Hunter players. I would
Yeah.
say.
yeah.
But that's because they're like.
It's just it requires a lot more decision making and a lot more thought of deciding of what you're doing. I think.
Good music. We're playing a song from it. I like the music in this
Music
one.
is-
I also really like the new monsters from this one.
I
Let me bring up
like-
the positives.
Yeah, I like the aesthetic in this game a lot.
That's,
Like,
yeah.
and the monsters are really cool. It's just all of the actual like hunter systems. I feel like were not as good as.
And also, everyone being able to bring a pet is actually not good.
Not as good as we thought it was.
Because oh my god, maybe it'll be a little better.
well,
if-
no, it's because the cats got nerfed in this game.
That's not the issue. The issue is the effects
I mean,
are quick. You can't tell what's happening in with eight people on the screen.
Correct, because the Switch has a tiny screen.
Yeah.
But also,
I play on the DTV.
Yeah,
what
but
are you
also,
talking about?
cats did get nerfed because all the environments were designed for dogs.
That's not a nerf. The people play with cats in high
Yeah.
rank.
Yeah,
If you play, you can get around faster than on.
The
a
actual
dog,
problem
to
is
be
the
honest.
visual clutter.
Yeah.
But anyways, I bet Bradley's happy that this didn't go too far.
Also, but that being said, Sunbreak is coming out this year, in 2022. and
Sunbreak is enough to make this come back next year.
But
Because World
Sunbreak
was-
needs to come out at the same time as on PC as it does on Switch.
It won't.
I know,
They don't do that.
but
The thing
So that's
is,
gonna
I
come
may
back.
not even touch Sunbreak, unfortunately,
Yeah.
just because like it
That's
depends.
saying a lot.
It depends how bored I am.
you hear that? That's
Yeah.
from Willer.
Yeah, that's
known
from-
Monster Hunter Willer. So
I birthed these two boys.
But imagine playing Monster Hunter World with none of the ice board mechanics in it.
Still a great game.
But like,
No, still a great game.
it's still a good game. But like imagine no clutch call.
People will say that's better.
They're wrong.
I think we might go home and play Monster Hunter.
All right, that's a Willer cut now.
Yeah, and so
What are you thinking, Bradley? Do you have a suggestion?
see a lot of these from here on out are.
He cut Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
It's a Willer cut now.
Wait, it's a Willa cut now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just wait
Do you
for it.
have a suggestion? You have thoughts?
Oh, I don't know. I was about to say like.
Is it idle manager time yet?
This is the
No.
last one for this tier, by the way.
Bradley, I think it's time to sacrifice.
Sacrifice. What the fuck you
I
talking
think
about?
we take our child and throw it.
No.
I think we take the child and put it.
You
where
guys
it
have a
needs to be.
child?
No,
No, there's no
remember
way.
how much problems there were this year with the 1 year anniversary, the way they've handled things,
Oh,
the
shit.
controversies surrounding
Put it
But
being able to
are you
give player.
You
back to
did
the
this
players.
last year. You did this. You cut Monster. You cut Genshin at 29 and 30. I swear to God, and you do this every year, even though y'all play 200 hours of this every year. Ask yourself how
Just
cool.
because you drink a lot of alcohol doesn't mean alcohol's good for you.
That's the thing. I played like 3 times as much
Bradley?
Genshin as I played games on my Switch last year.
Bradley, Wind Waker Island, that only you got to play in the world.
That was so cool. None of y'all got to play.
And
with.
the cool lightning boss that I saw a screenshot of.
What? I beat
No,
it.
there was a special event that was only during the
yeah,
summer,
the
right
Wind Waker
before. It was a
Islands. Okay, I
continent you
remember.
could only go to during that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
But it's my cut,
I'm
by the
100%
way.
sure.
You're 100% sure we cut Genshin at 30.
Oh wait, no, I was 100% sure about the island.
It'd be 31, by the way.
I would
Jesus.
want it to go higher,
Okay, we can do higher.
I'll sacrifice something.
but it ain't gonna go.
I'll
like,
sacrifice
It's not gonna go.
It's
like
in the
way
next
up there.
tier.
It's not gonna. It's in
Wait,
the next
Idle
tier, I
Manager,
think.
you want to keep going?
It's in the next tier.
Everybody brings up Idle Manager, and Joe's the only ones that played it.
I'm excited for it.
Now here's the thing: there's games only I played, but
Yeah, but everybody has-
don't need me right now. I'm genuinely passionate about the ones that only I played.
I'm not memeing about Idle Manager either.
all right.
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
saying, I'm genuinely
Last year,
not.
I'm the only one who played Pathological.
Okay.
I got the 2.
I'm cool with cutting
What about Devil May Cry?
Devil May
5?
Cry 5
Yeah.
Special Edition.
Whoa.
Now, Devil May Cry 5 is my favorite game of 2020, even though 2 games went above it last year, which
And
is
you
Monster
agree that
Hunter.
with the second place one
Now,
probably should have
in
been first.
retrospect, Iceborne was so fucking good that you're right. I don't know why I was so hard on Iceborne, just because it was a DLC.
But I also think Death Stranding was worthy.
Death Stranding is like very unique, so I'm not mad.
Yeah.
Devil May Cry was actually my favorite game this year. I just played this earlier today some more too. The thing is, this game only adds Virgil as a playable character.
Yeah.
It's got Virgil's cool theme. And it also adds Legendary Dark Knight mode, where it spawns like a Muso level of enemies in the stages. Not quite, but like the stages have a lot more enemies.
Yeah.
It's Devil May Cry 5. It does have a knock against it. It doesn't have save transfer.
That's
so
huge.
when you're playing Devil May Cry, you have to do these side missions in each mission to be able to get your blue orbs and your purple orbs that raise your health and your Devil Trigger gauge. And you kind of have to do those if you're going to go tackle the harder difficulties or the Bloody Palace, which is the big 100 mission gauntlet that you have to do. I had to do that again. So I had to beat this game again with, I did it with the normal cast just to be able to like have the health to play Virgil. And I think that's enough for me to like put it down here, even though this game is fucking fantastic. If you have a PS5, get this game.
That being said,
Also that-
while we were sitting here, we were playing it, I was like, all right, this game exists. And then I think I bought it for like $20.
Yeah, it's on sale right now.
$30.
It's a fantastic game. Virgil's playstyle is very different.
Yeah.
I unlocked a move. Like, I realized his playstyle is like just doing boss supers if you have enough concentration gauge. You just have to buy all the boss moves. Because I just bought a move with the fist where he does a huge ground pound that does an explosion if you have enough concentration.
All right.
Very cool. Dante's still like the most insane
It's
character to
insane, man.
control ever, and I love it.
That serves an actual sync.
All right, we're on the top 30 video games of this year that we played.
Bradley,
Yeah.
kick us off.
And Bradley's kicking us off.
And see, you know, a lot of from here on out, I might have to be asking about games that I haven't played that
Yeah.
someone else has played. Like, how do you really feel?
I think
about
also this is. I think this tier and the next tier, the 2 tiers where everyone's a little bit more lenient about their placement.
'Cause hear me out.
Because like the bottom 2, you don't want your good games to be there, but now you're like, maybe I'm happy to be here.
Because like,
Resident Evil 3 got too far.
Nah.
what do you think about Resident Evil 3?
I think Resident Evil 3 would be a great place here.
Okay,
Okay,
cool. Let's
fuck
do
it.
it.
Let's go. That'll be mine.
This is a great game that I bought as a dual pack for
Okay.
PlayStation 4. I got for $30 for both 2 and 3 remakes. 2 is one of the best.
2's fantastic. It got pretty high 2019 for
Yeah.
us.
Is 3X gonna give it to you?
No, that's
No,
2.
that's
Okay.
3.
3 is Tyrant gonna give it to you,
Yeah.
but you're gonna give it more to him.
So
actually.
I think 3 for the deal I got was 100% worth its price. It's visually stunning. It's very quick
Oh,
to
yeah.
play. It's just Resident Evil 2 additional levels basically. I think I can understand the disappointment people have with 3, but playing it I had a great time. And like, there's not really a lot more else to say that it's just Resident Evil 2, but additional, just more levels of
in
Resident
the
Evil
scale of action and horror,
It's
that
more
the Resident
action.
Evil, it's maybe the most action we've had in since like 5 or 6.
I did not feel like nearly as there's like one section in this game where I felt very tense, and there's like a maze you have to go through, and like everything is like camouflaged and shit.
That's cool.
It's really fucked.
Also, this seems particularly short, like even shorter than 2.
I beat it in like a day and a half.
Yeah.
So I think like if you ever see it for like $20, $25, $30, it's worth just playing as a Resident Evil fan.
Yeah, we'll see. I gotta play fucking Omori one day.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I need to play that too. It came out on Switch recently.
But
It's coming out on Switch.
Is it? Oh, is it not out yet?
I don't think if it was out yet, I would have paused this. Anyways,
damn.
Anyways,
I want to play it too.
I love Jill in this game. I really want to see Jill in the next Resident Evil game that comes out. This modern Resident Evil game, and I think it's just a beautiful game and
She's
a
a
great
babe.
time. And you want stars? I'll show you fucking
I'll show
stars.
you fucking stars. All right, Tyler.
It's me? Y'all, I'm gonna try for it again.
All right.
Mario Party Superstars.
I will allow. But no. This is a Mario Party
That he actually enjoys.
that I bought. That's the first one I've ever bought.
That's where you made your first mistake.
No.
I say you're biased because you paid money for it. You haven't paid money for other ones.
I paid
in the
money
past.
for it because it looked good and I'm having fun. I've played Mario Parties that y'all owned and I was bored to shit. I'm sorry to say. Every other Mario
I'm
Party
just
sucks.
saying, do you like this Mario Party more because you paid money for it?
I like this Mario Party because it's the only one I enjoyed ever.
Dude, and that's not just from Willer. Me and Joe grew up with Mario Party, and before the podcast started, I was like, I think this is the best Mario Party ever made.
So did I.
I think it's the
So
best
you're saying
Mario
the
Party.
best Mario Party ever is a 29 tier.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Pick another game.
Fine.
Bradley doesn't have much left on the list also.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did we cut Genshin Impact?
Not yet, but we're
Okay.
thinking about it, man.
Yeah, we were
thinking
We went
about
through
it.
a lot of talks with it.
Maybe not.
I just had to double check.
How do you feel about Hitman 3?
Yeah.
I think Hitman 3 is fine.
Because
here.
I think we
Because
talked
I
about it
haven't
earlier.
played it, and you were I've heard it's really good,
Oh.
but it's still just.
it's the best Hitman that's ever been made.
But it's still I've heard it's still Hitman.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like it's just more Hitman. That's it.
You're right. They don't add a lot of additional like gimmicks or anything to the game.
How do you feel about that last stage? I hear that last stage sucks ass.
That last stage
On
is
a train, right?
Is
Is
a
that this
big
game?
departure from the series.
Yeah.
But I kind of also get what they were going for. Is that like the Hitman 3 is the wrap up of this 3-game trilogy, so it kind of concludes that entire storyline. Really, the last level of this game is the one before it. This last one's more of a cinematic kind of thing that you're going through.
Which is not Hitman.
Which
Hitman's
is
all
not-
about being wide
yeah.
and just doing
Yeah,
jank shit
exactly.
and throwing suitcases at
Exactly,
people.
and I can understand why Hitman fans like that. I played that, and I was like, oh, whatever. I was like, okay, this is a decent ending to this, and it wraps because like it'd be weird to have this kind of story, and then it just ends on like a big wide level, and you walk away. It's like you did it. You killed the last guy.
Yeah.
I think this was a satisfactory conclusion to the big man in power.
Yeah.
That being said, this game is a great thing to have on PS5 if you own the previous 2 Hitman games, because they remade all those previous 2 Hitman games.
Kind of like they did in Hitman 2. or
Yeah.
Hitman 1.
Yeah, but they remade them all in the engine they used for
Damn.
PS5.
So
They're all upred.
If you get Hitman 3, you could just play the whole fucking franchise, basically.
always do that.
I love
Yeah.
that.
Too.
Which
That's-
is, but
that's
you have to own
badass.
the previous games, but if you're just playing the games, it's fine.
That's badass.
And technically, I played all 3 of them this
Yeah.
year. They were great. I had a great time. The Hitman 3 levels were excellent, with the exception of that last train level. And I think the game overall is extremely well executed.
That's the thing. This Hitman's one of those games where I heard you guys talk about it for the first time, and within about 15 seconds, I was like, okay, I'll buy it. And I did really like the levels I played. And it's one of those games where, like, when I'm playing it, I'm like,
It's a different one.
from a game development perspective, I'm like, oh my god, it's impressive they even made this game. There's so much shit you can do. I think these are great games, by the way. Hitman's fucking awesome. The one and only complaint I have, and even then, this is like a very personal complaint, I don't think other people might have this, is what attracts me to the game is like figuring out your own way to assassinate the person.
Right.
So I don't like it when the game tries to like steer you or shoehorn you into a way to kill you.
You can turn that off.
You can turn those off.
But maybe the fact that they exist already
But
bothers
Bradley,
you a
yeah.
little bit.
Here's the thing. Those guides are like literally an eighth of what you can do.
Yeah, there's a million ways you can kill people.
I'm not too big of a problem because
They even have achievements to
So-
reward you for the other,
for
but
not
they're not,
doing
but they're
that.
not guided.
So, I'm not gonna knock it too much.
I think it's a really good balance because I do like some sort of direction of pinpointing like this is important. Like I like it when it's like make a note of this. I don't like it when it tells me like
Yeah.
this is the correct way to do it, but like make a note of this. Like okay, and then I can go from there.
So I'm not knocking it too much for that.
Yeah.
Because they really do give you full control.
once again, I like having an in-game notebook that I can re-reference and
Yeah.
re-look at and be like, this is the information I have. let me make a plan off of this.
It is Willer cut time.
I think it is Willer cut time.
It is Willer cut.
It is Willer cut time.
Idol manager.
Damn, there's a lot of...
Otherwise, I'm gonna cut something I actually love.
There's been a lot of talk about Idle Manager.
It's Willer love time.
But
Is it though?
Idle Manager... though,
I
Joe.
like video games a
Joe,
lot.
Idle Manager.
But what
You know what
about
I'm thinking?
Animal Crossing?
Man, I don't know. I mean, it's...
Bradley, you don't have much left. I say hold on. I think
That's the thing.
I think you're too nice. I
am
think
too nice.
I want
But
you to
this
be
is also
meaner this
Bradley's
year.
strategy is that he builds up his BP for his big
for
finish at
for
the
my
end.
big bonanzas.
Okay.
Don't forget Pathologic.
Yeah, remember what happened last
What he
year?
cucked us all. Yeah, Miles Morales.
Fine.
Okay.
Okay, because, we already had a Spider-Man game at one time. That was the
We
exact
never
game.
did Spider-Man actually.
I guess we didn't.
we
No,
did not.
2018 was Spider-Man year. We did it that
Really?
year.
No, we didn't. We didn't do like an actual talk.
But it was in the game. We've been doing Game of the Year since 2018, so it had to be there.
I don't remember us discussing it.
Let's talk about, let's
We
talk
did.
about the 7 hours of Miles Morales.
Yeah. So Miles Morales is way too short a game for $60.
Really? It was 60
I thought it was only 40.
I got the Ultimate Edition for $40, which gave me the upmastered of PlayStation.
So-
You know what?
Spider-Man.
We've had a lot, and I don't want to detract too much from you. We've had a lot of talk, I think even recently, about like how much money is worth per hour of gameplay, but $60 for 7 hours.
and
The thing is, that is not a unique 7 hours. That is a different version of the 15 hours you got with the
Exactly.
Spider-Man PS4.
I mean,
No.
it is kind of like
come
a
on.
sequel.
Yeah.
It does take place after that game.
And I feel
So-
like 8 hours for a game that you've played that's gonna have a little bit different combat.
It has enough different combat. I think.
Are you still pressing square? Are you holding square to launch an enemy?
I mean, yes,
Are you pressing R1 to shoot a web?
yes.
Bro, come
But also, you
Man.
have Miles' own mechanics where he has a lightning fist punch.
Right,
He has-
he's gonna have his own mechanics,
Yeah.
but it's just an alternate version of the combat we already had.
No, and you're right about that. But like that's like saying, are you pressing square to do an attack in Monster Hunter? Are you doing triangle to do a strong attack?
Yeah, but this one has this monster bitch.
Yeah, well, this one has a different enemy in it.
And you really care about Spider-Man enemies? Like
I do
they're-
actually.
They're they're really gameplay different.
Yeah, actually, the fucking enemy, the final boss in this game is a better final boss than the other game.
That's fair.
This one felt like really unique and different. But I think lengthwise, this game was very short. I think the story in this game was also not nearly as good as the one in
Oh,
Spider-Man.
dude, it's hard to top that one.
The villain in this game is
What is the villain? Spoil me.
No, don't spoil me though.
Okay, don't spoil. No, you know what? Shut up. I shut
the
up.
villain in this game. Their motives are like, okay, I'm tracking. It's like a 1 to 100 of what their solution is for what they want to do, and it's just like
Sandman looking ass.
because like at least in Spider-Man, there's a little bit of like a mental break with the character.
Yeah.
There's a past history with the character and a few other characters that lead to them doing this, and so it's just like, you know what, fine.
Yeah.
This feels like too much of a leap in like the time that
I'm
person
sorry,
has.
we cut Devil May Cry, Monster Hunter, Eternal Return, and Ultra Sun and Moon before fucking Miles Morales. I'm a
Yeah,
little upset
correct,
in retrospect.
correct.
I mean, we can go back and rethink our entire
No.
things that we think
That's not
is
how that
good.
works.
That's too much. If we were like swapping two, I might be down for that, but fine.
I think the game is still really fun. It's still like Spider-Man from this game, so it's still like a solid gameplay for me, playing wise. I really like playing as Miles. So yeah.
All right, it's a Bradley cut.
It's
I
a
just
Bradley
cut that,
cut. Are
right?
you
Yeah.
fucking with me? Oh my god. Now. Where?
This is getting wild.
How good, really, truly, is the Demon Souls remaster?
Really good.
Demon Souls Remastered.
It sounds really good.
I mean, I'm not gonna like. I'll show my hand. It's not gonna be one of my highest Willer games, but I think it could stand to go a little higher.
I hate to be a nerd, but like, and you know, like, I'm not always like, oh, these graphics are so good now. But I was watching Willard play Demon Souls, and I went, damn,
and you know what's
I did a
cool?
really good job lighting this
know.
game.
Yeah.
Do you know what's cool? You finish this game, and I see 5 of my friends in the credits.
Oh,
Yeah.
how cool.
And they're the friends that actually did the Blue Point part where it's the visuals of Demon Souls. They didn't redesign Demon Souls. They faithfully remade it.
For good and bad.
Oh yeah.
For all good. I don't. What's bad about this one?
Running across the bridge with the dragon.
That's just Demon Souls.
Oh,
man.
okay. They didn't redesign it.
Yeah,
I see.
That's just Demon Souls.
Like the lighting in this game. Literally, my friend worked on the lighting in this game, and it is fantastic. And
Yeah.
the art director, Adam was the art director of this game. What?
Yeah, you got the promotion midway through.
Now,
Jesus Christ! Good job, Adam.
okay, which is better though, Demon Souls or Ratchet and Clank?
That's something I need to. I've been trying to work out in my mind.
In your own mind? Well, you better work it out.
I have my own personal opinions, but I also think
You didn't finish Demon Souls.
I
though.
did not. But like,
I'll go with Ratchet slightly because
you
it's
think
not a
it's better?
remake.
Okay, that's a good enough thing.
All right.
You could cut Demon Souls. I have to give it
So
up
Demon
at some
Souls?
point.
All right, Demon Souls. Well,
You would love
that's the
Demon
thing.
Souls.
I haven't played it yet, and I'm sure I know.
Here's
I
the
would
thing
love it.
also, when you're cutting someone else's game, part of it is like, I also don't think I would like this game, so I'm gonna cut your game. But you would love Demon
I know
Souls.
I would love it, and that's the thing is like, that's part of why I bring it up is like I want you to make a case for why it should go further. You know,
Hold on, let me see if there's a...
does it go further?
I'll give you another game instead
Okay.
of either.
If you make a case for why it goes further, give me another game. I can see
Oh,
it.
this is gonna hurt. I'll give you Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Oh, see now, I even watched you play that one,
You like Lost Judgment?
and I really
I think
liked.
Lost Judgment's better than.
I really liked watching you play
We
this
are
one,
not
but I
talking about
know
Lost Judgment for
I know-
a long time, Tyler.
even you said there was some stuff you had. To
I'm
do with
gonna
this one.
throw this out there. All right.
Idol Manager, come
No. Honey Pop 2.
No, no. This is my turn.
Bradley,
I'm not
this
putting.
is-
You know what? It is his turn, and I'm with him.
I'm not putting that there. Is it Yakuza Like a Dragon? Because I watched you play this, and I love the modes I watched, but I think he said the community has some like gripes with this one.
No, the community kind of loves. I mean, if they're the ones that accepted the gameplay, love this game.
Yeah.
I accepted the gameplay, but I have gripes the community doesn't.
Willard has to grind in every RPG he plays ever.
What are you
We're gonna put it
talking
here?
about?
You told me about grinding in this
the
game.
grind. I enjoyed the grinding in this game because
Okay.
I just went up a battle tower a couple times and I loved the combat. Man, are you really gonna let me do this? You're not gonna do
don't
something
know.
else? Factorio looks so ugly.
I don't know. I pitched 3 games, man.
You
gotta
did,
pick one.
and they're all Willer games, and I
Also,
love
I
them
had
all.
3 of my games cut back to back, so
You did. We're gonna do the Demon Souls then.
All right. And I feel bad, but
And you know what?
It's gotta go somewhere.
Nothing's like Yakuza Like a Dragon, but everything is like Demon Souls. So,
I know that's the thing.
so you know what?
But wait, that's the thing though, is like
Thank you,
Demon
sir.
Souls is Demon
oh,
Souls.
we're doing Demon
Yeah.
Souls. Okay.
I'm letting Bradley cut Demon Souls.
It's a remake. It's a remake.
It's a remake, and
great
they-
remake.
But it's a remake of a game that was like
It's a
before its time.
Here's the hot take.
Yeah,
I enjoyed this quite a bit more than Dark Souls 1.
Damn.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
I heard that's also
So,
a lot of
all the
Demon
people
Souls
who
fans.
have played Demon Souls before Dark Souls. So I've gone back and I went and played Demon Souls. I
Dark
played I played the original Demon
Oh,
Souls.
okay.
Oh.
Like when it was goopy.
Yeah.
Um,
It was goopy, man.
like everything I've seen, people like the systems in Demon Souls a lot more.
The cool-
Especially like magic and controlling mana.
Yeah.
Even though it's
Yeah.
like, if you look at the scrolls, it's like, oh yeah, you have 9 scrolls. That's like 9 uses of mana. It's mentally something
Yeah.
different.
Especially because you can equip a ring that slowly restores your mana.
Yeah.
So if you play defensively enough, that's technically infinite cast of a spell.
Yeah.
Magic is busted in this game. That's good. It was super fun to use.
Yeah.
I also
Magic should always be
also
busted.
heavily abuse the glitch that lets you turn off your game after you die and you
Yeah.
reload back at the boss door. I hate boss runs in Souls games,
Yeah, true.
and if not for that, this game would be much lower on this list because the boss runs in this game are fucking insane. You have to run through the entire stage.
yeah.
There are 2 levels that have shortcuts out of 20-ish levels.
The gate level, when you first, it was like, okay, they have shortcuts here. They're a reasonable amount. And then the one immediately after, it's like,
The
what?
bridge, yeah. If you lose to Tower Knight, have fun.
Yeah.
Boss runs are pretty terrible.
And but being able to like turn off the game and reload at the boss save, perfectly fine for me. And like the setup of this game is super interesting because you have 5 archstones
Yeah.
that you can tackle in any order, and each
Mega
arch
Man style.
a little bit. Each archstone has 4 levels within it.
Oh, okay.
So you can go do 1-1, then 2-1, then 1-2, then 3-1, then 4-1, then 3-2, and like you can go in any different order. And I did stab myself in the foot a little bit because I fought like one of the hardest bosses as my 3rd boss, which is the Flame Lurker. But I did it.
It's a
And
little
like
bit more open world focused than Dark Souls. Dark Souls?
no,
like,
it's I would say Dark Souls because like the way Dark Souls worlds constructs it, like literally every location feeds into each other really well.
Yeah,
In this game, you're
you're
literally
right.
going to
I'm
levels,
wrong.
but that's actually better. Like you're going to these linear levels, but you have so much option in which way you're gonna tackle them.
You don't say bored. You can just jump around because I feel like in Dark Souls it can really grind down on your mental health when you're in the same
Of
area.
like trying to
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
like Blight Town or Blight
It's
Town.
true.
Or
That's
like when you go to Blight Town.
Yeah,
or Blight
it's like you
Town.
don't have an
or Blight
option.
Town.
You
Tyler,
have to keep going.
the Blight Town equivalent in this game is much worse than
know.
Blight Town.
Oh, man.
Anyways, that's my cut. That's Bradley's
That's
cut.
Bradley's
Yeah,
cut.
yeah,
Now
yeah.
it's a Joe cut.
And he's gonna kill me again.
Oh god, what we got?
Not
Go
yet,
a little
Joe.
more. Twist the knife.
Because we're like over halfway through, right? Or about halfway through?
Yeah, we're not halfway through Willer's game, so let's just fuck him up.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Valheim.
No, I don't know, man. You played so much of this.
Hey man,
Let me take a look at what we got still left.
fight for your right.
It's a party?
Yeah,
Okay, here's my thing.
yeah.
Is 1.0 Factorio? Factorio first came
You
out
will
in
not
2000
talk about Factorio until I tell you to.
Damn.
I'm letting you know that right now.
Dude,
That-
it
that's
came
a-
out in 2016.
I'm not letting you know
Tyler,
that
if
right
someone
now.
And this is
says that-
point one.
Look,
Valheim.
you can't say that about every game. If so, like you could say that about a handful of games every year, if that. So if he's going that hard,
Y'all, I'm gonna say Valheim is better than Honey Pop 2.
but 3 of us
Yeah,
like Honey Pop
yeah,
2.
you 3 horny cucks.
You know what? He's giving you a choice: Honey Pop 2 or Factorio.
No,
Sorry.
no.
No, yeah, wait, that's stupid. What am I
I
saying?
guess Valheim can go here. I'll talk about it.
No, what?
Tyler, you don't have to. Tyler, I want you to be mean.
This was your
I've got
Tyler.
points.
You guys are so fucking
I've got
nice.
points.
Tyler, for you, this was like the next Terraria. Like, come on.
Yeah, but
But what made you
it
stop
has
playing
some-
it?
Okay, you want
I
to
beat
revisit
it.
Super Mario? You want to revisit Mario Party?
Always.
Always.
Bradley, how you feeling?
No, I am thinking about it. Like,
No way.
all we have left is like we have a lot of really high quality.
I think
games
Valheim's a
left,
very, very
and
good
Valheim is something that we will come back to because it is it is early access.
Okay.
Valheim's a game that I'm not going to play for another 5 years until it gets like fully like released because they hopefully have a lot to build on top of.
I think Valheim has a lot of potential to it. From what little I play, it also made this was also the game that made me realize is that I really don't mesh well with community-driven server games like Minecraft because I have my own time and schedule, and it kind of
Exact same.
and I kind of feel bad when Tyler goes. I was like, oh, I set us up for the next box. We go kill it. It's like, well, I had no input to that, so I have no like.
I
connection.
completely understand
Doing
that.
that.
Yeah.
And that's a me thing, and like, and Valheim is definitely a game where it's like it really wants you to play with a big group of people to go tackle this box.
Nah, it's like you can play with like a handful, and that's what we ended up doing because it was like me, Trevor, and Sir Cat for a long
Yeah.
period of time. And it just ended up being Sir Cat and I.
We
Yeah.
played Terraria music for Valheim.
Hell yeah.
So, thing I like about Valheim is it is boss-based progression in this game, similar to
Yeah.
Terraria.
I like that.
But, God, is it not just... It is 3D open world exploration, and we got a bad seed for our world, but it's Vikings, and you're in, like...
The afterlife or something.
Yeah, you're in,
that?
like, Viking purgatory is where you're at.
It's cool.
So you have, like, the world tree you can see above you across the entire sky. This game is really fun when you don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what, like, got me playing so much was, like, the novelty of exploration.
I think that's
and it
another
was
thing
really cool.
when it gets me was that Tyler's like, oh, I figured all these things out, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I feel like a part of the fun is you go in there blind or you don't know what you're supposed to be doing and you need to kind of scavenge and figure yourself out.
Part of the fun of it.
And I mean,
Yeah.
like, I tell you, like, I figured it out, but, like, I didn't look it up either. Like, I just...
Yeah. But the thing is because I jumped into your server and you know everything.
I got to play this while I had a week off from work during the freeze this year
Yeah.
in Texas. So I had literally like almost 100 hours to be able to sync to this in like a
Oh
week.
yeah, I remember that.
So I had a lot of time to be able to play it. The building system is really cool because it's not on a grid or anything. It goes off the scroll wheel, so you have like almost a 360 degrees. A little bit that you can piece things, but it is kind of locked in. So it's like, you can't do like every degree at 360, but it's still like,
You have a lot of freedom.
well, you have a lot of freedom to build things how you want.
That's Joe's Cup being Valheim?
Yeah. The combat was pretty fun. It was really interesting. I'm not a big Viking person, but it has this like early 2000s game aesthetic to it that I really thought they did really well.
Very PlayStation 1.
Yeah. I ended up really liking it. It's a lot of fun. It's not as like sandbox
Hey.
as a lot of other open world games.
We've gotten to the respectable 25 range, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
So that's pretty good for Valheim.
Valheim is really good. If
That's in
you're
the upper half
under,
of this.
If
Yeah.
you're a teenager listening to this podcast, go play Valheim with you and your friends and don't
Valheim
know
is just
anything
better
about it.
Minecraft.
Tyler, it's your cut.
Yeah.
And you're out here Snapchatting, but...
No, Joe got really defensive about Factorio, and that was gonna be one. I was like, this
You can cut
2016
Idle Manager
game.
I'll give you a cut. I'll give you
No,
a,
wait,
I'll
Joe
give you
said
an easy...
Idle Manager. I've got 3 games.
You know what? I've been trying to get this bitch out of here for so long.
Same.
I want to hear about it though.
So,
'cause
I do wanna hear about
it.
it.
Sounds like I would play.
So, I mentioned at the beginning I was playing management games to fill the hole in my heart for the movie.
Ah, right.
This was the closest I got this year.
No.
So this game, you are running it's a Japanese K-pop studio where like you're basically given money and you're like, I need you to make a K-pop team. And what's really cool is that it blends visual novel dynamics to it as well.
That's cool.
So it's a visual novel game where like basically as your team gets more and more popular, you unlock more of the story of this visual novel.
While you talk about it, I'm gonna bring it up on Steam.
And like that's a cool gimmick in itself. That wouldn't be on top of the fact that like it's an actual really good management sim. You have to track like what types of music is really popular, what type of dance moves
trends
are really
change,
trends
bro.
change.
Yeah.
Different type of like so like a pop star could be cute, sexy, charming, cool, awkward, and like those trends could differently change.
I like an
so
awkward
you
one.
need to change the layout of your pop group and where they stand on their dance routine.
It's like, are nerds liking awkward girls right now, or are they liking
Yeah, and
confident
then-
dommy girls?
And then you have different demographics of like you have young females, young males, older females, older males,
kinda
children. So there's a lot of information you're taking to parse and like figure out how you need to like adjust your team to be. At the same time, you have personal group dynamics where like this pop star doesn't like this pop star, so they
Shit,
can't
this
be
sounds
next.
kind of cool,
Oh my
though.
God!
It's so good.
That is
And
so
then there's
Did
also,
we make a mistake?
I know.
there's also a dating sim on top of it as well.
That's fucked up.
So this leads me to
The negative.
this leads me to my fun story.
the biggest positive, actually.
This was like the biggest, like, I can't believe you fucking did this. You're a god. So I was going through this game and I was just kind of fumbling around and I was just like kind of like poking things and finally I get a girl that's like will talk to me in a romantic setting.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to see where this mechanic goes.
Of course.
So
Yeah.
I'm going through it. I get all the way to fruition and we get to the last scene and she's just like, and we're talking about it. And she's like, if you are really serious about me, it means in X amount of time I need to quit the group so that way we can go and get married.
Whoa.
Because otherwise it'll be scandalous for
Yeah.
us. And we talked about it and we were like, we'll do it. In 6 months your contract will be up. We'll take 3 months break or we won't be seen together for 3 months and then we'll get married. And then no one can
You
ask
gotta
questions.
strategize this
Yeah,
shit.
basically.
Manage your relationship
So you
simulator.
do that. It's like you got married to. It's like you got married to this person. It was a great ceremony. You had a vacation wedding in like Hawaii. Y'all were together for 12 months. 12 years. Had 3 children. She then cheated on you. Divorced you. and took the
Sumiko-chan!
kids. You then died alone in your 60s.
What?
Oh my god.
And I was like, what the actual fuck? And then it's like, alright, go back and play the game.
Get your ass whooped, boy.
You got fucked.
Get
I
fucked.
was like,
Does every relationship end like that? Or is it
I have no
character-
idea. That was the only one I did.
I guess I'll let you know when I play this
Yeah.
in 2022.
I really, really, really
now,
like this
to,
game.
now to gauge the realism of this game, do you have to manage how you're gonna kink shame a idol for having a boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my
You
god.
do. You have to
dude.
set like, what is the relationship rules? Are they allowed to be public with relationships? Do they need to be secret?
Idols
Do
are
they date
gross.
within
That is
group?
I hate that shit.
Idols are fucking
I hate
gross.
that shit in real life. It's the worst. I hate it.
This game impressed me so much. The only flaw I have about it is that so you have this building as these different rooms, and like there's unless I'm missing something, there's not really an incentive to build more than 1 or 2 of each room, and there's not that many rooms to build.
Okay.
So unless I'm missing something completely, or I didn't unlock something, it just seems very limited in what you can build in like your building and like.
Is this like the stable where you keep your idols?
Jesus Christ.
No.
Okay.
But like
yes.
I think it's a
But
really.
yes.
That's enough out of Idol Manager.
It's a really good game.
It
Like,
sounds cool.
honestly.
I know my Willer cut. It's Mario 3D World. Oh, that's not right. Mario 3D World.
Really?
that right?
Ooh. But it sounds so fun.
It is incredibly fun, but it's a remake of
Yeah,
a Wii U
fair
game.
enough.
Now,
Also a really fun game.
I played this with Joe. It was super fun. You pick up the green stars. The main plus of this game is how varied every level is. They have a gimmick, and they're gonna use it, and you're gonna be out, and you just move
Super
on.
quick.
There's no central gimmick, and I think that's actually strong.
Okay.
The also big boon to this game is the new game mode they added called Bowser's Fury, which is this
Man.
insane fusion of the mechanics of 3D World and Odyssey, where you're in this open world place where you're collecting, like, you go to a location and there's a couple of shrines for you to get, and you're interacting with that level, that little play course they make in different ways to get these different shrines. So that's very Odyssey-esque. The thing is, you also fighting a Giga like Kaiju Bowser, and Bowser Jr. is your ally. So Bowser Jr. is always following you, and he'll go like and kill enemies and unlock secrets
What
for
the
you.
fuck?
He's your little buddy, and a player 2 can play as Bowser Jr. as well. And Bowser Jr. is like, Mario, I hate to have to ask you, but Dad's really pissed for some reason. I need you to help me calm him down. So Bowser will sometimes show up and start like raining hellfire on you as you're doing these levels. And you need to complete the level to light a lighthouse that will make him go away. So while you're getting the shrine, some of them you'll get no problem, but some of them you'll have that extra urgency of completing it so Bowser goes away. And that's a really cool mechanic. The thing is, Bowser can get a little annoying sometimes. It's like, oh, don't show up now, dude. And it's cool because you need to get 50 shrines to beat the game. On the 49th shrine, Bowser will spawn and never leave. You can't time him out until you get that last shrine and do the boss fight. So the game puts this pressure on you, and I didn't know this going in ahead of time, where you have to do that last shrine with Bowser on your tail no matter what. You can't wait him out, which is really cool. It's a short, like, little mode, but, like, 3D Marios are just freaking really good, man.
Do you have to be like
No, it's
It's a
completely separate.
You can just buy the game and play Bowser's Fury.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can. I'll
think-
lend you the game.
That
If
sounds fun.
I
I
would
think
if it
people
was.
playing this game and then playing Bowser's Fury, I think it like any kind of hesitation for a next 3D Mario game is just like
The problem is, like, so 3D World moves on this weird 8-way system that's
Yeah.
sometimes unwieldy.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. The Bowser's Fury moves like Odyssey.
Nice.
So there is no limitation. It's like, man,
You love that.
if normal 3D World didn't have the weird movement
But
limitations, it'd be even
I
better.
think that keeps it like a really neat, like 2.5D kind of thing, where it's
But like the platforming challenges ask for you to do some pretty precise jumps.
well, yeah,
So I don't know. Anyways,
really good game.
that was you, right?
yeah, we're gonna go till 20 and then we'll take a break. So next is Bradley.
Man. All right. So I know. I want to make sure I know what I know about this game. I think you guys actually really liked the like inter-character relationships, Persona 5 Strikers.
I'm the only one
that's
who's
just
played that.
Did you? I know you said good stuff about it, but also like it's not Persona 5 again, you know.
Not yet, man. This game is.
I know you
fucking
really
good.
liked it. Let me pitch.
There's
one
gonna be
other thing.
people in the universe that argue that Strikers is better than Royal, and in some ways they're right.
Man, what about? I'm gonna revisit Ratchet and Clank. What we think? Because like this is still top half, right?
What did I write the other day? Hold
what'd you write the other
Where did
day?
I put Ratchet?
Because dude, I pulled that
Will
trigger. I
not
felt
allow
how good the go
this
felt.
game to be cut until this number, and we'll always try to cut this game at this number.
There's a game I'd cut before Ratchet and Clank, but you'd be upset if I cut it.
Make a case for Ratchet and Clank, man.
Man, make a case for. What was I gonna do? What's the crazy play I'm doing here? Guardians of the Galaxy.
I thought that was gonna be
You're talking
like.
to your what?
I thought that was gonna be like top 10 for you.
I think Guardians of the Galaxy is way
I've
better
played-
than Ratchet and Clank.
I think Ratchet and Clank is way better than Guardians of the
I
Galaxy.
do not think that at all.
Ooh, all right, then let me throw out something totally different. Guilty Gear. Y'all play.
Fine.
Y'all,
You can cut Ratchet and Clank.
but y'all all play the fuck out.
Yeah, cut Ratchet and Clank.
All right.
It I'll talk about Ratchet and Clank. It's a better game than Guardians.
Damn.
But Guardians is doing some special things. Ratchet and Clank's gameplay is just the perfect length. It feels great. The guns are great. The action's great. The story's meh. The visuals are fantastic. The movement's great.
I just didn't feel satisfied by the end of the game with like what I got.
You should have done the side content. The side content is
Maybe.
perfect in this game.
Maybe, but like at the same time, I don't know. I'm really
Oh, this song's a
disappointed
fucking banger.
with the other Ratchet.
Rivet's great.
But like, I was really hoping we'd get some other sort of different thing with her. But
Right, like Joe's main complaint with the game is that Rivet plays too similar to Ratchet.
I think
and he's
also
right.
like they could have
That
done
is a
they
complaint.
could have really made this like really the game really interesting where like you have to do a Metroidvania kind of thing where like you take a character and you go replay another level with another character because they have a different tool set or gimmick that they're doing.
And another weakness I will bring up here: the story's pretty predictable, and the humor.
It's
Ratchet and
not
Clank
as
games
sharp.
don't have the like raunchy humor that they used to, and it's weird when I'm appreciating raunchy humor, but that wasn't like they did it really well back in the day, as I recall.
It was very subtle.
I
mean,
the plumber's butt crack. No, and like no, it wasn't subtle, but you know what
Britney
they.
Gears.
Britney Gears, they executed it well back in the day, and now, like, I don't even know what to describe the humor as. It's Pixar-y
just-
now. It's too Pixar-y.
Yo,
Yeah.
I'm a drunk boy. I'm telling you that right now. That's a
Enough,
fact.
that's enough out of you, fucko. All right, that's Bradley's
That
cut.
was me. That was Joe.
All right, let's push the envelope again. Pokemon Unite.
Not yet.
I want it. Not Pokemon Unite.
Okay. Animal Crossing.
I would put Animal Crossing here.
This is 23, I think.
Because it's
That's pretty good.
Because it's an expansion, not a full game.
I
you
think
know?
the expansion, the update to this game, like from what I saw.
Even I was impressed.
Yeah,
when
I
I
was
saw
like,
it.
wow.
Dude, that's the thing. Like, I really do. If anyone has played Terraria, which it was the #1 game on Steam. I think it was the #1 most sold game on Steam as of this past year. So a lot of people have played Terraria.
Really?
If you've played
Good
Terraria
on
this
them.
year, or no, if you don't, not
He
played Terraria
tried,
this year.
the creator of Terraria tried to give up making Terraria like 4 times.
Yeah.
No, not like after it launched. Like he didn't want to keep making more content for it.
But he just
tried
forced to.
like 4 separate times to step away from the project, and like it became more successful every single time.
Well, you're not gonna get the bag.
like-
You gotta get the bag.
Multiple times, Terraria has dropped in a free update that has doubled the content of the game, and I mean that even after they have already doubled the content
So
of the game.
Terraria is the 23rd best game of the year.
Terraria is great. Animal Crossing, that's what they did here. Like, this difference felt even bigger than like a 2.0. This straight up felt like the amount of new items they added. I spent over 70 hours exactly like making my island as close as I could make it to the Link to the Past map. Even after all that effort, when I saw all the new items they introduced, I flattened my island out, and I'm still in the process of rebuilding it because there's so much new shit.
Jesus.
And not
You'll
even
never
that,
be satisfied.
like, it's not even just new items. It's like they've done UX things people have asked for since like the GameCube. Which, for example, in your house, let's say your house is like a 6x6 square, right?
Yeah.
Like, normally when you're walking in your house, your character can only walk through 1x1 squares. So you have to leave like an unnatural amount of distance between like a couch and a coffee table. Well, for the first time in the series history, they make it so you can walk through half blocks by kind of like shuffling it. So you can make your
that's
house.
really good.
You can arrange your house like a house would actually be, and still be able to walk through it.
Also, you can add walls.
That's the thing.
Bog.
Because like Animal Crossing rooms have always been just like 4 walls. Now you can add sub walls.
Now, when you add the wall, does it obstruct vision? Like, can you just turn the camera and see what's in the other room?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
That's a bit of a bummer, but
No,
still.
No, that's good.
That's good.
Okay.
You want to be able to turn, like, you want to be
I
able
want
to
to
move the camera around.
I want to have
so
to
you
go
can
through
see
the wall to go to see what's the surprise awaits me in the sub room.
And
whatever.
they also did a bunch of other shit. Like so I did dutifully. I dutifully played New Horizons a lot longer than a lot of people did after the initial like
Quarantine.
the COVID burst.
The perfect lightning in the
Honestly, and I played it pretty dutifully for many, many months. The thing that made me stop, which they solved in this update, which is why I'm playing it again, is there's a lot of characters that only show up once, even maybe only once a week. Like, there's Gracie, there's Red, who sells paintings, there's stuff like that. There's visitors who will show up, and they might not even show up every day, and they might show up at different times a day. Well, what they did is on Harv's Island, you can now go there and you can pay a certain amount of bells to just build that person a stand so they're always there. So you don't have to hope that random NPC shows up to your island that day. You can just go see them because you built them a shop.
Yeah, you build like food truck areas.
That's
for them.
Yeah,
Great.
it's
is pretty cool.
amazing.
Yeah.
Man, and you're sure this
I-
goes here?
I still have one major complaint about the game.
Yeah.
And it's that anybody who's still playing it heavily capitalizes on
Cheats.
time manipulation on the system for the Switch, because I wholeheartedly believe that having to wait a day to move shit once you've unlocked everything, like max reputation and everything in the town, is kind of dumb. You should be at like they know that time manipulation's a thing in the game. They've tried to prevent people from doing it, but at the same time it's like, no, people who still play this game want to be able to do stuff instantly, and having to wait 24 hours is something nobody's gonna do.
I suppose.
And see, that's the weird thing, because when I was little, I always did the time travel stuff. On this one, I kind of enjoyed how time locked everything was, because it didn't tempt me to play the game in 12-hour stretches like Genshin does. I was
That's
like,
the thing. Bradley needs the
because
developer to
I was
slap
like,
his hand.
I was like, if the game wasn't designed this way, I would play it 24 hours a day. This way, it forces me to only play it an hour a day, so I will play it every day.
It's an addiction
Here's the
breaker.
thing, though. There is a line, I think, design-wise,
There
can
is a
fit,
line.
where it's like, it doesn't take 24 hours, but maybe it takes like an hour or two.
the thing.
And then it's like, you can go do other stuff while you wait on that. It's worth setting up to
like,
go do
because
other
that's the
You
thing.
things.
play after work and then before bed.
Because
and, like,
I don't
that's
want
the-
100%
that period
this
of
game.
time
I
there.
do think sometimes it might move a little too slow. I want it so even if you've completed all the main objectives for the day, you can still do something that counts. And like, you can fish and earn bells, but in the grand scheme of things, when things cost 1,000,000 bells and a fish gives you 500 bells,
Ah, shit, yeah,
No,
like
that's
they're-
fine. I'm talking a relation like
It's-
for the people who want to like manipulate all the terrain on their island to look really neat.
That's the thing.
You have to move everything to like one corner of your island, situate the rest of your island how you want it, and then it takes like
That's
days
the
to
thing.
move it all back.
this game made leaps and bounds. Like, for example, when you're decorating in your house, used to you have to manually like pick up and manually pick up and place everything. Now you can just go into a decoration mode, for example. And this game introduced outside terraforming and stuff, but the thing is, you have to do all that manually. You can't just go outside and go into decoration mode.
Animal Crossing New Horizon expansion is pretty good.
Tyler,
But
make your
wait,
cut.
no, there's
Oh.
one more thing.
Okay.
Other UX stuff they did good. The most annoying thing they get, not maybe, no, you know what? The most annoying thing in the game is that, you know, they finally added elevation to Animal Crossing, but they made a ladder tool that you always have to carry around
Yeah.
with you. In the new expansion, you can just place ladders. So you don't have to carry around.
Instead of, staircases.
These
So-
fuckers will intentionally design their games bad so
I
that
know,
they get
we
higher
did on
levels.
Instead of being able to build a staircase that you could turn.
So I know we talked really long about that. I feel like we had to talk really long about
It's
it.
all good.
That's fine.
Tyler, you will make a cut, then we will take a break,
Yeah.
personally.
Yeah.
We've been talking a lot about like remakes and stuff. That's always been like the main thing that we've
Shit,
been
what's
talking
happening?
about a lot of
What's
the
he doing?
time. It's like, hey,
He's doing
we've talked
I
about
know what you're doing.
Pokemon remakes,
Alright.
a lot of other game remakes. Miles Morales is a remake. Resident
Okay.
Evils.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about the biggest remake,
Dude.
Mario Party Superstar.
You know what? This is a good 21st game of the
I
year.
think that's a good spot.
Tyler makes a good point, and here's something I've been wanting to say about this game. And what I'm gonna say about this game comes from a totally different game. People have been asking Sega for honestly
Nintendo.
like a decade and a half.
Sega.
No, legitimately Sega. People have been asking Sega for a decade and a half. Why the fuck do you not make Sonic Adventure 3? People have the first two Sonic Adventures. Why do you not make it? And they've said, our devs don't want to necessarily just cave to consumer demands. Like, we still want to have that creativity. And I'm like,
Just fucking make a creative Sonic Adventure 3.
that's
It's
what I'm
not-
saying. I'm like, that's actually really cool. I like devs sticking by their guns as long as what they're making is good. But when you've got a decade and a half and you still haven't reached that level of sales again,
Just make
maybe
it.
do what users want. And so Mario Party kind of does the same thing where there was a kind of a stretch where Mario Party was
Experiment.
not as popular.
After 8 or 9.
After 8 or 9, and I'm like, the thing is, this is the most successful Mario Party in a while, and all they had to do was quite literally copy the first few.
First 3.
So I'm
what the
like,
fans wanted.
so I'm like, what you need to do is realize that, hey, people really like the old formula, but even then, I'm happy about this, but I'd be more happy if they took the old formula and made a new game rather than a remake of the old ones.
Like,
Yeah, that's an
the
interesting
thing is
thought.
about this game, and I mentioned this before we were playing it, the best thing about this game, in this Mario Party, and doesn't exist in the other Mario Parties, is chance time.
Chance time!
Because it's in this game.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
that's like.
It's not in other games. It's not in Mario Party games after 3, I believe.
I think it's
It's the quintessential idea of what Mario Party is.
Yeah.
Which is the
Get
game
fucked.
can just fuck you or reward you at a drop of a hat. And when you sit down and play the game, that's kind of what you're strapping yourself in for.
It's not going to happen in an obnoxious amount of time because the chance time square is like
Yeah.
kind of they're not many.
Yeah,
of them.
you have to have a specific item and go down a specific path to get it. And the thing is like, and that's what I want from Mario Party games. Like,
I wanna get fucked.
You land on Bowser, you lose all your coins. You're in the wrong spot at the same time, you lose all your coins. Oh, you fucking ran to this guy. Oh, you're gonna swap stars now. That just kind of fucking sucks.
Here's
You pay Boo 50 coins, you lose all your stars, and the other guy gets it.
Here's what I really like about this Mario Party on Switch versus the other Mario Party on Switch. In the other Mario Party on Switch, you'll get to the last 1 or 2 turns of the game, and everybody has 4 stars and over 100 coins.
Yeah.
Jesus.
In this Mario Party, one person will have 8 stars and 100 coins. The other person has like 4
motherfuckers get
stars
8
and 0
stars?
coins. But the thing is, the guy way behind will somehow win.
Yeah.
The guy in last place has like 800 coins.
Yeah.
And he's been stocking up for his level 3 super.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on.
The spirit fingers.
Okay.
And then you'll get down to the bonus stars, and then you'll have a literal whirl off and just win by the rollies.
No.
I don't like this game because it doesn't promote trying, and you don't really have to think ever to play it. And
I've done some strategizing.
Yeah,
You can do
in
some
my
strategy,
time.
man.
you really shouldn't.
I'm sorry I haven't grown up playing this and I don't have my Ultra Mind, okay?
No, it's not even that. It's just like I don't like any of the boards in this game.
They're
Oh,
good. They're
they're
really
so much
good.
better
I'll
than
admit they need
Boards.
they need more boards, but I like the boards they have.
The space board is good. I don't like the
That's my
night and
least
day
favorite one.
board.
Spaceport is literally the most boring.
That's
board.
my least favorite
That's actually
board.
my least favorite board.
I it's the only one I do
Even
like.
Peach's Cake is
Kind of.
dope. Come on, open your
Come
mouth.
on.
But I think my lead. So I have 2 big complaints. Character roster is very weak
There needs a-
compared
we
to
need a-
literally the worst Mario Party that came out right before it.
We need a bigger roster.
Is
you're
that
right.
really the worst?
No, the Mario Party 10 is the worst.
Okay, so a very disliked Mario Party.
I would like a bigger roster.
Yeah.
I liked the dice and
too.
followers mechanic in the
Yeah.
previous Mario Party. I didn't like negative dice or 0 dice, but I did like high roll or low roll only. Like I
Yeah.
thought those were fun, but like not being able to move at all or like having negative 2 coins and not being able
I
to move
like
were
the
not
idea
fun.
of custom dice.
Yeah.
I wish there was another layer to them. Like maybe you get to roll them 3 times in the game or something. But like, it's,
Yeah.
I think because like
Or they're on a cooldown, maybe?
yeah, because
Yeah.
like there's a few dice in that game that are like
Objectively the
No,
best.
Joe,
Yeah.
that's exactly the thing. Because you can average out the amount of average spaces you will move for a dice roll and see, like, oh, if you average out my custom dice, it's better than the normal dice, so I'll just always use my custom dice roll. But if you make the custom dice objectively better but limit the uses,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, now I actually like the custom dice.
I need to try to go for a big play here, or I need to save this for like if like Mario's is all 3s basically, and it's like I'm 3 space away from this 1 exclamation space. I'm gonna roll Mario's dice because I have a higher chance of guaranteeing that.
Boy.
But you don't want to give the player that many chances.
Secondly,
Yeah.
the end minigame that was in the previous Mario Party that like had all the motion controls in it that you could do, like it was the rhythm game. The rhythm minigame.
The rhythm minigame was kind of fun.
It was really fun.
Well, most importantly, this game doesn't have the meat minigame.
The what?
Oh,
Where
dude,
you
where you
flip it.
flip the
Yeah,
skillet?
yeah.
Flip
like,
the spam.
I
thing.
thought a lot of the mini games from the previous game were pretty dang good.
That's the thing. I didn't want them to have no mini games from the previous one. I was sad they didn't have the flippy meat one.
But you know what?
I really like there's no motion control games in this game.
But you know what? They have the
I
one
would
where
read
they have the one where Shy Guy mercilessly kills
Oh,
people.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That
But
was
here's my
hilarious.
thing. I would rather have motion control games than games that you don't have to even try in. Like, oh, press one of the switches is gonna kill you, and there's no depiction on which
not
one,
that many
and it's
of
just random
that.
chance.
But
I feel
love
like
that
most
game.
games
There are
I
a lot of
played-
random chance
There's
games
a few
that
of
it's
them.
just
There's a
like
few of them.
there's a lot of very one-sided 3v1 games that it's like, why
Dude,
even
that
fucking try?
Spotlight game?
Skill issue.
You shouldn't try to play this game with 3 people, because if you ever get in a 2v2, the person with the computer on their team is going to usually lose, because
that's
you
fair,
don't want to
that's
make
fair.
the computer too fucking ridiculous, because
Yeah.
then you have Nintendo AI that are just whack as fuck.
All right. You're
Um,
never gonna hear a discussion this passionate about
Look,
Mario
here's the
Party.
thing.
Okay.
I
I'm
will-
not, and here, I'm gonna put the nail in the coffin. I'll let you go first.
I was just gonna say, like, I will let the game go here.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
Imagine we did all this and you didn't let the game go.
Here's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
I'm not going to praise them for putting online in a game in 2022.
That should be.
It's Nintendo. You have to.
No, I'm not.
They should just
We
do it
are in
anyway.
the era
No,
that
Tyler.
cross-platform exists now. We've moved beyond.
Yeah, beyond
being-
even having online.
Yeah, we've moved beyond online.
Fair
we can
enough.
now have everything almost cross-platform.
I agree with
Kids
Tyler
on their
that way.
iPads can play with kids on their Xbox 360's
For Fortnite,
Minecraft together.
Yeah, it is kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Anywho,
But I'm glad it exists.
We still break after
Anywho.
that one, right?
that's the break.
I need a piece of
Top 20 coming up, folks.
Yeah.
Hey, Wheeler from the future here, speaking while I'm editing. Something really weird happened with OBS while we were recording, and we lost the discussion we had for the next 3 games, which is really unfortunate, but it just crashed and didn't save even a broken file. It didn't save anything. So we have no way to really recover what we discussed with the next 3 games. So I'm just gonna kind of quickly go over what I remember what we talked about, and hopefully that'll do. But the rest of the recording is all good, so that's about as good as we can ask for. Also, this video is long enough, so I'm sure it's not the biggest worry, but we cut Genshin at 20. The reason was that while Bradley plays this game a lot, it's one of the games he's played most this year, more than even his Switch, which he plays a ton of. Some of the ways that they treat the community, like the anniversary event, really rubbed him and Tyler the wrong way. And they think that all of the new events they're adding aren't really doing a good job at bringing in new players. They're more geared towards bringing back old players. But either way, at 20, they still had a lot of fun with it this year with the 2.0 update and the story changes. Bradley also said the new region looks dope, so that's pretty cool. After that, one of us cut Yakuza Like a Dragon. It might have been Joe or myself. The reason is I'm the only one who played this game, and the issue I have with this game is that the story has kind of a middling point where it's just not as engaging as the starter end, and even the way it wraps up doesn't really justify how kind of lost you are for a lot of the middle of that game. But the combat's great, the characters are pretty cute, so the story is really the only thing that I think isn't on par with some of the other Yakuza games. But I ended up loving the combat, and I think that if they make another one in this series, it's going to be great. And then Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition, was cut. It is an old game, so that's mainly a reason why it's cut here. It's a remaster, but Joe and Tyler really love this game. They actually defend some of the ending decisions they do with Mass Effect 3, so I know that's a controversial take. They also really like how the DLC is bundled, and some of it is hit or miss, but Joe was saying that when it really hits, it's really good DLC. And I think that's the major points that we touched on. So yeah, sorry about that, but please enjoy the remaining drunk ramblings as it gets pretty good here. The whole reason why we lost the save, or we lost the file, was because we bumped the table and were fumbling around with a mouse while Bradley made me insane with the idea that he would cut Deltarune before Neo because it felt like a complete role reversal. So, I mean, that's going to be resolved here in the future. But yeah, it was really fun either way.
Is that us talking right now?
Yeah, that's us talking
We're
right
recording
now.
right now?
We're recording right now.
Dude, no, yeah.
Anyways.
We were leaving off on us cutting Neo the world's
Dude, me and Willow were arguing over whether we do the world into Thew or Deltarune right now. And the thing is, we were getting so at it that a drink spilled on the laptop and shit happened and we lost footage and...
It's fine. It's fine.
But what goes right now?
Let's step back. It's Joe's cut.
No, it's not.
Wait, who's
I cut Mass Effect.
You cut Mass Effect? So
It's Tyler's cut.
I cut Mass Effect for BP. It's
And
Tyler.
It's Tyler's cut.
Tyler, what did you
What
do?
was your instinct?
I first said Village,
We
Oh,
both
that's
said
right.
no.
That's right.
and then I said Deltarune 2.
And I said maybe, and
And
Willard
then you
said
offered
no.
up Neo.
Okay, Honey Pop goes before either of those games.
I could go with that.
Good.
Alright,
Get rid of it.
You've been trying to.
This is my secret strat the whole time.
You've been trying to kill Honey Pop.
It's just been me trying to show y'all that you need to get rid of Honey Pop.
You did it. There's valuable life lessons.
Yo.
We lost so much.
But Honey Pop 2, though?
Honey Pop 2, though.
Dude, here's what was amazing about this game to me. It's no secret that we love Honey Pop 1 around here.
Yeah.
Honey Pop 1 is great. And the thing is, even before Honey Pop 2 was announced, and like we were all hyped about Honey Pop 2, but even before it was announced, there was a part of me that was always like, when they do Honey Pop 2, am I gonna like it? Because is it gonna be the same game again just with different bitches? But the thing is, they really
Probably drunk.
amazed me with how they expanded on their
Yeah.
formula. The double date system is incredible.
I thought it was really clever.
Oh my god! Like, truly, in the first Honey Pop, occasionally I might have to think a little bit harder about a move I have to do.
Oh my god.
Honey Pop 2 is a battle. Every move I do is calculated like 3 moves in advance.
I will battle that. I agree
Man.
with the second half of your statement. I had to do a lot of thinking in Honey Pop 1, too.
Yeah.
I just think I think this is a really incredible expansion on the first game. Now, the only reason I'm allowing it to go this low, because I think the gameplay and, like, perfecting a formula that was already great would have this higher. And I know I differ with you guys on this one. I like the metagame portions of this better, which means I like the storylines there is to discover. The girls' personalities are
Yeah.
better. There's more hidden stuff to pick on them through their dialogue. However, from a waifu perspective, like which of these girls I would want to date in real life, I like the selection of girls less.
Here's the
fun.
thing. Honey Pop girls are trash, and here they're still trash. And I
Yeah.
think
But a
they're
different kind of trash.
I think they're different trash,
They're
but I
they feel
appreciate
like a
it.
more human trash.
Here's the other thing, too. I think I agree with you. On an average waifu level,
Yeah.
across the board, I think Honey Pop's 1's average is better than Honey Pop's 2. But
These girls feel more
But-
flawed and human, though.
that...
Exactly.
But Honey Pop 2 has Ashley.
Damn.
Which is like...
Actually is.
heads and above any other fucking
That's the
bitch
thing.
in that
The
game
ones
for
I
me.
like are
It has not Belly, the new like Hawaiian girl.
Yeah.
She's super sweet. And then it got Samuki. What's her name? Konnichiwa. The fact that they made that gross raccoon
That
looking
was
of a human so
fucking
endearing to
funny.
me is a huge feat. Tyler, what are all the great things you have to say about Honey Pop 2?
I didn't play it.
dude. I just, I really think, like, and this is something that me and Willer and Joe will fight to the grave to defend. Honey Pop 2, like, even without the girls and the sexual stuff, as a match puzzle game, like, within the world of match 3 puzzle games or whatever, this is good.
We got our friend Kelly to play the first
Yeah,
one.
Kelly's girlfriend, or Tyler's girlfriend's more into Honey Pop than he is, which is a
And,
bummer.
like, I really feel like they...
Well, I mean, beyond that,
expanded.
the dialogue and voice acting is top notch.
Which,
Actually,
the voice acting has always jumped out to people with Honey Pop. Like, the very first one, the reason I bought it is I saw a few minutes of a Let's Play. I was like, wow, I've never seen... I feel like I've seldom seen a game where the people talking in the game actually sound like real people talking. I don't know.
I big props, but that's Tyler's cut.
So, yeah.
It's my cut now.
Oh, it is your cut.
Dude, we are on the wire here.
All right, I'm gonna do a cut,
No.
but I pick your next. Like, we'll have to shake on it.
I don't know which one to cut, though.
No. That's such a dangerous thing to agree to.
I'm cutting Unite, but you have to.
What the fuck?
You have to cut Guardians like within the like either Bradley or your cut.
I'll take that. 100%.
I decline.
No.
That's better than Guardians.
Yeah, no, obviously.
Man.
Oh, I don't agree with that statement at all.
Yeah,
Really?
you're the only one here.
Unfortunately, you're incredibly over.
And the
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
If it wasn't Pokemon, would you still play it?
the fact that it is the reason why 50 million other people
Exactly.
played it. But
Exactly.
also,
If it wasn't Guardians of the Galaxy, would
I
you
would
have
still play that. That game is still fun.
You
no,
wouldn't
it's
have looked
not.
at it.
That's only.
No,
No,
Well,
that game is still fun.
If it wasn't Guardians, it wouldn't have the budget to look that good, Joe.
You're right. But regardless of it being Guardian,
Okay,
it's still fun.
aside
to play.
from the fact they're Pokemon, the movesets in Unite are really good.
They are really good.
The actual, design of it, at first it takes some getting used to, but I've come to appreciate every design element they've made. Now, the game is a broken mess. Every update, there's new patches, there's new bugs, but it's also kind of quaint. It's kind of cute to see what they fucked up this time. I don't know.
There's no established meta usually either, which makes it really nice.
Unless you're, in the top 1% of players, everything kind of goes.
Yeah.
I just don't like that game.
It's...
But that's
That's fine.
Are we
You're
talking
allowed
about,
to be
Are we
wrong,
talking about
Joe.
Pokemon Unite right now?
Yeah. We're talking
We
about
can-
it, but
we
it ain't getting cut, I
We
guess.
can do it. We can do it. I'll let y'all do your deal.
It lets us get rid of... Okay, then Tales of Arise.
I know you like that.
If
though,
I do
huh?
Tales of Arise now, you can do Unite on your turn. That gives Bradley a cut before Joe, and then Joe cuts Unite.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Okay.
Then I'm cutting Tales of Arise.
Yeah.
Tell us about it. You really like playing this.
I really like Tales of Arise. I think the story of it really definitely falls off near the end of it. I'm not 100% of the way done with the game. I don't know. I think this is like the first Tales games that I got into and really enjoyed playing. Each character that you play as feels very different, and you it's a whole different strategy when it comes to how you do your combos and how you do your combo breaks. I like playing as Rinwell, which is the big mage caster, and so the way you need to play her is to charge up spells, store them, and then wait for your other team to break the rest of the people in your team to break the guard of the enemies, so you can just cast big spells and finish them off.
She benefits off of people being staggered.
Yeah, but they all do. But she's not she's not a rushdown character. She's a much more. I need to think about the elemental weakness of this opponent. I need to think about what I can charge up to, how fast they're moving, and then at the same time you're controlling your special moves of your other party members to break down their defenses, build up your like special gauge. I think the game is really fun. It's a very pretty game as well. It does have that generic anime look, but it's just I don't know. I really like this game. I just play it, and every time I want to invest more hours into playing.
What was this on?
This was on PlayStation 5 that I bought on, but I think it's on PlayStation 4 as well.
Probably.
Yeah. You right
If-
there?
No, I'm just burping.
Okay.
I drink a lot, dude.
Okay.
That's Willer's cut.
Yeah.
That's Bradley's
Bradley,
cut
you're up.
next.
Now, I'm proposing this knowing that this is a loved game, because everything left, I think, is to some degree a loved game. But also knowing that the people who've played this have expressed gripes about it. What do y'all think about Returnal?
No.
Yeah. That's funny.
No.
Okay, well, here's my other proposal. And this is a game I actually myself want to play from what I've seen. But this is a game I know the person who's played it has loved it, but has expressed gripes about it. Shin Megami Tensei 5. Because it looks awesome, and the elements I really like, but I've also heard
It's also on the Switch.
the story can also take a backseat sometimes.
Absolutely. But you know what? It's coming out of me.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not all about the story. Sometimes it's all about the gameplay.
This wine smells too nutty.
You're
I dipped
nutty.
my nuts in it.
Look, it's one of those two, Willer.
What were the options?
Either Returnal
It's not.
or
No, it's not just a me Returnal thing, by the way. You need
No,
to
I know
deal
it's
with
also that's
Tyler.
also Tyler. Okay, let me
About-
propose one more thing.
One day we'll have to talk about it.
Let me.
Takes Two.
I'll give you
I'm just
one
saying.
more option, but it's got to be one of those three.
Okay.
Persona 5 Strikers.
I think it's time for Persona 5 Strikers
Persona
to go.
5 Strikers?
Hold on, how did I write it the other day when I was more sound of mind?
I like how Willer made the plan of like, I'm a sober mindset. I need to write down how I,
I know,
feel about
right?
this is.
Dude, I should have done that.
You know what? It's SMT5. I was right the other day.
Tell me about it. But also put it on the list.
Just to make sure.
I'm gonna get some wine while you explain it.
Man. I wasn't playing
No, that's not the one I put on the list.
That is the one.
There's a second one I put on the list that I'd like you to play.
What is? Cut this out. You have to go find this and cut it out.
No, that's fine. This song's good too. Yeah, we'll start with the music. Shin Megami Tensei 5 has really good music. Yeah. And the one I initially put on the list, I wanted Tyler to play because this game is a religious experience.
Woo! How religious?
Extremely.
Like Jehovah's Witness?
You open the game, and I might put this on after the podcast just so I can see the presentation of the opening cutscene. It goes into this, like, spiel about how one day God became the creator by usurping every other god and sitting on the throne. And then he made mankind, and then mankind took a bite from the apple because the snake tempted them, and from the apple they gained knowledge and took away that power from the gods, so now every mortal is born with knowledge, and the fusion of a god and a human will create something that can be like usurp the original god. Like it goes. So, this is the game that your super religious mom told you not to play. She didn't know it. She thought it was about gore, but it was actually about Japanese people just taking the shit out of Western religion.
This game ain't for the homeschool kids.
This one is not for the homeschool kids. I will tell you that right now. This game looks very ugly and plays very bad.
But I thought it looked
but that's the thing. It runs bad on the Switch, but the aesthetic art direction is S+ tier.
Let's fucking go.
They really went hard to make this post-apocalypse have this vibe and personality, and the main character moves and animates in a particular way that really hits. And the combat, if they made a Persona game with the Persona side systems, but the combat of an SMT game, that might be the greatest turn-based RPG of all time. As it stands, Persona games have pretty neutered combat compared to Shin Megami Tensei games.
Damn,
They're
for
really.
real.
I watched Willer play a little bit. Was it
There's
last
just
month?
There's just way more thought to be had, yeah. And
Complete month
the
ago.
plot is cool, but it does like the thing with Shin Megami Tensei games and why I'm letting it go now. They try to get you to make a choice between chaos and order in almost every game, from what I understand. But the order side is always a bunch of zealots who are just like willing to crush everyone for God's will, and they're just douchebags. Like their personalities also like, despite anything you might think, their personalities are just so clearly the bad guy.
Like, instead of viewing them as, like, people doing the right thing for the wrong reason, you just kind of view them as bad
They're
guys.
just mean.
Yeah, they're just mean people.
While the bad guys, who are for chaos, quote-unquote bad, are actually pretty reasonable. And every Shin Megami Tensei is eventually trying to get you to go to the neutral route.
Yeah.
Not order or chaos. And in my game, I did the chaos route, because to get the true neutral ending, I had to do a series of quests that I didn't know about. You had to do them before you enter the final dungeon, and I only found that out after I was in the final dungeon. But I liked the chaos ending as it was. I fought Lucifer. That was neat.
I like you said all that, because any game from this point and above is going to be a good game.
Yeah, like, this is a excellent game. I think all of you would enjoy this game.
Let's go.
Including Tyler.
I think
you
biggest-
would enjoy the gameplay of this more than Persona, but the thing is, Persona Persona Sims, I'd say the music is comparable, but the simulation of real life in Persona is just so addicting. Like, you stress out about what you're going to do every day, and that's part of the fun.
Dude, honestly, like, here's the thing. From a very unprofessional opinion for someone who hasn't played Persona 5, the vibe I get is that the actual battle portions of Shin Megami Tensei 5 are more important.
Yeah.
But the stuff that happens outside of battles in Persona 5 is why you play the game.
I'd agree.
What if in Persona
6
world is like the real life world, and like whenever they're fighting personas and stuff, that's like the bleeding in from the Shin Megami Tensei universe, but they're actually in the same universe, and in Persona 7 you actually cross over
Well, we
into
skipped a
the
few.
Shin
We
Megami
skipped, yeah, we skipped
Well,
a lot.
yeah, they have to
Yeah,
they
yeah,
have to
they have
do
to build
6
up for it. Yeah.
And in Persona 7 you actually bleed into the same universe, and you go Like instead of going into like the TV or someone's mind, you go into the Shin Megami Tensei universe.
This isn't One Piece talk, buddy. You don't have to be so crazy
I
today.
think my one
Theorizing
gripe
here.
about the game is that it's on the Switch.
No,
That's huge.
like yes, it means it's compromised graphically, but it was also really nice to play in bed.
I
Dude,
guess.
like a game being on the Switch will get so much more people to play it than normal.
It's true. It's just like not every game is cut out to be its true self on the Switch.
I don't know, man. Like, I looked at that game, I was like, that game looked like it has graphical potential.
It would look insane
but, like,
on the other consoles.
It looks like it's struggling on the Switch.
Let's say there's a game that started on like PC or some other console. If it ends up on PS4, I'll be like, oh, I have a PS4. I'll think about getting it.
Yeah.
If it's on Switch, I'll be like, oh my god, I can play it in bed. I'm definitely getting it.
And this is a game where you're gonna want to do some sections in bed or while watching something. I will
true.
say I did use the DLC that spawns a bunch of EXP grinding enemies.
Cheater.
However, I later found out that people who don't use that DLC were higher level than me.
What the
These
fuck?
freaks are grinding normally.
What the fuck?
So don't give me any shit when I was on par with all
so.
the bosses' levels, if not a little below it. So I used that as a way to cut out all grinding, and I kept myself at the level cap.
Now, who was that?
That was you.
Does
That
that
was
mean?
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I know, dude.
Yeah.
All right, Joe, what's it gonna be?
Pokemon Unite.
I did allow you to do it now, unless Tyler comes in and's like, I don't care about Willard's
Tyler
video.
fits it, he's not allowed to go through.
This is fair. This is
I
a
have
fair
more
spot.
points.
Are you?
No,
Okay, okay,
it's
yeah.
good.
Wait, no, did Tyler cut Doki Doki?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, we had Doki
cut,
Doki?
He cut Honey
And
Pop.
then it's Willer, and then me, and then Joe. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pokemon Unite's the best MOBA that's come out in the last 10 years.
Man.
Bradley may not. So we all have me and Tyler play a lot of this game. This is the game I played most in 2021.
I'm gonna say this is what the future of MOBA should be.
I hate 10-minute matches.
I
No,
love
that is the
10-minute
best
matches.
feature about it.
I really do hate
You know, you hate 10-minute matches so much that you're late to every podcast because you started a league that was just going to be 20 minutes.
This is like
Not
really.
every
Fuck you.
podcast.
Yeah, not-
Pokemon Unite
I'm
is
being
for me.
mean. No, that's
Because
not
when
true.
they announced Pokemon Unite, I feel like me and Willow were the only people excited for it. Like everybody in the world seemed to
In
hate
the
it.
planet.
I was excited.
Dude,
I
no,
just
me
didn't-
and Willow were like.
I just
going
didn't
fucking
like
nuts.
download it from a sketchy Japanese website to
Yeah.
pirate it to play it ahead of time.
Me and Willow were like, this is the fucking game.
This one's it.
And it is the fucking game.
Do not play Unite.
And I'm
music.
trying to decide how I feel about it really. This is this is fucking awesome. And I would rate it higher than Eternal Return even. Because like, dude, like a Pokemon MOBA, that's what I fucking dreamed about.
And it plays well, it runs well, except for when right at the Zapdos fight where it drops to 30 FPS. But
Here's where my brain is running into trouble. If you ask me if Pokemon Unite is a good game, I would say yes. If you ask me if League was a bad game, was a good game, I would say no, it's not a good game.
But you played League.
That's about. I'm like, no, Pokemon Unite's awesome. League sucks. But if it was after work and you asked me would I rather play Unite or League, I
would
feel
be
like I
League.
would choose League. And I don't have.
I have an answer. Let me get to the negative of Pokemon Unite.
I just don't
The
have the game design
matchmaking.
knowledge.
Yeah.
The matchmaking in Unite and the tutorialization
Yeah,
of
dude.
teaching a player how to play are drastically lacking.
There's
Millions of people are going to download this game, and only a fraction of them are going to understand
That's the
what a
thing.
MOBA
Every time I
really should
complain to you guys
be.
about Pokemon Unite, it's just one person on my team who sucked at the game.
I think, and that's
and you know what? That one person is 6 years old.
They're 6
Yeah.
years old.
Or they never played a MOBA in their
Yeah.
lives.
And the thing is, that could change because, as a game matures, it becomes much more well aware of what you need to be doing.
Here's the thing. 50 million people have downloaded Pokemon Unite.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of stinkers in that ratio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when me and Tyler have both reached the higher levels, often we will have matches where we're just we're not stressing. We're just having fun. If we lose, we're upset for 30 seconds because it was 10 minutes.
But there are some games we lose where we act whenever we lose in League, we never go, that was a good game.
Sometimes we do.
Hardly.
Sometimes we do.
Once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
Me and Willer often play Pokemon Unite and go, okay, that was a good game.
They
though."
play that finale
Yeah.
because it's harder to solo carry in Unite. In League, you
Yeah.
can 1v9. It's really hard to be that guy because Unite is so team focused, and that is because some of the comeback mechanics they've made. But it does also mean I really needed your help for us to be able to win this. We've had wholesome moments. Kelly plays this with us a lot.
That's the thing, that's a good point because in League there will be matches where I'm like, we lost at Champ Select, in Pokemon Unite, I never feel that way. It's usually like we played worse.
Like, there's a lot of games being Will or
But I
Gone where,
also
like,
feel like in
we pick the wrong Pokemon and then we'll fucking stomp and be like, I guess not.
but I also feel like in Pokemon Unite, there's a lot of times where it's just like the jungler literally does not know what he's
my
doing,
God,
and it just
dude.
So
it
again,
really
the matchmaking,
does.
like
Yeah.
the tutorialization, they don't teach you what you need to be doing.
Yeah.
I know it because I suffered with League.
Yeah.
So like, this is actually like, I think people should play League before they play this game because it's going to teach you more fundamentals.
Go watch
better.
Arcane, go play League, because that's why you play League.
Fall
and
into
then-
the loophole.
And then play Pokemon.
Yeah.
So the reason why you like League more than Unite is this is a game design formula. It's a theory I have called, and it like goes into a lot of the more successful games. And I could date it back to something that you're more familiar with, which is Kirby Air Ride in
Yeah.
the
Where we going, boys?
Battle Arena series, where you collect items as you go for an end-game finale.
Yeah.
In Pokemon Unite, and you do the same thing in like Fortnite and League of Legends. You build up your items to get to your
It's called fishing.
to your to get to your like power your
Yeah.
power spike. And it's like, you know, like if you're playing AD carry, once you get your third item, you want to fight the rest of the game.
Pokemon Unite
you want to
doesn't
take
have
advantage
items,
of
it has moves.
Pokemon Unite
And levels.
has power spikes. It has builds where you choose different items, but that is condensed into that 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That the culmination fight, it's not a visual identity of I have this move, I have this item, now I can be stronger. It's an invisible element of EXP and numbers.
You know what?
So you get those numbers and everything, an invisible score you can't see, an invisible number of EXP that only you know and don't have attached to
Yeah.
your team, and that culminates into that last 2 minutes of that Zapdos fight.
Where like everyone needed to do their job to come into that fight at their best, and sometimes they don't even come to that fight, and that's that's the problem.
and that's, I think, is the mental thing. That
Yeah.
is Unite's
And
missing.
that's and you know, I was really glad we had Tyler here specifically for this game because that was a very conflicting feeling I've had in my brain is that like I would rate Unite higher better as a game, but on a normal weekday I want to play League more. And I think one part of it is like in Unite, if I'm playing routes, maybe I'll get to Gardevoir early. Maybe I'll get to Gardevoir at like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Or maybe it'll be really unfortunate I get to Gardevoir at 7 minutes. But either way, I'm gonna hit that big power spike and I'm gonna feel powerful at some point, maybe by the last few minutes of the game. But if I'm playing League and I'm playing a character like Kindred, it's entirely possible I could go the whole game without hitting that power spike. Like, I have to actually do good if I want to get strong.
And even then, if you hit Ralt, it doesn't mean you're gonna win because like
Yeah.
it is unfortunate, but everyone needs to be doing their job. Like
So,
it's
yeah.
very team focused.
One thing Riot has actually successfully done is create a way that you play, and that's in the side game. That's in items and keystone runes. Build diversity in Pokemon Unite fucking sucks.
It's pretty
It is
low, pretty bad right
abysmal. And if they want to
There's
keep
some.
pushing forward, that is their main focus.
I
they
think
need to
as
play,
they add
is
more
to
items-
have diversity to each Pokemon in the way that you play it, because it's like
Well, here's the thing:
nobody's
every
gonna-
Pokemon plays different. It's just how many different ways can you
Ain't
play
nobody
that Pokemon.
picking Psychic Berry or Mr. Mime.
There's some fucks out there who are making it
But,
work.
like, also,
there's not.
There are
like item-wise,
I've seen them on Reddit.
Item-wise, if you don't have like Buddy Barrier or the other barrier you're
Yes.
throwing, right?
No, not necessarily.
I think
There's
so-
some Pokemon like Gardevoir doesn't need like there's itemization in this game, and as they add more items, that itemization,
I really hope they add more.
especially for the physical attackers.
I'm gonna end with a hot take about Pokemon Unite. I haven't told you about this, but I have thought about it a lot. So there's a scoring item called Shield Score or whatever.
Score Shield.
Score Shield. That item needs to be removed from the game.
That item is the
And-
most important item in the game.
Yes,
Pretty
which is
crazy.
why it needs to be removed.
Which is why it needs to exist. Because
No.
scoring on the second
No.
goals is hard
No.
enough as it is.
No. You take it and add it into the existing scoring items because there are other items that stack based on your scoring. So if you want to use that item, you have to take Score Shield.
But then you
that
would
is
take
a
this
mandatory
you would-
slot.
But then you just take the stacking item every time, because then you're getting both the benefit.
Yes,
But-
but then you have
but
an
you-
actual benefit.
but then
you're
you
not
don't.
consuming
But you
two
don't take
slots.
Score Shield every time.
Yes, you do if
No,
you're
you
taking a
don't.
stacking item.
But you can take Score Shield without the stacking item, like.
Yes, you
like
can.
Crustle, for example, his
But why-
build is all about.
But why not make it more fun and add it onto a stacking item? So you
Yeah,
can have
yeah.
more
No, look,
fun.
Anyways-
wait. Here's the last thing I'm going to say about this game. I'm taking a bet on this game. I'm betting that in a year, I will like it way more than I like it right now. And here's why. Every time I open the game, something is different and in a better way.
Yeah,
Either
that's
the
true.
main menu has been rearranged differently in a way better way.
The map is different.
The map is different, or
New
they
Pokemon.
rebalanced, or the post game UX is better, and they're adding new characters all the time. I am betting that this game is in its infant stage. They're figuring it out. I bet in a year it'll be fucking awesome.
And to anyone who felt for the clickbait, critical, pay to win videos, they've pretty much removed those. Now they get the money from $40 skins, which is a whole nother.
Yeah.
So again, this is why I'm willing to cut this, because there are issues. Like,
I think they realize
there's bugs and greed,
Yeah.
but also it's a free game.
20 to 30 is bullshit.
it's a free game. Come on.
Yeah.
Anyways,
We like Pokemon
Tyler.
Unite here. We like it.
Tyler, make your cut. Was that a
Tyler.
joke? Yeah, that was a joke cut.
Tyler. It's gonna be.
It's impossible.
It's gonna be.
All right, let's pack it in, boys. They're all tied for first.
We are getting rough here, boy.
You can pick one of mine,
Man.
but not that one.
Y'all, I'm looking.
Tyler's looking.
It's rough, right?
Is 2 parts of a game better than all of those complete games on there?
Those 2 parts are
they
arguably
better?
better than Undertale, which is a lot of people's favorite game of all time.
No, I agree.
Now,
But are they better than the rest of those complete games on our list?
Some of them. They're better than Guardians. They're better than Neo.
What about Inscription?
I want to end Neo. You're funny.
So it's interesting. Tyler yesterday asked me, "Hey, were there any games you've been waiting 5+ years to be on the list?"
Oh yeah, I did ask that
And
yesterday.
I think I answered with
one of them.
I didn't answer with Neo though. I answered with something else.
Greatest Attorney?
Yeah.
I
Greatest
answered with
Attorney.
Greatest Attorney, but Neo is even longer of a wait for
It
me
has
than
been.
Greatest Attorney.
That came out on the original DS.
Let's be honest though, Bradley. As amazing as the gameplay and music of Neo are, that story is...
We're back here again in the same exact
that-
situation.
Everybody put your everybody hold your drinks in your hands right now.
Ask
I
yourself.
can't believe the Undertale cuck is going against me here.
What the fuck are you saying?
Bradley, the story in Neo was let down. Let's,
know what?
Let's wake up to reality.
The gameplay.
Oh, it's so good.
And the graphics and the music and
they
the
really-
fucking bitches.
I have an
They
alt.
put the weird ass visuals of
I have an
Twilly.
alt.
Okay.
I have an opt out. It Takes Two.
No, that is. Here's the thing. Here's what gets it the clout, and this isn't even coming from me. It Takes Two is the canon game of the year.
No.
Yes.
The Roundabout Cast Game of the Year is the canon.
It Takes Two's not going right
But
here.
in a side story,
It Takes Two's not going here.
So here's the deal. I have to make a deal with Bradley now.
okay,
It Takes
try
Two's
it.
not going here.
It doesn't have to, but it's The World Ends With You or Deltarune Chapter 2.
He's fine with Deltarune.
See, that's where me and Wheeler are gonna battle here.
competition.
Oh my! I can't believe this is where we
This
live.
is the hardest part of the year right here.
If Bradley went
Does
home,
Village go this low?
Village is so good.
Is Village better than Guardians?
Yes. Okay, at least we can agree on that.
Man.
Guardians.
I think the
This
answer
is top 15. Guardian needs to go.
I think Inscription or Persona 5 Strikers this year.
Persona 5 Strike. Well, I thought we already got rid of Persona
No, we
5
did not.
Strikers.
Fuck you, bitch.
I thought we already got rid of it.
Wait. How good? So I loved it. How good is Guilty Gear?
Guilty Gear needs to go soon.
I think soon, but not now.
Guilty Gear needs to go very soon.
It could go now. I could.
What are we
Guilty
at?
We're
See, this is hard because we're close to top 10, but not at top 10.
This is where 11 is the hardest spot to be in this,
11 is the
entire
hardest
list.
spot to
This
be.
is,
the
this is
music.
13.
No, I can't leave Guilty Gear here.
Guilty Gear can go at least one more.
What makes Persona 5 Strikers so good?
I'll cut Persona 5 Strikers.
Damn, really? Whose turn is it?
Tyler's.
Okay.
It's over for you, fucks.
I have 3 games left on the list, dude. I'm struggling.
Tyler, okay, do you know how many games Willer's had to cut?
Hey, Willer, how many games did you fucking play? That's just called numbers.
But Tyler, do you know how many games I've had to cut?
It's called-
Just because I love more than you doesn't
Play
mean-
less games.
Doesn't
Yeah, play less
just
games.
because my heart's bigger doesn't mean I don't deserve love
Sounds
like
you
you
have
do.
a problem.
You've played hundreds of hours of a game you don't even really like called League of Legends, and here I am experimenting.
He played more Unite last year than he.
Yeah.
than
That's
League.
not true.
Yes, it is.
It is.
That's not.
They
true.
checked. Yeah.
Well, Unite's better than League, so that's fair. And I played Unite and I like it, but I also play these games instead of like going back to Genshin as much. Persona 5 Strikers gets cut here. It is a 50-hour game, more or less.
Is it a direct sequel?
It is the first real last good direct sequel of a Persona game since Persona 2. Which no one cares about that because it's before 3. Sorry, Persona 2 fans. So
What kind of gameplay is it?
It's a Muso
Is that
game.
spoiler?
it's a Warriors game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
However, it's not even really a Warriors game because it's actually an action RPG.
Is it canon to what
Oh,
happens at
shut,
the
everyone
end?
shut up. This song's so good. But it is extremely canon to what happens at the end of Persona. But Persona 5, not Royal. The canon's a little weird there. Like, Kasumi is not in this game, for example.
Well,
But
yeah.
Kasumi lookalike is
No, she's not Kasumi. She's better.
lookalike.
Sophie's better. The story's good, even if it's a little formulaic at the start, but I think it really goes somewhere near the end. The Phantom Thieves are going on a road trip across Japan and trying to solve this new issue that they're running into with an AI buddy called Sophie. And you're going into these palaces, I think they're called jails this time. And the way the jails work is they're really big dungeons, and you run into groups of enemies, and a bunch of enemies will spawn. Not quite as many as a Warriors game, but still a good chunk. And you have your square, 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 triangle, triangle, triangle combos. But then you can press R1 and stop time and perform a Persona attack.
It's a world dome.
And what's cool is they've translated almost every single Persona like attack into a gameplay mechanic in this game that really matters. So
Every
there's
single Unda attack in the game?
the Undas and the Kajas
And
are
the
all
Bungas
here, and the
and the
Bungas and the
Tungas?
Bungas and the Chungas are all here.
And the Flareons.
The only thing that's not here, off the top of my head, is the barrier skills, but everything else made it, and new
You
stuff
hype
too.
up those barrier skills. I haven't used them yet.
Yeah, you're not as good as me,
I haven't needed to.
but that's because I played different.
Yeah, but I
Have fun doing your boring normal attacks, so I'm over here not taking any damage while the enemy kills himself.
I've
Anyways,
done that too. I was just like, okay.
the point is they've brought a lot of these skills in. You have a bunch of personas that Joker can equip, and what's cool is, so you can spend SP to do these skills, you can stop time and do the persona skills, but every character also has a combo that will lead into a free version, but a weaker version of those skills. So for example, Yusuke, his square triangle combo will give the whole party the speed up skill. And his 3 square combo will end with the Bufala skill, so you can hit weaknesses without
cool.
spending SP. But it's a little weaker, so you have to manage, like, if you're going to use the stronger version, or if you're going to try to go for the combo, which could be interrupted. So, like, all this to say, they made a really unique version of... It kind of feels like Final Fantasy Tactic, or Final Fantasy VII Remake, where you stop time to do strategic things. It's super unique. The new Phantom Thieves that join in this game are both fantastic. And their costumes are
All
very
2 of
cool.
them?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But you also get the rest of the party in this game,
Except for Kusumi.
except for Kasumi and Akechi. But there's reasons for that.
Oh, gee, I wonder what they are.
I wonder, is it because one of them's a douchebag?
I got the plot in Persona 5. By
Yeah,
the way.
exactly.
Looking at this list makes me so sad because even the stuff in the bottom tier, I'm like, there's good games in
There's
there,
good
but
games
like we
there.
only play good games.
I don't know about that. There's this game here.
There's Knockout City.
Knockout City's fine.
There's some good
That's
stuff
fine.
in there. Come on.
Abomination's secretly a great game. So yeah, I'm cool to drop it there.
Mario Golf
Is there anything else I wanted to say about that game? The music's great. The characterization's great. That's the last thing I want to bring up. Characters like Yusuke and Haru, who get a little bit less screen time compared to like Ryuji and An, get a lot to do in this game. And Makoto always gets so much
Yusuke
fucking
is my
screen time.
favorite plot in Persona 5.
I love his storyline in this game.
So
The thing is, though, Persona dialogue sucks, and this game is a like in a Persona cutscene when the villain's doing his monologue, they have a check mark. It's like, did every Phantom Thief talk to the villain? And they will make sure everyone has a generic, but you did this and this, and you did this and this, and then the villain will say something completely, like, ignore them and say completely different, just to make sure everyone's in a cutscene, and it really bogs down when you're a party of guys.
I feel you.
And that happens in this game too.
I feel
So
you.
Now it's a Willer cut.
Yeah, Willard.
I'm cutting Guardians of the Galaxy.
No way! What
Fucking
the fuck?
finally. This game's great.
I thought this was
game's
gonna. I thought
awesome.
that I'm not gonna. So I'm gonna be real. I thought this was gonna be in your like top 3 or something.
It's definitely top 20.
I'm not gonna play any different music because I guarantee we'll get slapped by something.
You can play the Star-Lord soundtrack.
Yeah.
It's a made-up band in the game. This game's great.
This game's great. I was really impressed by this game. Guardians of the Galaxy 2
It's going to be so good.
is going to kick
Now
fucking
that's
ass.
going to be amazing.
That game is going to be... I think the end of this game... So the combat starts off really simple at the beginning of this game, and by the end of this game, like, it does a great job of ramping you up to where you are, and it, like... It does something that I really want to happen more in, like, games that you have a party with, where, like, you feel like each of your party members has a very distinct role.
And this is hard because I would actually say Guardians is a shit team, like, canon-wise.
Yeah.
Because everyone's either a gunman or swordsman or a punch boy.
Yeah.
Their personalities.
But their personalities is what carries it, but they do, like, delineate kind of that
So,
neutral moveset into cool roles.
To a small spoiler, not to go into complete plot details, there's a point in the game where one of your guardians is indisposed and you can't use them.
Several points where you
Right.
rotate who's
But there's
out.
one like very distinctly in the middle when you're going through the cave.
Yes.
And
You really feel it.
And you really feel it there because that character has a mechanic where they can stagger enemies very, very easily. They
Yeah.
have a move that does a huge amount of stagger
They're a
damage.
stagger master.
Yeah. And you lose them, so they throw a lot of enemies at you that like you really want to stagger, so you have to mix up your moves to your other guardians with the other moves they have that also do stagger, but you have to do different combos.
And like if
combos.
Gamora's out of the party, you feel like your DPS drops significantly. If Groot
Yeah.
and Rocket are out of the party, you lose a lot of utility.
Yeah. And it's just, and like, that's what I'm, like, wanting to feel, like, in a party game like that. And, like, that's why I want to put it higher than Tails, because Tails has that, but, like, I really didn't feel it nearly as much as I did in Guardians.
Forget all that. Combat's the weak point of this game. The story and visuals are insane.
Yeah.
I love this game's story. The voice acting, the facial capture is generally maybe the best I've ever seen. And the environments look fantastic. They really make you give a damn about the Guardians.
Side characters in this game.
And like, I had a meaningless promise to keep in this game, and keeping it was a detriment to my character, but I had to keep it because I feel like Star-Lord would benefit from keeping that promise. Like, it really makes you care about even the little meta-narratives that are the story's
Yeah.
telling. And you want to see these characters be the best versions of themselves that they can be. Which this game kind of starts with the... It maybe starts with the Guardians being too snarky towards each other because they've just, like, really formed the team. But by the end, you feel like there's a lot of good camaraderie. Like, Drax goes through a really good, semi-subtle change near the end. Rocket has some really good moments.
Gamora as well.
Gamora has, like, a really big moment.
Yeah.
So, and, like, the stuff you can do with the Milano is one of my favorite hub worlds in a hot minute.
Yeah.
Like, hub areas in a
Yeah.
game in a hot minute.
Being able to see where everyone is at different times of, like, the game.
Going through the rooms and like they shoot the shit in the Milano, which is their ship. So yeah,
I
great
think,
game.
and like, yeah, it's just, I think like of like all the superhero games, it's probably one of the best I've played ever.
I like it more than Spider-Man.
Yeah, I really did like this game. I'm not a big Guardians of the Galaxy fan, but like I'm playing this game, it's like you know.
And I mentioned some of the Guardians are better than the films here for sure.
I think another thing too is that
The second one.
Both.
I
Bitch.
think the other thing too is I'm pretty sure they might have had some people from Telltale on this game because there's a lot of Telltale things to it where it's like this person will remember this instance or you did this instance.
Yeah, there's
here.
it's Mass Effect-y, Telltale-y in some ways.
And it really pays off at the end because there were a lot of battles that Willer had to do that I got to skip right over because I made certain choices.
I was pretty bad at communicating certain things.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the start menu as the music's playing.
You have this game?
Yeah?
You own this game?
Yeah.
I was about to ask.
Shit.
I was gonna ask if this was the YouTube video or the actual game. Tyler has the game up on this laptop.
Ah, you bitch.
Anyways, I highly recommend this game.
This is the best surprise of the year.
yes, absolutely.
You guys loved it, man.
After Marvel, yes, big surprise.
You guys
After
really loved
Avengers?
Yeah.
yeah.
But just in general, like,
Same
it had no right being as good as it was.
And like the thing was
Not
is that
saying
I think
people.
I went in the most positive because I watched the gameplay.
Me too. No, I think we were
Okay.
both way more positive than most people.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as that came out, I was like, no matter what, I'm gonna give it a try.
Yeah, and I'm glad that. And you went in and you're like, "This is great." I was like, "Cool, I'm gonna go fucking play it now." And I demolished that game in a weekend.
Joe's the demolisher.
And in like in a satisfactory way. Also, I think they did a really cheeky final boss, as kind of like ham-fisted that it is.
I was a little put off, just slightly.
Just slightly, but I also thought it was really funny.
Yeah, it had its bonuses.
It had a little
Okay,
meta.
that is Willer's cut,
Really?
Yeah.
which means it's Bradley's cut.
I'm a revisit.
We'll take a break after this one.
I'm a revisit Guilty Gear. What do y'all think?
Yeah, you can cut it.
Guilty
Wow,
Gear.
11?
But the thing, like, I know a ton of people who played it, so like,
But the
11 is the
music-
most cruel
But the
placement in the
music.
entire
Okay.
list.
I know
But the
11 is
Guilty
really
Gear
dangerous.
music-
What about Inscription, Bradley?
No.
No.
You don't think so? It goes higher than that?
Neo, The World Ends With You is a
No.
good 11. No?
No, it's not, dude. It's a good 10, not
What
a good
about
11.
What about Deltarune?
How are we feeling
No.
about Yeah.
Yo, what about Factorio?
What about
No.
Factorio?
Absolutely not.
Not that either.
What do you mean?
Nothing goes 11 except for the game I pitched, because I'm in the 11 turn.
Guilty Gear.
Lost Judgment?
Absolutely.
Hold on. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me see what else we got.
No.
What about
Is
Village?
that Ace?
No, not Village.
What about Village?
Nah.
Guilty Gear, man.
I think Guilty Gear.
Guilty Gear goes here.
Alright, Guilty Gear goes here.
I don't want to.
I think
Really?
the committee.
Can't say.
Do you have something you'd throw ahead?
Look, it's gonna be way easier to convince me of a 10 than an 11.
Guilty Gear.
Is one of the best fighting games ever released.
Y'all played
But it's got its issues.
Y'all played the shit out of it.
Does have this.
My issues with it
Is
the
lobby.
lobby sucks.
Yeah.
And logging in sucks. And also,
it's faster now because I recently.
I've played it recently.
Yeah.
I do have some issues with anime fighters, and it's just like their knowledge checks are much crueler than more
Yeah.
footsie-based fighters, and that's fine. You can work through it. But the other day, I had to go learn how to play Leo just to be able to fight Leo,
Man.
and it's so like I don't even have to learn how to beat one of Leo's moves. I had to learn his entire
Damn.
gameplay just to be able to have a chance to
I
beat
hate
him like a
that
good
gorilla.
Leo.
Man.
I beat,
That's rough.
I beat Leo the other day because he kept doing his fucking little cross.
And you just grab him?
I'm just like, fuck you.
Yeah, you just
Fuck
grab
you.
him.
A good Leo's not gonna that's not the scary
You
part
only
of Leo.
experience those Leos in heaven.
Yeah.
I'm a 10 heaven
Yeah, that's what
player.
Miller is.
Yeah, I know. I don't have to deal with that 'cause I can't make it to heaven.
This is the
But then I dolphin you like a scrub and you get mad at the dolphin.
okay,
You can 6P Dolphin now.
Here's the.
You always could 6P dolphin.
No,
You're also
no,
bad.
Not fast Dolphin.
Fuck you.
Yes, you could.
You're
Oh
high
my
on
god,
acid.
you guys are so scrubby,
Dude, you're the only person who's saying that. All of us who play against you, all
Yeah, but
know.
Willer's also the
I
fighting game
play
player.
fighting games.
Willer's the
But
one who
we
plays
all.
fighting
I've
games.
tried 6P not against you on Dolphin beforehand.
Holy fucking shit! I will find footage of people 6Ping dolphin.
Fast Dolphin.
At a
not slow
certain
Dolphin.
distance, you cannot 6P fast dolphin, no matter how far. Like the frames, especially Zato, if
Yeah.
you're within half screen range, I can't 6P
Wait,
in any capacity.
what does 6P mean?
It's an invulnerable move where your
Everyone-
upper body cannot be hit.
It's forward punch,
Yeah.
and everyone can do it.
It's the base. It's a basic
Oh my!
anti-air. You can
Oh
do.
my!
And you
This
can't-
podcast is gonna be on
Willer.
scrub quotes. Oh
Willer,
my god!
I'm gonna believe whatever you say on this. Can you or can you not 6P
You can
fast
6P
dolphin?
fast dolphin.
You can 6P
It's
fast
hard
dolphin.
though.
You can 6P it.
But it's hard because you have to guess that it's coming because
So
fast
if you, don't,
dolphin's so
if you don't
fast.
6P fast
No,
dolphin, you're just not
you
good
can't
enough.
do it when it's in the middle of the air, though. That's the thing. That's when you
Yeah,
do it.
if you don't start it before fast dolphin starts, then you lose.
Consult the frame data.
Which is,
Where's the frame data?
I've been 6P'd by fucking like
once again, you're in heaven. Like the between floor 10 and heaven is
It's a big
like
distance.
it's like playing people in platinum on League versus grandmaster pro
oh my
players.
god, holy fuck.
and this
Yes.
is why.
It is drastically.
And this is
different.
why Guilty Gear is number 11, which is very high for a fighting game, because this is
Yeah.
the fighting game that's had Tyler and Joe talking about 6P against particular moves. This is the game that took a lot of people's fighting game virginities in my friend circle.
I think so.
And I will never forget that about this game. I think
we
that's
didn't
really
put Melty
special.
Blood on here, but we didn't play a lot of
I
it.
didn't play enough Melty Blood. I'm gonna try DNF Duel.
I'm really looking forward to DNF.
I wanna, there's some cool characters in that.
Yeah.
And I've played some Blaze Blue. I want to play more Blaze Blue
Yeah.
next year.
But I really like this game a lot. I think this game has like because I play Melty Blood. I think Melty Blood's damage is too low. I really like this damage in
Yeah.
Guilty Gear. The
Yeah.
games are fast. It feels like whenever you do a combo, that combo is worth doing, like regardless of how.
Even
long
if the
it is.
damage is kind of fake because of the defense values that you get when you're lower health, that's still
Hopefully,
fine.
One Piece Fighters is 1v1.
Or JoJo's Fighters, God
Yeah.
willing.
Oh
But,
my
like,
God, if
I-
they did JoJo.
It would be. I would play that nonstop.
We would all
That's
have-
another thing. Like, I'm not that into Guilty Gear lore. I like May, and I like
It's
you know,
dumb.
At all.
It is dumb.
yeah. But
I think Guilty Gear
Arc Sys is making good stuff, and they're.
Society.
This song's really good. The music's great, like we mentioned. But the point is, like, this game is warming up my heart to the bullshit of anime fighters.
I think they took out number one role, but when you're
Oh,
in
yeah,
an
the
actual
netcode's
game,
great.
The netcode is great.
Yeah.
It's the lobby
Maybe
that sucks.
best soundtrack of the year?
I don't know about.
It didn't
It's
make
up
my top
there.
5 I posted the other day, but it's 6.
I don't know, man.
It's 6 out of
up
5 for
there.
me.
I definitely. I listen.
I'm just not into the heavy rock as you guys
Oh,
are.
I am.
So
I like
This
it a lot.
the theme song that we have playing in the background
It's
now
great.
is I put that on when I'm running and everything. 'cause
Bradley
it just,
dying.
It just gets your blood pumping.
all right, I think it's Joe's cut.
It
Actually,
is-
it's break time.
It's break time.
Top 10.
Damn.
Let's finish the fight.
My turn.
It's Joe's cut.
Joe's
cut.
Damn, what's it gonna be?
He's gonna try and cut the same thing again he's been trying to cut for the last 3 rounds.
Well, what has it been?
Inscription.
Now that it's top 10, I could see it. But I'm
You
gonna-
don't even like this game.
Yes,
as
I
much as
do,
Bradley.
and I know it's better than these other fucking games you got on
Oh,
here.
hold on, let me look.
Cap.
I mean,
It's better than some games, not better than others.
it's good. It is a good game.
Bradley, is Inscription better than It Takes Two?
No,
Okay.
definitely
I'm
not.
gonna say this.
Spicy.
Is Inscription better than Deltarune?
Yes, I think so.
From what I've played of Deltarune, I think it is too. Inscription is a complete game.
I can't believe we keep cutting back to nonsense. I mean, it's your pick.
No, it's Joe's pick.
It's Joe. Yeah, what do you think of Joe? I'm running out of energy
Is
here.
that water?
It's water.
I guess I have to let it die here.
It's either Inscription or Deltarune.
I guess I let it die here.
I would.
Well,
let
you're for Inscription and you're for Inscription,
Yeah.
and I'm for that's 2v1. Cut Deltarune.
No, we'll let Inscription die.
No,
here.
I'll.
No, fuck you!
No, I'll-
You will twist anything to take away any agency from me. You're awful.
I'll let Inscription go here.
Yeah, we'll let
What are you
Inscription
talking?
here.
No, cut Deltarune.
He's tried to do it the last 3 rounds.
Look how manipulative they're being, dude. I'm the one suffering, and they're pretending like they're the bigger men.
We're letting our game go.
Yeah.
We're the ones who played it.
Yeah, we're
This is such bullshit.
No.
When you won,
We're the ones who played it.
They're
We're
just
saying it
trying
goes
to
here.
drain me.
I said it's
Cut Deltarune. Bradley said he likes Inscription.
I like how
more than
we're the ones who
Deltarune.
played Inscription, and he's like, no, cut Deltarune for Inscription.
Me and Bradley.
No, because you're trying to make this like this is good for me. You're awful.
This is cracking me
you
up.
wanted more points.
I know.
This is so funny.
I'm just surprised that Bradley's not himself tonight.
I would let Inscription go in.
Maybe drinks were a mistake, you know? Maybe we all fucked up.
Maybe we should all be sober.
Cut Deltarune. I've cut it.
It's not your cut, it's Joe's.
But here's the thing. I want to know what Willa thinks about Deltarune, because, like, here's the weird thing, right? There was a huge span of time where Undertale was totally my favorite game, and I even spent, like, a year telling Willa, like, you need to play Deltarune. And here's the thing. Now, he's fighting for Deltarune, which is what I would be doing. And I love The World Ends With You, but you're a bigger Square boy than I am, and I feel like you're fighting harder for Deltarune than I am for The World Ends With You, so it feels like we swapped roles.
Deltarune has the better story.
That is
Then
probably
Inscription?
true.
Let's be honest about Neo the World Ends With You. That is a very like straightforward ass story.
I'll agree with you
It
there.
takes to the third week for anything to happen, and even then what's happening is pretty normal.
It's like we're talking about 3 games at once. What's the one Joe wants to cut?
Cut Deltarune. I cannot believe Neo made it to top 10, TBH.
Are you fucking with me? That's such a good game.
It is, but like, it's a top 20 game to me.
It's a
whatever.
top 10.
The flaws are so big for me, though. The World Ends With You has such a good story.
Chop Neo. Chop Neo. Chop Neo.
Chop Deltarune. I'm tired of fighting.
chopping
I have
Inscription.
bigger fights. No, you're not chopping Inscription
Yes,
either.
you are,
That's what I'm
motherfucker.
doing. It's
He
chopping
said it.
Inscription.
Inscription.
Here's the cool thing.
What the fuck?
Is we don't even get to talk about it
And you know, here's the thing.
because you can't.
Like,
The old
we had an
the
episode,
old 13 Sentinels.
Look, we had an episode about Inscription, but even then, Tyler was right in that episode. I tried to deliberately not say enough to spoil it, but even with me trying not to spoil it, Tyler's like, you probably even still said too much. This game, I'm gonna say it. I like this game. It's fucking awesome. I think everybody should play it. Like, those games I really love, but I don't think everyone should play, like Pathologic. I think everybody should play Inscription. I think everyone
I'm definitely
should play
going to play Inscription. I just held off. I didn't want to
Yeah.
play it until after the game of the year.
it. And,
What the fuck is
you know-
why? Because you had
Because I have other horses
Yeah.
to fight for.
And, you know,
someone needs to play heal this
We
time
talked
around.
about it a little bit in the talk. I think my stance on Inscription is...
And I was playing other games at the time. And
Like-
it's just... And, like, my cutoff was for December, when we were originally supposed to do that. And so...
The least spoilery reason I can give for why Inscription goes here is there are sections of the game that I played that are definitely the best game I've played all year. Like, there are sections of this game where I'm like, yes, I had more fun playing this than any other game on this list by far. But there are other sections of the game where I'm like, so, you know.
what's that? I mean,
I'm not even going to talk about the game. I'll just talk about Devolver. They have a very specific game design style that they create and publish.
yeah.
Um,
They look
it's
for a
very-
certain type of studio to work
they
with.
Yeah.
they get very aesthetic games.
Yes.
All of them look great. They're very unique looking. All of them have a unique 10-minute gameplay loop,
Yo.
and that's about it.
I think you're
Once you get through that first 10 minutes, you're going to get that for another 5 to 10 hours. It'll be fun, but it will be that for another 5
I
to
think
10
Enter
hours.
the Gungeon challenges you a little bit just because of the variety of weapons you unlock, but that's neither
That's
here nor
also
there.
like one of those that's really high up there with this one, and I say of like Devolver for me hits a game like once every 4 or 5 years.
All I know is, aesthetically wise and concept wise, this game blew me out of the water among all of the other games this year. It was incredible.
I'm besides myself. There's a me and there's a me right next to him, okay?
Tyler?
Tyler, what is your cut?
I'm cutting Neo. Get it out of here.
No!
I'll give you Deltarune before Neo.
Get it out of here.
Take Deltarune.
I want it out.
Take Deltarune.
Don't.
No.
Man, wait, no, yeah,
I'm
yes,
so
take
confused
Deltarune.
about
Yes, take
what-
Deltarune.
What is happening,
Yes, take
Tyler?
Deltarune.
I'm so
What did you just say?
I decline.
What would you say,
It's
Neo?
top 10.
Tyler.
This is cutthroat time.
No, Tyler, this is negative against you. By cutting a game that both me and Bradley are giving you an alternative, and you are
right,
refusing
all
the
right,
alternative. That is BP spent to cut, not to save, to cut.
I will cut Deltarune.
We're cutting Deltarune?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Well, I want you to tell me why this is the best game ever.
It's not.
It's number 9.
This
me about
is
it, though.
this is the funniest that
Oh.
Toby Fox has ever been,
Dude,
And at the end of the day, shit, man.
there's some good music in this game, by the way.
At the end of the day, these games are comedy games.
Dude,
And
like, if you come to Toby Fox for laughs, this is the funniest shit he's ever made. I got more laughs out of one character in this game than I
Than
probably
maybe
got out of
every
the
other
entirety
character.
of Undertale. Oh
and
my
like
god.
Undertale was funny. Like that,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
just how funny this character is.
Dude.
And like, but also the characters, the familiarity they show with each other. Like as soon as they meet back and they have inside jokes. And they're doing the thing where they're like super ultra move, and then
That's the
Russell
thing.
just gets on his knees so that they can play the
In,
arcade cabinet.
I think I've been touting this for a while. I think what puts Deltarune over the edge for me is it's like Undertale, which I already love, but I feel like there's a bigger character focus to it.
yeah,
Are y'all talking about Lancer being the funny character?
no,
No.
Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't get farther than
But I
Lancer.
do think he's funny.
So, What I liked so far in Deltarune 1, because I didn't get all the way through it, I really like Susie in that when you're
Susie's
doing
great.
when you're doing turn-based combat and you have a party, you don't get to control her, and it ties into the story.
The negative with Susie is that if you mess up controlling her, it doesn't really negatively impact you.
Yeah.
Deltarune 2 also has a fun mechanic where like every character that you do spare will end up in a village, and this is something that's gonna come up, I think, in every chapter. Another cool thing with this is the ending of Chapter 2 sets up a really cool, like, reverse...
Dude.
It's like a mix of Attack on Titan and Mother 3.
That's the thing. The end of Chapter 2 feels like a twist that would come in the second half of the story to me.
And that's about where Chapter... Like, it's a Chapter 2 of 5, or
I have
whatever.
I have
7
no
maybe.
idea where this is going.
Like, that end got me so hyped.
I know.
I realize it's the inverse kind of Mother 3's like needle scenario, where someone's planning the needles this time, and when you find out which character is creating these dark worlds,
It's like, what the
it makes a
fuck?
lot of sense considering what you've seen, but you also want to know what exactly is happening there. I think the reason why Bradley is not in love with this game like I am is because he hasn't watched enough about the Snow Grave
That's the
route.
thing. I haven't seen... And, you know, I already liked Undertale when I beat it, but when I grew to love it is when I saw all the stuff people had found in this game and all the depth that goes into it and the alternate routes and all the dialogue. And that's the thing, I haven't done that for Deltarune yet.
In 2 weeks, Bradley will come and apologize to me, and I will accept his apology.
I could totally be flipping on this.
Alright, my cut.
Okay.
Neo, the world ends with you.
Man, it's... I know we're in the top 10, so... Hold on.
It is the 7th best game of 2020.
What about Take-Two, though? Do you think Take-Two is better than Neo World Ends With You?
I have... So, Take-Two's the Bradley game. I have a Willard game. I'm willing to cut the difference and cut our game.
Man. At least
Because
it's...
I have genuine problems with Neo, the story.
It's above Deltarune.
And here's the thing. In my heart...
Bullshit!
As soon as our Deltarune versus Neo came up, I knew in my heart that Neo, for me, has to go above Deltarune.
The
But
gameplay's so good.
I'm willing to admit there are problems with Neo.
Bradley has spent a lot of BP protecting Neo. I just
Yeah.
want to say that.
Yeah, I've been going for it.
So, we can put... Wait, whose cut is this? This is yours?
This is my cut.
We can put Neo if you want.
This is the game that
The
Teenage
BP has
Willer
been
has...
spent, bro.
I've been waiting for this game since I've been like 13 or 14.
13-year-old
Oh my
Tyler saw this
God.
at Best Buy all the time, was like, I want that game.
They've been
And my parents
teasing
never got it.
another World Ends With You for so long.
Well, for a while there, it was never gonna happen. And then recently they've been teasing for so
It's
long.
like, even back when we were in high school, they made a mobile port of
Yeah.
it where they showed a never-before-seen character. Like, oh my god, they're gonna release another game. And then they came out with 3DS Kingdom Hearts that had the World Ends With You character. I'm like,
That was
I'm like,
huge.
oh, this is to hype up some new World Ends With You game. Little did I know it would still be over half a decade before we got it. They finally did it, and I'm so happy.
The music's great, the aesthetics are great, the
Oh.
combat is insanely good.
And like, this game among all games, this is something Willer always praises. I'm drawing cross lines here. Willer always praises part 4 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for this, where this town almost feels like its own character.
Yeah,
That is
Shibuya does for
the
sure.
reason I like The World Ends With You is because of the setting. Like, they take a very real life location and make it seem so fantastical that I'm like, oh my god, I want to be a part of all this. Like,
It really does, and it's such a great... And there's some cool twists here, too.
I know there's some really cool stuff. The parts I would take away from is number one, I'm just gonna say the first game's story I liked better.
Oh, definitely. The
Definitely.
first game stories just pay so much better. Every week has a cool banger at the end.
Now, I think
Take a
actually,
look
I don't
at
even know. I was about to
me.
say the second game, all of the in-between banter I like better, but even the first game was pretty fucking good.
I'll say the in-between banter's a little better this one, but like... Characters like Nagi, they don't get their comeuppance for how mean they were either. Like,
Yeah.
you understand what kind of person they are at the end and why they were like that towards
Yeah.
Fret, but they don't resolve that as
It's not a
satisfyingly
total
as they...
turnaround.
For how long they played that, it wasn't the resolution that I thought was needed. It relies a lot on, like, Holy shit, old character showed up. And don't get me wrong, when old character shows up, I got so
And
hyped.
here's the thing. This game gave me a similar feeling to Legend of Korra, where it's like, yes, I 100% wanted to see that character again and have them do stuff, but also, is there a level where it feels too fan servicey?
In this game, only slightly.
Maybe.
I will say the main
Only slightly.
the main party members that are old but join your team, I thought
Yeah.
were well handled.
Yeah.
And some of them were just kind of added in, but I'd like seeing them older.
Yeah.
But like, Bradley, the main villain gets killed almost off screen.
That's the thing, is like, the core...
Bradley, they introduce Haas, and then he's gone into the story in 14 minutes after that. Like,
That's the thing. The core conflict of the game in the first game, I think, is better. And the thing is, I can actually... I played the first game years ago. I played Neo this year.
Yeah.
I can actually remember the plot of the first game. I can't remember the full plot of this game.
because it only happens at the end. Anyways.
It only happens at the end. Now,
Now,
here's another thing that gives it points. The amazing thing about the first The World Ends With You, there is never, ever, and will never be anything that has a combat system like the first World Ends With You. This game, again, I feel like they made something really fucking unique.
and like, I would say not as unique, but better.
It's better. It's not as unique, but it's better.
That final boss, I
Oh
said it in the
my
podcast, is
God.
the most flashy thing I've ever seen. It's breaking all sorts of conventions, and it's great. Joe should play this one
It's a
day.
good...
I wanted to play this.
it is
this
a
year.
good
I'm gonna-
fucking game.
I want to.
Alright, that's enough out of Neo. Who cut that? Was that me finally? Alright,
I
Bradley,
think
it's
so.
your cut.
My cut
You're up.
is Returnal up.
No.
I don't think so.
Really?
No.
Okay,
It really isn't.
here's my runner-up cut.
It's about to get so
My
hard.
runner-up cut is Village.
What's Factorio looking like?
No.
Joe's not gonna let that go ever.
I'm gonna cut Ace Attorney before Factorio.
Yeah,
What the
You're not
fuck?
gonna do.
he is.
You're not gonna do that.
Third cut. It's either Returnal, Village, or Lost Judgment.
It's not Lost Judgment, I'll tell you that.
We gotta figure out which of the other two it is then.
It's.
It's Village, I guess.
I think it's Village.
I don't know. What do you think, Joe?
I mean, I gave you what I said.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question. Is Village going now?
I'm willing to give up Ace Attorney now over Village.
I'm willing to give up Village over Ace Attorney, but then Ace Attorney can go shortly after.
Like 1 or 2 after.
No, I don't think so.
I do think so.
I don't think so.
Who's cutting?
Damn, me.
Probably is.
You hate the combat of Resident Evil 7? It's the same here. You're not gonna like this game. You might actually like the Great Ace Attorney, all things considered.
That's the thing. You show me some bitches from Ace Attorney that I like, and the music is always good.
Did we show her? Did we show him? The,
Venus?
That's the
I don't think
thing.
we did.
Venus is great. We did.
Even if, and I haven't even played this newest Ace Attorney, and I've only played
This one fixes a lot of the micro issues you had with when you tried out.
Let's pretend I played both of these games and I hated the gameplay of both. At least Ace Attorney has bitches and god tier music.
Well, there's the Bradley special.
Yo, so Resident Evil Village.
Fuck, Village is so fun. Joe, I can't believe your stupid factory building games making this happen.
But look,
Oh, this is killing me.
I know this. See, this is the part every year that gets so hard.
I feel like Tyler no longer has a horse. Well, he does have a
He
horse
has
in
one
this
horse
race.
in the race.
Look, man.
And we all, I've known it since the beginning of this year.
I don't know what to say, man.
I'm not the only one on that horse.
I'm kind of on that horse.
I know, that's the thing.
Look, man. Look, I gave y'all 3 games. Y'all gotta figure one out. That's
Venus from Ace Attorney.
the fact that character's an Ace Attorney means Resident Evil.
Oh,
has
this
to
is
go.
our other animation I meant to show you.
Yeah, she's so cute.
She matches. She lights a match with her.
Look, I gave y'all 3 games. Y'all gotta pick one.
When's Factorio going, Joe?
Yeah, when is it going?
That's a
We
great
all
question.
wonder.
I'm actually willing
We
to
all
give Joe
wonder
some
when
oomph
this
on that.
2016 game is going.
I mean,
2016?
That's when the early access came out. You put GTFO on here.
Yeah, and look how far down it is.
He put GTFO.
Willer, Joe, I give in.
Sorry, hold on. 2016. Everything else on this list came out this year.
February of 2016.
That's the early access.
Yes, which is almost 6 years ago.
When's the official release?
Since when have you started playing this game?
Earlier this
Joe?
year.
This was your first time playing? That's... Early access is bullshit.
Look, I gave
Because it was a
y'all-
real game back then.
I gave y'all 3.
Yeah, but what came
Here's the
out
thing.
in 1.0?
Bradley would 100% play
Count
Factorio.
them 3 games. And Factoria's on my wish list. I
Wait,
wanna
this is
play it.
number 6. This is the second cruelest spot to be.
This is number 7.
No, this is 6. 10. Yeah, you're right.
3 games. I gave y'all 3 games. Y'all gotta pick one.
Dude, I think it's Village.
I'm gonna go get some wine. Y'all better pick a game before I get back. 3 games.
Willer, I think it's Village.
I think it's Village, but Joe doesn't think it's Village.
I told you what I would rather go over Village. That's me.
It's very hard to judge Joe when he beats every game in a day.
No, he took his time with the other game. I just can't believe, like... I thought we had something, man.
We do. We have 2 really good games, but I have 1 game over another game.
Village has its jank. Ace Attorney's so polished. It is so incredibly polished.
Hologram.
Oh shit.
It's
Factorio
polished.
is like 100,000 reviews of overwhelmingly positive on Steam.
That's
And
because
and
it's
I'm gonna play Factorio.
That's because all 100,000 people who'd be interested in this game, it's for
No,
them.
that's still high for any game.
Like among Steam.
I'm
it's
going to get into Factorio and
overwhelmingly-
get into Factorio.
That's a lot.
Like, y'all-
Fine, Joe. Give Bradley whatever you want.
Man.
Returnal.
No.
Because I've also played Returnal.
No, you're... No. I will kill your firstborn.
I'm done talking. I'm done
I
talking.
pitched Returnal, Village, Lost Judgment. Y'all
I'm done talking.
Just give Village.
I'm done talking. This is the most upset.
I did my part.
In all 3 years we've done this, I think
Y'all,
I think I'm getting the most emotional and upset I've
y'all
ever
got the
gotten.
mouse, man. I gave y'all 3 games.
I'm taking
Y'all got
Bradley's
the
thing. Village. I'm taking it.
It's Bradley's pick.
I picked Village.
Honestly, it's Joe to block Village.
I picked Village.
He can block. I'm giving Joe the reins here. I trust you.
I will let you cut Village.
You can cut Gracie. You can cut Great Ace Attorney if you want. Top.
I think with my deciding factor here is that Bradley doesn't like Seven's gameplay.
To be fair, he also doesn't like. He doesn't like Ace Attorney 1, but we've come so far, so that's not the same.
I think he would enjoy Ace Attorney if you played it with him like you did. Because
Yeah.
I don't think he would play Virtual's Last Reward or 999.
I had to trick him
Exactly.
into those games.
And I think he would enjoy him a lot more with you.
Yo, I forgot we were recording for a second.
It's gotten too real.
I was so heated in this.
And like I think that's the ultimate deciding factor here is that Bradley, if you came in over and said like, hey, I would really like for you to come play this game.
At the same time, I think I'd be able to hype him up for Village.
Here's the thing.
I think Village though is so much better as a person playing it because it's a self-discovery.
Having played a tiny bit of earlier entries in both series,
Yeah.
Great Ace Attorney seems more attractive than Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Then cut it.
Then-
Cut it. Cut it.
Then cut it.
Yeah, cut Resident Evil.
Wow, a lot of. I mean, there's been nothing but cool games in these last 4 cuts.
Man,
to
top
be
5
fair,
is fucked for me.
That's the thing. Top 5 is gonna suck dick.
I'm already thrown off the
I'm already
vector.
throwing up.
To talk about Village, I think Village is the best Resident Evil game they've ever made.
It's my favorite.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a hot take. That's not really
That's
a
huge
popular
hot take.
take.
Damn, really?
Really
Yeah.
love 2 and Code Veronica. Code
People
Veronica
really
is
love.
fuck.
No, people really love 2 and 4.
I was about to say, I thought people really love 4.
They do like 4. You're right.
Because 4's been remade like 3 or 4 times, and in VR, which is kind of cool.
The thing about Village,
Look at what you've done for me. That was my order of those 3. Resident Evil Village is an amazing joyride. It's engaging the whole way through because they do such a good job with pacing. It's even got its extremely scary bits, but it's mostly about the tension. And like, it's hard for a late game Resident Evil to bring back the tension, but I had it in that factory.
yeah.
They brought it back.
That's the big thing about Resident Evil is that you get to the big factory, big science lab, and you feel like all of the the horror tension is gone because it's pulled
Not
back.
all, but like it is reduced.
The curtain's been peeled back and you know the origin of things.
Yeah.
But like you get to that segment and you still don't feel like you know the whole picture, and you don't.
Yeah.
And I think they do a really good job with that.
And the last boss is a cool, like, Bloodborne boss.
that boss is a Monster Hunter boss.
Nah,
which
it's
is-
Bloodborne.
But like mechanically, like the moves what you have to track and what it's doing, I felt like I was playing Monster Hunter with the first person view a little
That was
bit.
Bloodborne, dog. That was
But they're
that
the
was
same fucking
that
game.
was Mergel's wet nurse.
They're the same fucking game
Aw,
mechanically.
man,
You're
nah.
so vulnerable.
But like, I love how it's a big area, 2 small areas, big area, finale. I thought that was really cool. I like every boss in this game. And combat in Resident Evil is always going to be jank, but I think they really did the best with it. And you know what? This is the story of Resident Evil I've given the most shit about.
Yeah.
I don't know how they made me care about Ethan Winters as much as I did. But the way that game ends, I was like, man, Ethan's
Yeah.
a cool dude.
Because he's just a dude.
They would never show his face ever,
Yeah.
ever.
And I think the one thing about Resident Evil, Bradley, and I was saving it for this, is that Resident Evil is a story of personal growth when you play these games as a player. Because you start in, you don't know what's going to happen, you don't know what the enemies look like, you have very little ammo, and you kind of grow with that character in overcoming the challenge. And by the end of it, you're like, I'm ready to beat this fucking game, I'm ready to just finish this off, I'm ready to get out of this nightmare.
But this game has the coolest switch where, like,
Yeah.
as soon as you're ready for that, they make you the most powerful character you've ever been in a Resident Evil game.
So is this game better than 7?
Oh,
easily,
100%.
Okay, cool.
Easy.
The thing is, 7 has a creepier atmosphere, and you're not even creeped out by 7. But this game has a single sequence that is scarier than any Resident
Let's
Evil.
fucking go. Dude, I've seen a few clips of this game, only like 30 seconds worth, that I was like,
It's got Dami Mommy. And Dami Mommy's such a good horror villain.
Yeah.
Like when she slices your hand off and you have to go reattach it. This
Oh.
game is clown shoes.
That was like, I literally panicked in that moment. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, man.
So I think this was my cut, right?
It was.
It
So
was
Joe,
your cut.
make your cut.
But I like Resident Evil.
You're
is-
cutting 6, the second cruelest cut of all time.
Girl. Is that Smash Ultimate?
What's happening?
Y'all, the last character in Smash Ultimate came out this year.
I know. That's substantial enough. Smash Ultimate Game of the Year honorable mention.
All right. Well,
If it was on this list, it would be high.
okay,
Yeah.
Willer.
Willer, you know you're gonna have to sacrifice one of those for the other.
Yeah, I know which one I'm saying.
Here's the thing. There's a game I would like to cut, but I know for a fact I'm gonna get stonewalled by 2 of you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
The other one's been built up BP. The actual game of the year that's on here.
Factorio.
And then I'm not giving up my game. So it's either Lost Judgment or Great Ace Attorney.
You can cut Great Ace Attorney.
Okay.
Fuck! I just got hit by I just did my animation in the
Yeah.
Great Ace Attorney game where I get
This
hurt.
is
Like this. When you find out that one of your favorite franchises has had the hidden best games within it,
Yeah.
and they just get released in gorgeous HD art, it is so incredibly polished. This might be the most polished game in this list. Not a bug to be
Damn.
seen.
Yeah.
It all looks gorgeous. The music's great. The camera work is fantastic, which is something weird to say in an Ace Attorney, where the camera work really matters. No, play the one
You didn't put one.
I super put one.
Is Yakuza 3 the worst game that came out this year?
It's the oldest game that came out.
Oh, you're kidding.
Like, it's a 2005
So
game. that got
2042 is the
remastered.
worst game that came out this year.
Yeah, for real. We've talked about this on the podcast. The negative I have for Great Ace Attorney is that among other Ace Attorneys, I think
Among
it's
Us.
lacking.
I think it has the weakest conclusion. In my opinion.
You need to revisit
Boy.
Apollo Justice, because holy shit.
I'm sorry. Second weakest conclusion.
You need to revisit Ace Attorney Investigations, which you never
Well,
played.
those don't count. Those,
I'll
I
give
don't
you
care.
3. I'll give you third.
Third.
Just because, like, it's a very cool case, and man, the breakdown at the end is so cool.
That breakdown's awesome.
But this game is lacking in aha moments, especially for those last 2 cases, where I feel like everything made a little too much sense.
Yeah.
I was a little too in line with where the plot
Like,
was
I
going.
really like...
It didn't swerve me very hard at the end.
This is the second game.
Yeah.
I really like the first game's ending, like, a lot. I
But
think...
that one doesn't have any big pops either.
But I think that game like it feels fundamentally. I think the biggest thing about that game is the personal connection you have to your defendant.
Yeah.
And I think like that's the big
Yeah,
thing.
Gina's a really good defender.
And like I think back to that in the moment where she takes off her hat and like for the first time ever in that game smiles at you and says thank you, is such a huge realization of like
this is what I do. And
this is why
Naruhodo
I
says
do
it.
this. Yeah.
Speaking of, Naruhodo is like maybe he's like up there with Apollo as my favorite like players you get to play in these games. I think Apollo has a better story in the 6th game, but like Naruhodo is he does the least annoying things. He thinks the way that I think the player thinks the most.
Yeah.
And I think that helps.
I think my one weakness of Naruhodo is the voice actor they chose.
Yeah, it's ass.
It's terrible.
But that's fine. The other games barely had any voice acting. That's not a
Van
problem.
Zeeks
is a super good antagonist.
but at the same time, like, is a prosecutor that's not like insane
Yeah.
compared to
There's
like.
been some insane fuckers.
So fuck. What's the
Von Karma and
Von Karma.
both Von Karmas.
Francisca's a little bit.
And Nayuda.
Nayuda's the one I was
Yeah,
thinking
yeah.
of.
It sucks that Nayuda's in my favorite game.
Yeah, it's like and you look at Blackwell in the game before. Like,
But Blackwell's one of my favorite characters in all games. But the thing is, like, all in all, this is probably the best Ace Attorney game. And the reason is because, like, sure, it's lacking in the murder mystery aha moments, but because they made it 2 games over 10 cases, it tells the best overarching story by a mile.
yes.
But at the end of the day, other games will tell a good overarching story.
I hope you finish game 1 and just start game 2.
They don't fuck around.
Game 2's opening is one of the best
It's
opening
super
cases.
good. And the 2nd case and the 3rd case are, and also, like, honestly, the 4th case is also stronger than the 5th case.
It doesn't like really stop until the last 2 cases, and then it.
I think case 4, like, because of the victim and some of the stuff you're finding.
I think case 4 would have been better if they took the first part of the last case and put it at the end.
Agreed. All right, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
we
the
at?
Great Ace Attorney, and that's Joe's cut. Tyler?
Tyler.
First of all, I'm
we
gonna
number
say
5?
you didn't put that song on there because I just triple checked.
That's fine, I
Are we at
fucked
number
up
5?
Yeah, we're at number 5.
Damn.
I'm losing I'm losing track of the music. It's actually fucking up. All right.
Y'all, there's only 5 games left.
We're almost done. This might be the longest we've gone.
Dude, I'm glad though.
Yo.
I'm having good
We had the
times.
most games this year, though.
Yo.
We have not said this name a single time.
It's
all
true.
night.
It's saying the words
Metroid Dread.
No.
is really good.
It's not going
it's
here.
not going
It's
here.
not going here.
It's not 5.
I'm not gonna stand for it.
It's absolutely not.
I'm not gonna
Do
stand
you think
for
it's
it.
5?
It's no.
I'll sabotage everything.
I will drop everything for this game. I'm
I agree
serious.
as well. It's not 5.
It's not 5.
Over these 3 other games that y'all have been at, you
Yes.
two have been adamant
Yes.
about.
100%.
100%.
No.
But this is where it goes if that's where y'all stand.
I'm not gonna put it. I'm not gonna stand for it going here.
What are you gonna lose then?
Everything else, I love Metroid
disagree.
Dread.
I will
It's
cut
true then.
Factorio here.
I disagree with both of them. Fuck, this is hard.
I know, dude.
Cut Factorio. Come on, man.
yeah, I said
This has been a long game. This has been a long game.
He said you can cut Factorio.
No, because he's gonna cut what we'd want.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
I'll take the sacrifice.
Fine, Factorio.
Cool.
God.
Tell me, I want to play this game. It's been on my wish list forever.
I do not like Minecraft. I don't like Valheim. I don't like Animal Crossing. Factorio is all those games but better. 100%. This game does everything I hate about the other games. It makes them good. This, I played this game on a whim. It was for like $3 one day, and I was just like, I'm gonna buy this game. I put in 20 hours within 3 days.
Damn. That's
This game, like, makes it so every choice you are doing has purpose. And I will sit there and look at a screen and not do anything and just thinking about what my next plan of attack for what I need to do is. The point of the game is to build up a factory that you can build a rocket to get off this alien planet. The problem is that as you build up this rocket, you're causing more pollution, which agitates and evolves the alien life forms on that planet, so they attack you. So you're now playing this tower defense game where you have to build a base, defend yourself, but at the same time you have to venture out into the planet to find other
I
resources.
had no idea there was combat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you have to go out there and find other resources to then ship to your main factory. So you're developing all these miniature factories and creating train lines and drone shipping lines and like spider things, and you're having them go all across the planet to like build this rocket so you can get off the planet.
That is a really cool mechanic where progression, they have tied it. Excuse me, shit, cut that.
No.
How they tie in, like, plot-wise, why the enemies are getting stronger, and it's
Yeah.
by you getting stronger. That relationship is very nice.
And the thing is, like, you would look at it in game thinking, like, there's no way I would ever get to that. But the progression and the pace that they give you in this game is clean. It's so, like, it's remarkable to think back to, like, at the first 5 minutes of the game, you are manually mining the coal resource to, like, burn a furnace to the point where you are automatically mining that coal. It's being shipped to the furnace, and that furnace is being loaded up with the iron you need, which is then being unloaded onto another conveyor belt that's being shipped to a factory that's building a gear. It's being shipped to another factory that's then building an engine, which is being shipped to another factory, which is then building the necessary parts you need to build for your spaceship. And you would think that's like, oh, there's no way I would think about that, but the step ladder that you take to get there is so perfectly paced. And it's just so good.
Dude. There's no question in my mind I'm gonna play this game.
It's
one day.
also multiplayer, which is a plus for other people.
Yeah.
I like playing alone because I like playing on my own time. But it's just like, every time I booted up this game like 2 months ago because I played it very early in the year. And I was like, do I really like this game a lot? And I immediately spent another like 25 hours in it.
I think this is like Joe's ideal game.
Yeah.
I honestly,
It's grimdank, it's management.
Grimdank.
And the thing is like I talked about like I was looking for a management game to fill my heart. This nearly filled it. It's like missing like one or two little personality elements that I want.
With this amount of
some
passion, I'm
movies-
surprised you were pitching this narrative like there's no standout game for me when there's a Joe-ass game.
Wait till Movies 2 disappoints you, and then
Dude.
you'll be like, Factorio's my
It's
number.
like-
The thing is, like, they're not two different games, but Factorio proved to me that they're, like, this is a game that I can still like. And, like, Dice Sphere Project is another game that I picked up because it's a lot like Factorio.
They're related.
But the thing about Dice Spin that doesn't do is that there's just no pressure from, like, aliens attacking you or anything. So it's a very lax game in comparison, whereas Factorio, you feel like you have urgency to get off that planet.
Yeah.
Dude, all I know is, like... So, there's been a lot of games I've played that have been recommended. I'm very much of the philosophy that, like-minded people attract like-minded people. And so, there's been a lot of games that, like, the most played game I have hour count-wise is Space Station 13. There's been a lot of games I've played that have been recommended by that community, and I ended up loving. Like, Pathologic 2 was recommended somebody on some Discord I'm on related to Space Station 13. It's my favorite game of all time. The most recommended game I've seen in those circles is Factorio, which makes me go, holy shit, I want to play it. And I know there's even a Space Station 13 mod for it, but I would want to play the vanilla experience before that.
And there's a bunch of mods for this game. I don't play with any of them.
People
but-
blob the fuck out of this thing.
But like
Really?
yes, and it's a remarkable game. And like you say, it looks ugly.
I didn't say that.
I'll say it.
You did earlier.
I said it's grimdank.
it is grimdark. But if you're in there looking at each of those little factory components have their own handmade animations that are happening as you play. Everything is detailed, animated, and just looks great.
It's like, there's genres, right?
Yeah.
There's genres which can be like, Sims and management sims and, even other genres like fighters and whatever. But there's kind of like sub-genres, and this very much falls into, I think, a sub-genre of like people who like to manage and min-max systems and people. And I think this is one of those things. It's like, how efficient can you make your system,
Actually, you get second last.
So, this is a game I am going to play. Big fan. Love it. So, I was gonna even give you a little oomph on this game
I
whenever it was
honestly
back there.
didn't really expect it to go up there because I was kind of.
This is why I'm glad that we kind of held our cards.
Yeah.
I would have thought this was in the 30s. I had no idea you liked it
Oh,
so
I knew
much.
this was top.
This is
five.
one of those games where, like, if you look at it on Steam, it is like pretty much exclusively loved by all people.
But I
all
bet
the-
no one predicted
all
other
the,
game would
All
be
of
here.
the people that like have negative reviews on this game are like scrub quote level of reviews. It's really funny.
All right. Whose cut is it, anyways? Who cut
It's
Factorio?
Tyler's.
That was mine, so it's your cut.
Oh, is it your?
It's Willard's
Yeah, it's
cut.
Willard's cut.
I'll wait till Bradley gets back.
Oh, I'm so drunk, holy shit.
Drink
What are
more
you
water.
drinking?
Wine!
Water!
No, bitch!
Yeah.
Well, you know what? He's still making good points, so.
Willer.
Hey, Bradley, I want to cut It Takes Two. It
I
takes
drank a whole bottle of water and I'm still drunk.
It takes two to let me cut this.
At number 4, hold on, let me look at what's left.
There's a lot of good games left.
Knowing this is the canon game of the year in
Okay,
real life where other
but here's
people
what
are.
I'm gonna say.
We're the canon. Fuck
I'm
the
gonna say
Oscars.
something. These three other games were not in that category during voting.
It's true, which is weird.
No, it's not. That category is fucking bullshit
It
this
is.
year.
You're gonna let me talk about it though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, I want to say the first thing.
What do you want to cut?
What do I want to cut? Returnal. I've been pitching it like my past 3 turns in a row.
Has he?
I've
That-
pitched it.
I thought Joe was.
I have
him.
thrown out Returnal like the
Brad
past
the
3
whole
turns in a
time.
row, dude.
Okay, that makes this really tough.
No, I'm gonna.
I've spent so much energy
throw it
trying to
under
get
the bus.
Returnal out,
Fucking
dude.
do it.
Returnal?
No, the other one.
Takes Two?
No, the other one.
Lost Judgment?
No, the other one.
No.
Whoa! So here's the thing.
Do it.
Let's break down what's going on in the
Hold a gun to their head.
What's the meta here?
the meta.
The
here-
meta is.
I got this. I got
The meta's
this.
Metroid
Shh,
Dread wins.
Let me. The meta. You watch your fucking mouth. The meta is there's a Willer game, there's a Joe game, there's a everyone game. Joe just lost his game, and then there's a Willer Tyler game.
Let me offer y'all some Starburst in
This
this
means-
trying
This
time.
means
this means nothing.
I'm already pizza later.
So, here's the thing about this, okay?
Thank you, though.
So like I broke down, Joe. There's a game everyone played, and then me and Bradley have a solo game, and then me and Tyler have a duo game. But that also makes it Tyler's game.
But here's the thing.
Joe got cucked right now, but it happens. Every year someone gets cucked.
Here's the thing though. Willard goes, and we have 3 left. Bradley goes, and after Bradley we have 2 left.
So Joe gets to lead, not to pick, but to lead the final conversation.
Here's the thing. Returnal is the most Bradley game, and he just doesn't know it because we didn't show him the end.
That's the thing. I feel like I would really like that game.
That's true.
This is up there with Pathologic.
The thing is,
A little
I've
bit.
also heard. I feel like I've just.
From what?
I feel like I've just heard you guys complain about the game before too. So.
Have you? I never complained about it.
Oh,
Me complain.
I've never said a negative thing about Returnal.
you beat it in 3 runs, dude. It's easy like Hades.
It's too easy.
That is, he has complained
Yeah.
about that.
It's easier than Hades.
Willer's never had a complaint.
No, I said Hades was easier than this.
No, actually,
Hades is the
I
easiest.
said Hades.
Oh.
Here's the thing.
Oh.
Hades is the easiest roguelite I have ever played.
I think Hades is weird.
It is weird.
It is too
Holy
repetitive.
shit! What do I cut?
Whose cut is it?
that's
Mine.
Willard's.
Y'all, Lost Judgment.
You're cutting Lost Judgment?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's
Lost
gonna cover-
Judgment is
He's
my
gonna cover Returnal because he knows it's right.
Lost Judgment is my favorite game this year.
Yeah, we know.
Number 1.
And not Returnal.
Returnal may be the next.
No, dude.
Metroid Dread
Is number 1.
is also up there. A game. So that's something to consider. I love 3 of these games.
That's a,
One of these games has ulterior factors impacting your view of the gameplay.
Like, Willer's talking about him playing Metroid Dread and because he thinks Samus is sexy.
Oh, me? Here's the thing. This year, during the second half of the year, I was really stressed.
It Takes Two.
No, here's the thing. It Takes 2. You can only play that with 2 players, so I don't think that counts against me.
I'm just asking what happened.
I
I got a girlfriend.
No. I know about that. I'm asking what happened while y'all were playing that.
Look, man, we live 1,000 miles apart. Come on.
During It Takes Two, gross.
No, It Takes
Stop
Two. Genuine. Here's the thing: people who haven't played it don't understand. People hated on it when it won Game of the Year. It is.
Did they? I thought people were like,
Probably,
yeah.
Oh, dude, I went on Reddit after the
People
game of the
100% was
people.
Oh, shit.
People
Yeah.
were shitting on it,
It's because it's an EA game.
I don't know if
It's an
good.
EA game,
Dude.
it's cartoony, it's not good.
dude.
And
not
it's
a
not
gun.
Ratchet and Clank.
It Takes Two
Yeah, Ratchet
is
Clank doesn't
really that. It's so good. Like,
Okay, let me tell a story. Let me paint you a picture. Second half 2021, Willer very stressed.
yes,
He has 2 games he can go to.
he has 2 kids.
Pokemon Unite, the 2 kids gotta get their food. And Lost Judgment. I lost myself in Lost Judgment.
But not Returnal.
That was in the beginning of the year where things were easier, okay?
No.
Dude, I've been throwing out Returnal so many turns in a row. Like,
I don't
Well, I
know
haven't
what me,
played it.
honestly.
And also, here's the thing. Depending how I play this out,
man,
counts towards my winning points for the top 5. So that is a factor right
that's the
now.
factor.
I did get 3 of the top 5.
That's the thing. I have 2 things to fight for right now. If you take out one of those things, I only got 1 thing left to fight for.
We all have one thing left to fight. Oh, no, Joe won't. But Joe didn't beat Game of the Year, that's not my fault.
Well, it is actually, according to him, it's explicitly your fault.
I'm still nominating Returnal.
I'm cutting It Takes 2.
Oh wait, whose turn is it though?
My
It's
cut.
Willer's.
It's Willer's?
Yeah.
Man, you're cutting the canon, real, actual Game of the
They
Year.
don't matter, Bradley.
I will say,
Bradley, Inscription wasn't there.
I'll give you this.
They don't even know what the Great Ace Attorney. They're not real
The
people.
only
Bradley.
reason I'll allow this is because I'm the only one who played it here. But if y'all played it, it would be number 1.
I'll play it.
No,
I'll
I
play it
promise
and-
you, if I played it, it would not be number 1.
I guarantee it.
It would be a top 20 at most.
This is one of those games where, like,
Bradley, you played it with a significant other that highly painted your view of this game. I'm just
No,
gonna
dude.
lay down the
I'm
cards.
telling you this right now.
You have rose tinted glass. Like,
No.
this is probably a cool game.
I'm not fucking with you. There are games or books or movies I might watch where I'll watch a game or I'll read a book and I'll be like, they're good enough that they inspire me to want to write something or maybe make a game. But at the very same time, they really intimidate me where it's like I would never be able to make something this good. And usually that's in the writing category. This is one of those things where in the game design category, I was like, I would never, if you gave me infinite time and resources, I would never be able to make levels or puzzles this fun. Ever.
I just can't see myself having that much fun.
And
with
like,
it.
that's the thing, that's why it impresses me. 3D platformers are such an old and basic and explored genre that it can be really hard to make something that fun and original. They did it. I really think they earned that Game of the Year. I really do.
I've decided my cut. It's because your game has had its due in non-canon publications, okay?
I'm saying.
Your game's had its time in the spotlight.
I'm saying.
Everyone ignored my game. So I'm cutting It Takes 2. Because if there's any place that Lost Judgment is actually going to get the love it deserves, it's right here in this house right now.
So we can put it at number 4. I'm just gonna say I really
Oh, that was a tough fucking
I
cut.
really do. I'm not talking shit. I think if you play this game, yes, it is that good. A lot of the people I saw online getting mad about it would even admit they had not played It Takes Two. The levels and the puzzles and the boss fights are god tier. And I'll admit, even the first few hours, me and the person I played it with were kind of shitting on it because we kind of hated the story. Because we thought it was really pushing like a divorce is always bad narrative. You should never get divorced. And that's where a lot of people hate on it. If you finish the game out, I do not think that is the message at all. And I think it's actually a very good and healthy message. I think this is a god tier game. It should be played. You don't even have to play with a significant other. Play with a friend. It's so fun. The environment... No, and this is another thing. Consciously, the other person I played this with was like, you've said, wow, this is such a pretty game like 10 times in the past hour. That's because it is. Holy shit. This game is so good to look at. I cannot believe it.
Bradley, it's your turn.
Is it my turn?
Make your
Yeah.
cut,
That is the
Bradley.
game. Returnal's going. It's going. I'm sorry.
You can cut... No, it's not going. You can cut Lost Judgment.
Whatever you want. It's one of those 2 games.
I mean, it's either... well, No. Willer, let it go. Because then Lost Judgment will at least be number 2.
No, it's fine because two of us love Returnal. Only I have played Lost Judgment. I'm fine with
trust
making that
you.
sacrifice.
This is where we share the bond. This is where the planets align and Willer and I agree on something.
Very rarely happens.
It very rarely
And that's why I
happens.
think Returnal needs to go. Because this isn't my game of the year. This is ours.
Yeah.
And certain people have steamrolled this into a weird direction. Okay? But we're cutting Lost Judgment.
Oh, Lost Judgment. I don't know where I put Lost Judgment. It just kind of disappeared on my
It's
screen.
okay. It's on your.
It's over there in 6 through 10.
Oh, thank you. I dragged it and it didn't come with me.
I lost my notes for Lost Judgment, which is funny to say. But, Lost Judgment has fantastic side content, an amazing story that handles a theme of there are people in this world that commit crimes as bad as murder, but get away with it because of age and school protection.
Oh,
And this game answers the question, what happens if someone actually takes that upon themselves and fixes that issue with the justice system and delivers their own justice?
is this the game made by the Yakuza people?
Yes,
Yeah,
and,
this is Yakuza Lost
and is
Judgment.
that justified for someone to take that into their own hand? As fucked up as it is that the justice system can't provide that justice, is someone else allowed to provide that justice instead? And that's the story of Lost Judgment. On top of that, it's got a very fun school kind of system where you're infiltrating a school to get more dirt on a criminal that works among
right,
that,
that's right.
and getting more dirt on the bullying problem, which balloons into this whole other conspiracy. And this is the game where the Judgment series really built a legacy that I think goes beyond Yakuza, because you're finding very few Yakuza members in this game. You're not getting the big Yakuza-style showdowns. You're getting much more intimate, idealistic showdowns between people who just have different opinions on how you should handle a situation. And I think because of that, I was really invested in the story and the fights. There's something in these games called dynamic intros, where you'll start a fight and you'll get this cool like clash between characters, and the time slows down and it flashes like the name of the boss you're about to fight, and it looks really cool. This game has the best dynamic intros, and the side content was so addicting. Some of it was a little long, which is why I'm okay letting it go at 3. But even that's all side content. The main story's all great. The side content is still super fun.
Let's go.
This has become my favorite Yakuza game.
Damn.
And I think I said that in the podcast.
He said it.
And yeah, as I was playing it, I was surprised that became my favorite game of the year, because the other two on this list are number 2 and 3 for me. So that's where we're at. Like the games that will be 1 and 2 in our list are 2 and 3 for me personally. So I think they're really good as well. So I'm okay with letting Lost Judgment go.
Note
here.
to us, we have to change up the order next year of BG.
No,
BJ,
we'll never. Well, I mean,
TW.
we just flip it.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
just have to.
we-
We'll just redo it.
I mean, it just depends how many games we're doing that year. That's just how the numbers
That's how it
fall.
turns out.
Which means the next is Tyler's cut.
No, it's
It's mine.
Joe.
It's Joe's cut.
Yeah.
You know what to do.
No, it's not really Joe's cut,
know
because this is now committee based, because we've gotten
Committee
this low.
based?
Here's the thing.
It's Joe's turn,
Here's
so
the
now it's
thing.
committee based.
No, because when you get down this low,
No, we have to go to the tiebreaker because it's 2 versus 2 on Joe's cut with tiebreaker needed.
Here's the thing.
What's happening?
All 4 of us played Metroid Prime.
And we all not Metroid Prime,
Or Metroid
Dread.
Dread. I'm sorry.
and we all really liked
We
it.
all really, really liked it.
I wanted to put it at 10 or 5. or
You wanted to
6.
put it at 10?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wanted it way lower than this.
How many people want to put it at 1?
I don't know. I don't know my own path, and this song is reminding me of.
Here's my thing. Here's what I'm gonna talk about. In this sequence, there is a female protagonist I like much more than Samus Aran in Returnal.
Damn.
And I am shutting aside the novelty of Samus Aran being one of my most favorite female protagonists of all time. And the protagonist in Returnal, I just like so
Shit,
much.
man.
The story she tells is so much richer. Metroid is hype as fuck, but the discovery I've experienced in Returnal through actually wanting to understand a story.
And even the environment's telling this.
Is
which I will.
Is Returnal on just PS5 or also PS4?
It's just
PS5
PS5.
only.
It's time, Bradley.
Because here's the thing.
You gotta play Demon Souls and Returnal.
You
man.
came up with a tiebreaker system.
Did I?
No.
Yes, you said what we predict is a tiebreaker.
No, that's
No,
That's the
part of the
tiebreaker
prize
for the
that
prize.
competition.
Oh,
That's a
okay,
whole
okay,
different
okay.
competition.
But Joe doesn't get to just straight up pick. Like it's our
Right.
pushback.
I mean,
Even though you
did.
did that the last 2 years,
He does get to
I
pick.
didn't get to
Like,
pick.
after
I
this-
did not get
after-
to pick.
Like,
My game of the year.
you
did not,
picked. You picked the first year. We did this. You picked between Iceborne and Death Stranding.
that wasn't the first year.
The first time we recorded that we
Yeah, that
actually
was-
had.
no,
is this
2018
Big
wasn't
Blue from
Iceborne.
fucking Melee?
2018, I think Smash Ultimate.
Of course, it's Big Blue.
By the,
but that wasn't podcast.
by the
format.
way, I didn't get my way in 2019.
Yo,
You
or
got the last
2020.
cut.
I got the last cut, but it was committee. My way was Devil May Cry. I didn't get it. I had to settle for Death Stranding, which is a great game.
Would you
Gonna
make
offer
the
your
decision
Starburst
of?
in the strong tone.
No, because you
I
guys
can't.
would
Wait,
not
what color?
let me do Devil May Cry,
Thank you.
which is what we're
This
getting
changes
into.
nothing,
When you're
dude.
getting to the game of the year, you have to
Nothing.
consider everyone.
And my consideration is that we've all played Metroid Dread, and we've all really liked Metroid.
That's what
Dread.
I'm saying.
That and it's a collaborative effort of our brains together. And
You know
all
what?
4 of us really like Metroid
Here's
Dread.
where I'm at, right?
So let me show you my list of
No.
games of the year.
I want to put Metroid Dread below all of y'all's games in the top 5.
No. Come on.
But I wrote this a couple days ago.
So we've talked about.
This is my list of games of the year. So you got like, this is my actual order. You got Deathloop, this guy, blah blah blah. You got Neo all the way up here. Guardians, Yakuza 7, Ratchet and Clank, SMT, Deltarune pretty high. Unite, 5S, blah blah. The Great Ace Attorney, Dread, Returnal, Lost Judgment. I had to really stop and look at it, and I love Dread. It's a Metroid game I like. That's never happened before. But Returnal really hit different, and then I played it when you guys weren't here with Tyler. And it was kind of magical. I thought it was pretty cute playing with Tyler. This is a game where me and Tyler would message each other about lore implications that we understood. I've never had this encounter with Tyler. Me and him are probably the most different game taste-wise
And see,
among all of
that's
us.
why this is a really awkward situation, because, like, we're all 4 in on Metroid Dread. Only 2 of us are truly, truly in on Returnal. And
That's the thing, yeah.
But here's another element. It's been enough years, we're all mind melded enough, where you two can confidently say, like, holy fuck, Returnal is the Bradley game. And I believe you when you say that. But also, we've all 4 played Dread.
Yeah.
And, like, here's the thing. Dread, or Metroid is a game that helped name a genre. And in my
The
opinion...
genre that happens, well,
Metroidvania.
Yeah.
Metroidvania, but there's Metroidvania elements also in
Yeah.
Returnal.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is, like... It helped to name a genre, and in my opinion, this is the best iteration in that series. I know Tyler disagrees with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think it's the best Metroid. I think it's the best Metroidvania. The only
Yeah,
contender for
it's
me
the
is
best
Bloodstained.
If I have any points to spend, it would be to put Dread above whatever.
Yeah,
is.
No, I think you're out.
I
And I
yield.
think I'm out too.
Willer,
I spent a lot,
yield.
I know that.
I yield.
I was about to say it's between you and Joe.
It's Joe's pick. He gets to pick it. I yield.
It's not, I mean,
No, it is.
And I've also played Returnal.
That's how it goes.
And I think Returnal is also a great game. I love the aesthetic of Returnal.
well, there you go.
But Metroid Dread is so good. Like, it had me hooked from beginning
But-
to end.
But here we go. We get to talk about Returnal.
You do. Go ahead and talk about Returnal. And we spent plenty of time talking about Dread, so...
And you know what? Just because it got top 2, and because, like...
Just because it's the second, like,
And
no,
also
that's
because,
great.
like, you guys know me enough, like, I want to play Returnal now. When I get my PS5, I'm gonna get Returnal.
Yeah. I'm just surprised Bradley's going to get a PS5. Because I thought he was just going to get an
Well, I'm
He's
gonna
gotta
get...
get the next Spider-Man.
I'm gonna
man.
get it.
Puyo.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get the next Spider-Man, the next Puyo, and the next Returnal. Or the current Returnal.
The Return of the Returnal.
Yeah.
I hope there's a next Returnal.
That'd be cool.
I
But how do you... I don't know. There's a lot of the fucking
Man.
settings that, like, what
Yeah.
do you do above that?
Yeah, I don't know, actually.
Like...
I'm kind of sitting here in a moment of silence. just
As
listening.
the beat's about to drop, so...
Yeah, I was kind of waiting here for it.
The song that's playing right now, as you're climbing up to the World 4 boss, you start hearing this music, and as you're climbing up higher, it's getting louder and louder. And you walk out into the boss room, and the music is going full throttle, and you realize you're into something really special.
This is one of the it's rare an occasion where I'm like, if you play this game without headphones, you are actually missing part of the experience. Like, the aesthetic audio design in this game is.
It's really good.
I will argue and say that nothing else in this Game of the Year list surpasses.
I should play it with headphones?
Absolutely.
Yeah, plug it into your controller.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah. It is one of the earlier titles on PS5 that utilizes absolute next-gen technology.
And what's shocking, because
Yeah.
usually a lot of those early title games are not
I
the
feel like they hit
greatest.
the peak right out the bat.
Yeah.
I think the game industry's been ready for this generation.
Yeah, and it's shocking because this is definitely like I think the first few games you ever got on Generation are like the tech test games. Like
Yeah.
they really try to push the Ratchet and Clank pushed graphically.
Yeah.
I think Returnal hit all of those notes and is a very, very good game.
If I had a weakness of Returnal, is that once you do beat it, which a lot of people can't,
Yeah.
but me and Tyler can, and when you do beat it, there's not enough incentive besides the Sun Fragments to play again, and I want to play this game again, so I want them to release a DLC that gives me more reasons, like make it even something shallow. I just want a checkbox to give me a reason to go back into that world, because I think it's great.
This game blew my fucking mind in terms of story.
Let's go! I like that.
So this is a roguelike game, and I know the story of death ties into the story.
Yeah.
And why you exist. But this game blew me out of the fucking water with why this woman is stranded on this planet. And it has to do with after the third boss ending and what happens right after that.
Maybe the hardest twist of the year is what happens after that third boss.
Boy.
For a lot of people, I'm sure that was devastating. Who
Yeah.
struggled to get through all of that.
Oh my
but
God.
what might have been the most epic boss in the game.
Yeah. And then they get that twist, and it's like, there's more.
Yeah.
How hard is it to get a PS5 still?
Probably not as hard.
probably not
Just
as
get that extension I got.
I need to get that.
It is ridiculous because the story, I will say, the weakest part that a lot of people will be like, oh, the story is vague. And it's like,
It is.
it is vague,
It's so
but
cool. It's vague in a cool Dark Souls way. I can't
Yeah,
believe I said.
yeah.
I'm not a game journalist. I promise.
it has
It's
a
the
lot
Dark
of,
Souls of roguelikes.
it has enough storytelling and has built the world enough that all the threads can be loosely connected. And there's nothing better than a game and its world and story than one that gets people to talk about it outside of the game with others.
Like, I would finish a play session and spend 30 minutes to an hour before bed just chatting with Tyler about stuff that we noticed about the story.
See, here's-
And Tyler's never given a fuck about a story in a video game.
Here's precisely why this game poses a danger to this particular Game of the Year discussion. Everything you guys say checks all my check boxes.
That's-
And
that's the thing.
you know it checks all my
I
check
know it
boxes,
checks.
and that's why you recommend it. The problem is all four of us have played Dread, and I haven't played this yet. And I'm really scared if I played this, who would go above it? You know?
It's okay. I forgive you.
Man.
And that's the other point too, is that if I played 13 Sentinels last year, it would have been a much harder
That's the thing.
decision between Kusan's 5R
You know what?
and 13
You
Sentinels.
know, 13
Yeah.
Sentinels was up there last year.
My game has been third for 2 years
Look,
in a
here's the
row.
thing. 13 Sentinels
Oh,
was...
it did get third last
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
13 Sentinels...
didn't it?
That wasn't my game of the year last year.
13 Sentinels was up there last year. I'm currently playing it with Willard. Returnal is up there this year.
Maybe next year we'll get around
When
to
I
it.
get a PS5, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna play this.
Yeah,
Hell
you
yeah.
should. You
Yeah.
100% should. And
Man.
then once this is
And
over,
then Bradley's
I'll go
gonna
back
hate
and
him and be like, damn.
Bradley, brush up a lot on your Greek lore whenever you get a PS5.
Gotcha. I got you.
That is actually
Go-
very relevant.
Go reread Percy Jackson.
Bonus
No, I'm talking hard Greek lore.
hard the
Greek
weird
lore.
shit.
Yes.
Which is weird, because Hades came out.
Yeah. But Hades will tell you its story.
That's so cool. Me and Willard talked about that so much. Like, both this game and Hades were being developed at the same time.
Yeah, that
and
is
both of
cool.
them have extremely similar stories to tell about Greek mythology.
I wonder if there's like a weird cyclical
wonder.
thing in Greek or just coming back to life. Well, I guess
Not really.
Not
No,
really.
not really.
This is a
Weird.
okay, here's the thing that turned everybody off at the beginning of this. Is that this is a roguelike where your runs last longer than an hour.
Yeah.
Where in Hades your average run was maybe 15 to 20
Swear to
minutes
God,
for
my
beating it.
Swear to God, my 1 to 3 and then 4 to 6 run was probably 6 to 8 hours of gameplay because I was taking it slow and steady.
And they added a feature recently where you can like pause it. And
You can
come back.
save now and turn
Whenever
on.
it came out, they did not have saving, and I fucking love that.
Yeah, he's a
As
big-
a chaotic neutral designer, I sat there and go, "This is artistic integrity."
It did
at
have
its
some
peak.
merit.
Also, at the same time, like getting to where, unless there's something completely different about 4 and how you get there, like getting to 3 was not like once you get those different worlds, it's pretty quick to get back there and
That's
start
like,
again.
just people can't beat the first fucking boss. That's the
That's
thing.
absurd.
Yeah.
But that's how it is. Like
It's not-
people,
it's not even
people
how I
are
do that first
stonewalled by
boss.
the first 2 bosses.
Yeah.
It's this is a AAA roguelike at peak quality.
If this is the future of the roguelike genre,
It's
holy
not.
shit.
It's not. That's the sad thing.
I think it
is
is.
because this game will be underground. It will be forgotten about. Nobody in the game design. It will be on par with Titanfall as one of the most influential games of our
I know
era.
streamer
That-
Maximilian dude made his favorite game was Returnal 2. He's pretty big.
it is just. I hope it's not forgotten, but I highly doubt it will ever be replicated.
No, y'all have my word. I want to play this.
I like honestly, this should be on more like list of games of the year for I think a lot of people because this
Yeah.
game's extremely.
It doesn't help
good.
that a PS5 was so hard to get.
That's
this
another
year.
thing
doesn't.
too. It's a
Yeah,
PS5
true.
exclusive.
But you know what everyone already has? A Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
Also,
is it on Switch?
Willer, I need to know:
Dog. But
did
the
this
other one
game
is-
Oh,
scare
yeah.
you more than Resident Evil? In some of the moments, in the
Shit,
first,
man, the house moments are pretty fucking
Yes.
spooky.
No.
But it scared me more than 7, not as much as 8.
Okay.
8,
No.
I had a really hard time
The
playing
thing is,
8.
the house moments, I didn't feel my life being threatened in the game.
Yeah.
In Resident Evil 8, there's a moment when you're in a house and you're like, oh god.
Yeah, that one is. But there's an entire section of this game
Yeah.
that
that's
is
PT.
inspired by PT
Yeah.
and done really well.
it's done really well. It's creepy.
It's
Yeah.
multiple sections. Tyler just did the last one.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's talk about very quickly Metroid Dread. We talked about it previously today.
We don't even talk about it.
Y'all.
quickly.
Because here's the thing, we've talked about it in a podcast before. Here's what I think about this
And
game.
you finally beat the game at this
How
point.
how many games have all 4 of us played and loved? The only game I can think of is Odyssey and Ultimate.
I didn't like Odyssey.
Okay,
What the
Ultimate.
fuck? You know what's incredible about this game is like I'll push a button and down to the last pixel, Samus will do exactly what I envisioned her doing in my head.
I'm controlling her.
So
She-
responsive.
It's
like
just butter.
oh my, it controls so good.
Insanely good.
Oh my god.
It's got, I think, the perfect link for like this game to go back and replay and rerun. I
Yeah.
think it does a great job of like pointing the direction of where you need to go, but still having this feel of like this grand area
Yeah.
that you're following around.
Which Tyler would disagree with, but I
In the-
think there's plenty to
That's the
explore.
thing. That's the most controversial part of this game. Not even within our podcast, but even online.
Yeah.
Is like Metroidvanias as a genre, I think, are wide linear. Metroid is usually very wide linear. This is much less wide linear. This is more linear than it is wide, but it's still wide linear.
Yeah.
Skill Up has a really good video that talked about what I was trying to tell you all about
Yeah.
the first one, where as you progress further into the game, they have several environmental blockers where as you progress, you may shoot part of a wall to move forward, and it breaks down the part of the wall behind you, and it prevents you from going backwards, and that's how they keep that linear wide net going.
Yeah, that
is
happens
where
in this one. Yeah.
there is a large amount of small sections for you to explore at a time.
Sounds like that.
There are numerous amounts.
Yeah.
And that was very noticeable to me when I was playing it, but at the same time, it's like, on one hand, yes, sometimes I would get mad I can't always go where I want to go, but also it's like, here's the
But also,
like,
why go there? You got a life.
here's the amount of madness I have that I can't go where I want to go. But here's the amount of madness I had in previous Metroid games where I can't figure out where to go, and that amount of madness is bigger.
Let me get in here with one more thing before y'all
One-
end on a good
one
note.
more thing.
No, I'm gonna
One
say
more thing.
I wanted to rate this game lower. I fucking hate the Emmys. I think they're absolutely terrible.
I was just about to praise the Emmys for being perfectly balanced.
I
think
hate
they're
them as a gameplay element.
I think
because
they're
they are so much guess and check. Because you're gonna go in, you're gonna die 3 or 4 times of them the first time you encounter them.
I'm a guess and check gamer, to be fair.
That's fine.
As long as they spawn you right outside the room, man.
They do.
Grow
It's
up.
really quick. It's really
Get
easy.
good.
But I'm just like, I think they don't bring anything in that SAX already didn't do better.
I think I can provide something valuable here. Because, Metroid Fusion was borderline my favorite Metroid before this.
Yeah.
And I was actually a little skeptical before Metroid Dread came out, because I was like, I thought the Emmys were just going to be the SAX.
Because their designs are very inspiring.
I thought the Emmys were going to be the SAX, but worse. Because the SAX is always like peak horror within Metroid for me. Dude, I might like that Emmys better.
I look fondly on the Emmys because
I
the
feel
way that
no
they're...
dread in this game.
Because
That is a problem.
The Emmys.
I do agree with that.
I don't agree with that
Number
because
one-
the Emmys show up and you start moving your ass like there's a fire in
In,
the butt.
Dread.
retrospect, not only were the SAX sections, I'm so fucking drunk. Not only were the SAX sections really scripted, they were scary, but they were heavily scripted. The Emmy, they're less scripted, and at the same time, whenever I manage to successfully evade one, I feel like such a badass.
I think the Emmys serve a good purpose, which I brought up when we talked about it, where you use the same environment as a puzzle box, as like a horror box with the Emmys, and then a puzzle box to kill them, and then it becomes an explorable area once they're dead. I think that's a cool reuse of the same area.
Saying you could have put SAX in this game easily. You could have done programming for it just like the Emmys and not programming for a Game Boy Advance 2002 game and have it be as scripted as it was and it actually be intelligent. Outwitting the Emmys felt very unsatisfying to me. I felt nothing when I did. I was like, I know exactly what they're gonna do. And
But I don't feel
predict.
like you're supposed to outwit them. They're just on their set course and they're very powerful. And you just gotta learn. Learning each Emmy's particular skill, like the fast fucker that's yellow or
Dude.
green, and the blue fucker that's freezing you, and the purple guy shooting his lasers. Like I really like how they each have their
That's
own little
fine,
gimmick.
But like, okay, you've played Ocarina of Time, right?
yeah, whatever.
You know when you're walking through the guard section as young Link, and you have those humans.
Oh, and I lied. I haven't
humans-
played Ocarina of Time. I watched several gameplays and speed runs.
Okay, but you know, like they're robots, and they go back and forth on a set path. Imagine instead of a robot, instead of in Monster Hunter, you're being it's alien. That's what being hunted by the SAX feels like. It feels like you're being hunted. It feels like you need to hide from something.
Bradley, is the
hunting
SAX that smart? Is
It's
it that?
not-
Is it
it's
that
not
hard?
that smart,
Is it
but
that
that's
hard
what
to
it
outwit
makes
the
you
SAX?
The difference between the Emmy and the SAX is like, the Emmy, you can avoid it, but it'll take a lot of skill. The SAX is like, dude, you're not gonna avoid it. Which gives it an extra scare factor, but at the same time, there's less uncertainty there. And to some people, the uncertainty can be more scary. To some people, the uncertainty is less
Like, I
scary.
wonder, like, on a second playthrough where the fear of the SAX is... I'll still die to Emmy just from overconfidence and fucking up the platform.
Yeah.
Here's one thing that makes Emmy less scary to me and also less attractive. The first time I saw it, if you didn't tell me it was from Metroid, I would be like, oh, is that Portal 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Oh god, also the fucking randomized like kickback mechanic where it launches its little knife face out
That's
at different
great.
times. No, it's dumb.
That's
it doesn't
great.
reward you in skill at all.
It does. Each one has a different timing pattern, but you need to get used to that one's timing pattern.
So say there's 0 to 1 seconds. Each one has a different window
Yeah.
of time in between that 1 second.
Yes.
And it's like, but within that window, it's not just, oh, it is always at 0.7 seconds. It's like the yellow one has 0.65 to 0.73
I would
seconds.
need to see the stats on my
I'm
desk by
just saying,
5.
I'm like, I don't like it. I think it's too random. It's too chaotic. Fucking kill me if I get caught by you. I don't want to have a chance to recover.
Here's
The
the thing.
times I recovered, I felt super good about myself.
Add 10 points to the game. Sorry, I keep bashing the table. Add 10 points to the game just for the Metroid suit.
Yes.
That was badass.
That was it.
Everyone loved it.
Oh,
I mean,
God, that was so
everyone
we,
loved
we don't have to gush about the bosses. We've done enough of that on the podcast.
The
They're
bosses are
fantastic.
so well designed.
Okay, I guess we'll gush about
oh
the
my
bosses.
god, the bosses were so. Here's the thing. So like here, I would maybe I'm playing a FromSoft game, right? Half the bosses I might die to them and be like, what the fuck? And I might do better on the next boss fight, but sometimes I'll still die to him and be like, what the fuck? When I die to a Metroid...
Jank-ass Four Kings bullshit.
When I die to a Metroid Dread boss, I'll die horribly, but I'll immediately be like, I know what I need to do next time.
Metroid Dread is a platformer with the same tier as boss as the hardest difficulty Kingdom Hearts bosses. Where it's like you go in, you get smacked, but it feels doable. And you figure it out. And the only way you do it is by getting better at knowing the pattern.
That's true.
It's like, not every boss has that curve where it doesn't feel like bullshit, but you still have to like...
The only boss I felt that way was with the bug, and I don't know. The bug.
The Bug's got some interesting moves to
He's
dodge.
crazy.
I know. It's just like I'd rather not.
Anyways, this has gone on long enough. This
we
is
gotta
our
do
game of
what
the year.
we thought our top 5 were.
So, yeah, let's do the review. We'll
My
go in
God.
order.
I
of
think
who
I posted mine
Wait,
first.
wait. Nobody click on anything yet. How are we gonna reveal?
So,
Are we gonna do like we're gonna start with Bradley and reveal his number 5
Wait.
and then go up?
so for the people listening...
Everyone unveil your own, and I guess we can go everyone's 5.
So-
Yeah, so we'll start with Bradley.
For the people listening, we each predicted what we thought the top 5 would be in order. What we thought it would be before we even started.
So we want to do we go like 5, 5,
So,
5, 5.
We'll
4,
go
4.
Brad.
Bradley, do you want me to
We'll go
reveal
Breath
your
of the
5
Wild
since
order, and you reveal your 5th one.
Because
Bradley.
we're revealing my top 5 guests
Your
first.
5th
Yeah.
one. Your 5th one.
My 5th one? Do I
Yes.
reveal it?
Yeah, you reveal. We'll go in order. So I'll reveal my 5, and Tyler will reveal his number 5. and
Okay.
then We'll reveal his number
So, I guessed that number 5 was going to be Great Ace Attorney 2.
Which was number 6.
Ooh, that's a good guess.
That's a good guess.
All right, Joe, what
Number
you got?
5 for me was Neo World Into View.
A little bit lower.
Which
A
was number 8.
little bit further away.
Yeah. Which y'all talked about this game for great lengths, so that's why I was like, I thought you both would be
got
really
top
hard
10.
about it. Yeah.
It was top 10.
I cucked up real bad. I was nowhere close. I said Deathloop.
Oh, damn!
Damn.
Wasted.
Yeah.
My number 5 was Village, which is
Okay.
number 7.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Bradley.
My number 4?
Yeah.
I clicked on the wrong thing. My number 4 was Guardians of the Galaxy.
Ooh.
Because I only ever heard you guys say good things about it.
I definitely had my I mentioned the
He did
gameplay
mention-
problems.
Yeah. But I was a lot more lenient on it. My number 4, It Takes Two.
Oh,
you
he
clutched
said
it.
it! I can't
You got
believe
it.
you guessed it.
You
Holy
got it.
shit! I think Joe's gonna win. Tyler, what did
Maybe.
you guess for?
My number 4 was Village.
Oh.
We got a lot of confidence in Village.
My
there.
number 4 was Lost Judgment. I got a.
You know
I took a loss to get my game higher.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I'm down to let it at 4.
Okay.
Bradley, your number 3.
My number 3 was The World Ends With You, Neo.
And I stopped you.
I had faith in
My
you.
number
Lord.
3, Returnal.
It's funny you had faith in me, brother.
That's one away?
My number 3, also Returnal.
Damn.
You didn't think we'd... I knew we would be able to do it.
I had doubt.
Man, I'm so
My
excited.
number
I
3...
honestly was like
My number... It's
2
funny
or
you
3.
mentioned Bradley, because my number 3 guess was Deltarune. I believed in you.
Bradley with the.
I'm just really excited about Returnal. That you like for you guys. That's such a big game. Now I want to play it more.
It's been
It's very good.
What's your 2 guess, Bradley?
My number
I
2
think
guess.
Returnals I like more than
Dude,
Persona
y'all are not
5.
gonna believe this.
That's
My
fair.
number 2 guess was Pokemon Unite. I thought we were all like that.
Oh my god. Nowhere close.
No, I knew Joe would not let it get that high.
That was my number 2 guess. I was like, it was a
Yeah.
good game.
My number 2 was Resident Evil 8 Village.
And you're the one who made a big stink about
As
it.
soon as Neo got cut, I was like, oh, I'm not gonna win this.
Yeah.
Stink.
This 5 stack. So I was
True.
like,
What
fuck
did
it,
you
I'm gonna
guess
get my
number
Troy
2
as high
was?
as I can.
My number 2 was Metroid Dread.
Damn.
Now, all 3 of us guessed Metroid Dread for number 1.
I guessed Special Dread for number 1.
I did
Of
too.
course.
Yeah.
What did you guess number 1?
Oh, it's still me?
Yeah.
What the fuck am I on?
What'd you guess for number 1?
I guess Guilty Gear Strive.
Oh, that
I
feels
figured
bad.
me, you, and Joe enjoyed that game
Oh
so
my
much.
God.
I was
We
like-
did.
I was like, what I was thinking was like, man, we haven't been on about a fighting game ever. We played it so much. We loved the music. It looked great.
A fighting game, unless it's like something groundbreaking like Ultimate, is hard to justify beating
Yeah.
out other people's. Because that's such a
Like
genre.
original stories.
That's like such a genre,
So,
like where
That's why I was like,
your mileage
we,
will vary.
we haven't hit it, you know?
Yeah.
I was like, maybe.
I was really hoping. I
So-
almost put Guilty Gear as my number 5.
So who won?
I got 2.
I got
I got 0.
I got a single correct guess. Joe got 2 correct.
I got 2 with 2 1 off.
I got 2-1 off. I got 2 with.
We'll figure this out off podcast and put it in
Yeah.
the description. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year!
We'll see you again next year.
Oh my God.
2022 is gonna be even more bloodbathy because
2022 bitches.
the games that are coming out for
Dude,
2022
there's a lot
look
of
super
nasty
good.
games coming out
Also,
this year.
next year we should cut it to 50. No one. This game wasn't on this year.